I always start with, why are we doing this? Like, I mean, I think it's fun to look at properties, and I like the creative aspect of figuring out, how to renovate, how to make old new, and something important about it. Why we're doing it? We're doing it because we want money, and why do we want more money than maybe you could get in a traditional job, or maybe you don't have a job? Well, it always boils down to, everybody says, well, I want to have more time so I can spend with family, and do whatever I want whenever I want. That's why we're doing this. And so I want to give you guys a vision of what that might look like for you. And so, I think the biggest thing is, everybody's like, I got to make $1 million. I won't be satisfied until I make $1 million. Now, over the years, of course, if you do this well enough, making $1 million is almost inevitable. Now, hold on, that's no guarantees. I can't promise anything. I don't know what you guys are going to do. Only the people who actually transact business are going to make money. But but there's folks that are just right around you that are real estate investors that just wear regular clothes like this, that have earned well over $1 million in real estate. But that's over there. What I want to focus on is people who are just starting, and maybe that first big benchmark, and the idea that the first $10,000 check or the first $50,000 check. So I remember, like, it was, very recently. It's been almost 17 years since I started in real estate. But I came out of grad school. I couldn't find a job. I went to a weekend real estate seminar and learned a couple of strategies. And I thought, well, I'll try this while I'm looking for work. And so we went out and we looked for properties, and we followed the list. We followed the steps, just like we're going to talk about today. And then at the end, my very first transaction was a check for $25,000. Well, that's retirement money. What it does, it's like a refreshing, cool water coming into a parched desert, and it seeps into the earth, and suddenly things start to grow again. And then you get another check, and it washes in, and then suddenly what once was a dry gulch is a flowing river of prosperity. Man, this is good. I didn't plan on that analogy, but it's really working out well. The point is that you do not need $1 million to be happy. You might need $10,000 to get out of a pinch, or $30,000 to pay off some debt, and now you can rest easy, and now you feel more confident and peaceful. And so there's plenty of benchmarks along the way for first. And the other thing I was going to mention here with the photo here, the family, is I discovered a very important thing called the dad saturation point, which is, you think, well, if I have enough money, I can just spend all my time with family. But then at some point you realize that they don't want dad hanging around all the time, looking over their shoulder, poking them and trying to play games. They got their friends, they got to go to school. And so that leaves a big chunk of time that I still got to do stuff. And so I'm glad that, this is, like I said earlier, there's some intrinsic reward to the creative aspects of real estate. Not only because folks will come to me and say, hey, you really helped me out of a bind. But like I said, I enjoy the process of looking at homes, imagining what we can do with them, pulling together a crew, all that kind of stuff. So I guess what I was trying to do, and what I believe I've done, is create a vision of what does the first couple of years of real estate look like for you. It's not, if I don't make $1 million, I failed. It's, what am I going to do with that first check? How's that going to create a separation from the old life to the new life? And then opportunities and new things happen, all that kind of good stuff. So anyway, that saturation point, I have not trademarked that yet. Maybe I should, because if you guys have a family at home, you'll know that earning money so I could spend time with the family is super generic. You got to specify. So yeah, we go on trips, we go, we have activities, but mostly we just have a regular life like everyone else. So let's see how this goes. There's lots of buttons to push. There we go. So just a quick intro here. I see somebody mentioning that there's a question about continuity. Is the audio okay? I'm not really sure what else I could do with that internet. I guess if it's too bad, somebody alert me and I could reboot something. But I guess I'd rather try to keep going. Maybe. I mean, with a group this size, it could be yours. I guess somebody from the home team will let me know if I'm not broadcasting.
Okay. Hey, Gavin.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Sandy Curtis. Hi, honey. Yeah. Hey, are you on a landline?
I am not on a line at all. I'm on computer audio through Wi-Fi.
Okay, so any way you can get on a landline?
I do not own a landline. I could my options are I could do computer audio via Wi-Fi, or I could call in from my cell.
Actually, what? Keep going, and I'll text you the number so you could call in.
Okay, yeah, I'd be glad to try whatever we need to do.
Okay, because it's just every once in a while you're going in and out, and the telephone might be better. Nancy does that all the time.
Okay, yeah, let's see what we can do.
I'll text you the number, so just keep going for now, and I'll text you the number.
All right, we'll do. Okay. All right, so this is just a little bit more of a recap. So full-time in real estate for 16 years. I started as an investor doing short sales, so that was the main strategy that I originally learned. And through that of course, it doesn't take long before you can branch out and have all the strategies available. So now when I meet with somebody, I learn about their situation, and then I can, at any time, I could pull out a short sale. I could pull out, circumstances permitting, I could pull out a short sale. I could do a subject to, a lease option, seller finance, other types of creative financing. And so, yeah, I mean, I actually went the hard way, many people think, which is short sales are actually very documented intent. License in Idaho. I guess it depends on where you are. And real estate coach for 14 years. I've done, as Jay said earlier, single family, multifamily, commercial, retail, new construction, tax sales, land deals. Basically, just a little bit of everything, I guess. But mostly single family flips and a little dabbling in the other areas, to be honest. I see somebody over here, Diamond. What states have I done real estate? So I've been working with folks. When I could personal ownerships and other types of transactions in Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, Texas, Illinois, Florida, Georgia. What am I up to? 11. Oh, Arkansas. We did one down in Arkansas. So 11 or 12. Enough that I could tell you that it's basically the same everywhere, honestly. I mean, the big difference is just the local paperwork and a couple of, some of the local, I hate to say customs, but that is sort of right. There's certain slight differences in the way transactions flow. But all the basic concept is the same nationwide. Rowan says, how different is commercial real estate transaction versus multifamily or single family? So the thing is, not quite. It comes down to a revenue model, which is either a flip or collecting rents or some combination. So if you do a flip, you buy it and then sell it quickly for more, and you can do that with any type of property, single family, multifamily, commercial. Or there's the revenue model where you collect rent. And so the difference between commercial and single family is, instead of a person living in your unit and they've got to pay you every month, you've got a business operating in your unit and they've got to pay you every month. So it's actually very similar. In some ways, like, I'm not sure if there still are, but you guys remember Kmart? I don't know if you guys have Kmart out there. But for many, many years, even after they were in bankruptcy, even after the stores were closed, they were still paying those leases on the properties. Like I said, I'm not sure if that's still going on, but for many years after that. So commercial is decent, but again, it's all similar. How much am I going to spend to acquire the property, and how much am I going to collect? And then you figure out if it's a good investment. But yeah, it's very similar. Good question. Okay, so here strategies for foreclosure. We're going to communicate with sellers. We are going to find sources of funding for deals. We're going to understand the bank's internal processes and get you comfortable to take action. All right, let's see what's going on here. I've got the number to call in. So let me see if I can do this. Wait a minute. I don't have it. Maybe you haven't sent it yet. I see your text, but I don't see a number. All right, so I'll wait another moment. I'll try to keep going. All right, and I see Sandra says she started new at 50 after live. Well, there's the first few steps. I will tell you that there's I hate to think of it as starting points, ending points. It's just one continual process, and everybody's on one stage of the journey. So welcome. Glad you're here. All right. So again, to go big picture, today's framework is going to be centered around foreclosure. And once I give that framework, I'm going to I'm going to riff on that a little bit. We can talk about. I've got prepared to do a little module on short sales, a little intro to subject. What else? Subject to lease option. But it's all the foreclosure framework, right? Okay. So foreclosures. And by the way, this is even one step before foreclosures. Foreclosures is a category of property where, because the person is maybe about to or they lose, that's where we operate. And there are more ways to acquire property than just foreclosure. You can just go to somebody and say, do you need to sell your house? You could do that all day long. But the reason why we target foreclosures is because there's a public mechanism in place, the public records, that anyone can access and see who's about to face foreclosure. Once you know that somebody's about to face foreclosure, you can have a conversation with them. Now, not everybody is going to need to sell their house, but many of them are. Now, on the other category where I said literally anyone ordered to sell your house. And there are ways you can advertise publicly, depending on where you guys live. I don't know if you've ever seen. Here we go. Hold on. I'm going to try this number. I wonder if. Let's see what happens. Should I try speakerphone? I'm dialing the number now. And
Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
I'm in Zoom. Do I have a meeting ID? I don't know what the meeting ID is. I'm so sorry.
You have not entered any numbers.
That's your meeting
Please enter
ID.
your meeting ID followed by pound.
Hold on, I'm looking for your meeting ID.
All right, I'll try again in a minute when you get the meeting ID.
Okay, I got it.
You got it. Oh, yeah, tell me.
941 7460 0229.
Okay, let me try this.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
You guys can probably all hear while I'm doing this.
That's fine. Hey, then everybody knows we're working on it to make it better.
That's right.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue.
Just press pound.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee. and use throughout the meeting.
Okay, so I've got, hold on.
Turn off your microphone on the computer. If you're talking, we cannot hear you. Gavin, can you hear me? Shake your head, yes. Can you hear me, Gavin?
I hear you.
Okay.
I'm back on this is a computer again.
Oh, that's weird.
I just dialed in from a 208 number.
Oh, I think I got to bring you up. Hold on. 208. Okay, I just clicked it to allow you to talk on the telephone.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, so now the computer is off. But now I hear myself coming through the computer. Does that sound any better on your end?
Yes, we can hear you. It's a little weak. Maybe if you could have the phone a little closer to you.
Yeah, let's see what I can do.
You might have to hold it all day.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm open to it. Does this look good? Does this look good?
Yeah, can hear you okay. And
Okay, well,
can see you okay.
I'm actually going to turn off the computer audio. So if there's another way for you to flag me down visually, I'm not going to be able to hear you because otherwise I'm echoing all day.
Okay, cool.
All right, here we go. Okay, this is me now. Can somebody over here in the chat confirm that this is working? I feel like it is.
It's working
Well,
for
there's a lot of
me.
chat over in the Q&A. Sandy, I see that you're live, but I can't hear you.
Ignore the Q&A for right now because that could be old messages. So could somebody type in the chat that you can hear Gavin okay? In the chat box, not Q&A. In the chat box, can you hear Gavin? Gavin, say something.
Does this sound better? Can anyone confirm that this sounds better?
They are all saying yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll more or less do this. I think I've got I'll need to figure out a plug in a moment, but let's keep going.
Okay, go.
All right. Good. Look at this. All right. And actually, I can hear you coming through the phone, so maybe that's helpful. If you really need me, you can just whisper louder. Okay. So what I was getting to is that when we look, so we're in real estate, we want to find properties that we can purchase, we want to find properties that we can either rent out for a profit or that we can fix up and sell. And so the reason why we target foreclosures is because it's a list of people who are in a situation where in the very near future they may need to sell. That's all it is. So there's no guarantee that anyone on that list will need to sell. They could solve it some other way, or someone else could approach them to purchase it. The alternative is, like you said, there are ways you can just advertise. So if you're in a city or a market that has a lot of real estate investors, you've seen along the roadside, you've seen "We Buy Houses," those bandit signs that say "We Buy Houses," and those are investors that are just advertising publicly. There's no list or anything. They just anyone who walks down the street can potentially call that number and sell their house, right? But until they call, we've got to go find the people. So that's why we go to a foreclosure list. I see it put over here. How do we get a list of foreclosures? So that's exactly the next step. The next section, Marlene, we'll get to that. So hold tight. And Steve, you found a vacant house in Lauderhill, Florida. I did my research. I can't get in touch with the owner. So when you say you did your research, does that mean a skip trace? So in other words, so that's the answer to your question is if you find a property, you know the address and the name of the person, then you can order a service which is called a skip trace. You could just do a Google search for skip traces, real estate skip traces. There's lots of different companies. You could pay anywhere from $1 to $8 or $9. And they will research and find out all the background about that person. So they actually have almost like a private investigator license. So they have access to databases that are not fully public. Anyway, so try to skip trace. You'll get a report of alternate phone numbers or places of business or other addresses and or next of kin. So anyway, yeah, that should be what you look for. All right. Steve says, do you have an earpiece you can use? I do. I'm just afraid that if I add more,
Gavin, every time you move your head to read the questions, your phone is not near you, so we can't hear you.
Oh, well, I do have a headpiece. Should I try and you'll tell me if you like it better or worse?
That is exactly what Nancy does.
AirPods?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Can you hear me better now?
I hear you. That's helpful.
Okay, well, I'm the only person you should be hearing at the moment. So great, and we can hear you better too. So you're awesome, so keep going.
Okay, good. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. This is, normally when I do these webinars, it's just me and a computer. And I guess, man, nobody ever says they can't hear me, so I'm not sure what the difference is, but here we are. And let's try this. Okay, thanks, everybody. Good. I'm glad that everybody's working behind the scenes to ensure that we have technical abilities. All right. So I think I left off with why are we even pursuing foreclosures? It's because it's a group. Now there are other subcategories of folks that we can target. For instance, probates, bankruptcy, divorce. Those are all life events that sometimes come along with selling real estate. So if you want to choose one of those, you can. Foreclosures is my tried and true that I've been using all these years. And I know lots of folks who've come through my courses have done the same. So that's the training today. Anyway, so foreclosure is the legal process. It's here on the screen here. The legal process by which an owner's right to a property is terminated, usually due to default. In other words, they don't make the payment. So if you don't make the payment, you can't keep the house forever. That makes sense. Like I said, we sometimes feel like we're taking advantage of folks, but that doesn't have to be the dynamic. You choose the dynamic. But essentially, if somebody promises to pay and then they can't pay, well, if they owe money on it, if they owe money on the property, they've got to relinquish it. It's just, I know it's sad and I know it's disappointing, but that's just the agreement that they agreed to when they bought the property. So it typically involves a forced sale of the property at a public auction with the proceeds being applied to the mortgage debt. So in other words, if you borrow money and you don't pay that person back, they sell your property to get their money back. That's what foreclosure is. Okay? All righty. And Steve says, I already did a skip trace. Well, if you've done a skip trace and you can't find the person, then you're already, like, there's just some people that can't be found. I mean, that's the tip. And I will tell you this, depending on the reason you're looking for that property, what you do is you identify a property, you do the skip trace, you follow all those leads, and then you move on to the next property, right? Unless this is like your dream house that you really want to live in. In that case, you could go and put a flyer or a note on the property every week until somebody comes to the house. I don't know if it's vacant or occupied. I'm assuming vacant. Otherwise, you could also just knock on the door. But if it's just a lead you're running down to try to get a deal, after the skip trace, then you just move on to the next deal. Or like I said, you can leave a flyer or a note there. And if anybody arrives at the property, maybe that's one way to get in touch with them. Let's see here. Brian says, what are the number of ways to locate foreclosure properties before they hit the auction? So I think it's next. It's actually 2 steps away. So, all right. So I told you what foreclosure is, and that's what we're going to focus on today. We're going to focus on the period of time when they're not able to make the payment before the public auction. That's where we're going to dwell today. So I want to get into a little discussion on title encumbrances. These are all financial obligations towards the these are financial obligations underlying a property. So in other words, if you guys own property, you know this, but if you haven't purchased a property yet, this is I guess a rude wake-up call. But there's no such thing. Even if you have no mortgage, there's no such thing as free and clear. You always have property tax, and depending on where the property is situated, you might have an HOA. That stands for Homeowner Association. But any one, the reason why I've created this list is to show you these are all the financial obligations that go along with owning a property, and any one of these that you see here can theoretically initiate a foreclosure. I say theoretically because the likelihood of one or the other, I'll kind of go through the list here one by one, but the likelihood of each one is different. So the first one is property tax. If you own a piece of property and you intend to continue to enjoy it, and you're not I was going to say you're not tax exempt, but I think property taxes are still part of it. I know even if you're like a 501c3, you don't pay income tax. And I guess I brought it up, but the point is, for all of us that are just regular folks, if you own a piece of property, you have to pay property tax. If you fail to pay property tax, eventually the county wants their money and they'll foreclose. So there's a different mechanism in place for that. That's called tax liens or tax deeds. I know in Illinois it's a tax lien state, but and throughout the country it's kind of split. And so, in other words, if you don't pay your property taxes, they will foreclose. It's called the tax sale. That's a little different, and we're not going to contemplate that today. Usually, you'd have to miss up to 3 years of property tax before they do a tax sale. But when we're dealing with traditional mortgages, those foreclosures can happen if you miss 2 or 3 months. If that makes sense. So although property tax investing it's a big niche as well. It's just not today's topic. So HOA, Homeowners Association. So if you live in a home, or if the person lives in a property that has been organized under the jurisdiction of an HOA, you have to pay the dues. So sometimes they're high, sometimes they're medium. I guess, it all relates to what services are being offered, what area it is. But it's actually second only to property tax in priority. And if somebody has a dispute, or they're angry with the HOA guy next door who told them about the color of their garage or whatever, that's not binding. If you owe the money to the HOA and you don't pay it, they can foreclose. Now, there is, I think this is nationwide now, but there was a thing a while back. Actually, I think it came out of the 2009 adjustment. Is that a euphemism? The 2009 real estate adjustment. They made it to where if an HOA were to foreclose, since it is technically senior, it's primary to the first mortgage. They made it so if the HOA forecloses, they can satisfy the first mortgage. That came about because I guess there's some kind of a banking lobby in Congress. I'm not sure exactly if they have any authority there or not, but yeah, basically the bankers said, hey, we don't want the HOA to foreclose and remove us from our properties that we have security against. So they made it so if the HOA forecloses, I think it's nationwide. But the point is that you don't usually see an HOA foreclosing. They will typically just go along for the ride. And then if you make an offer on a property that has a past due HOA, you'll have to pay them. So this is a big one. So I wonder if I can annotate. I believe I can. Should I? I'm going to try annotating. So now we're on to the big one.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I think I've got it here. Let me look and see if I've got the functionality here. So is this all right? Is this working?
Perfect.
First mortgage. Okay. So this is like the big one. This is the one that you're going to come across the most often. This is the most common. This is basically the 80% of, maybe 85% of all the foreclosures. So that's I've ranked these on the list in order of where they appear in priority. So the property tax is always your first obligation. The HOA, if there is one, so there's not every property not every property has an HOA, but if it does, it'll be next after property tax. And then the first mortgage, that's typically the biggest loan
It's also the first one, so it's usually the money that the person has used to buy the property. Although later on, if you refinance it, the refinance becomes the new first mortgage after it pays off the previous one. But that's the main one that forecloses. And what typically happens is if you go, like I said, there's a minimum, but there's no maximum. So whatever state you're in, and I want to make sure that we're clear. Since I see folks from at least a dozen different states here, we're gonna plug in some specific dates and timeframes, but this should be universal, meaning it's just more of an internal bank policy. So what happens is typically if you miss 1 month, you're 30 days late, and you'll get a notice. A lot of times it's just a letter. It could be an email in this day and age. If you've signed up for emails, it could be like a secure message in your dashboard. Lots of different ways the banks communicate. If you're 30 days late, the bank says, "Hey, we noticed you're 30 days late," and then the bank actually tries to be proactive because they don't want properties. By the way, that's maybe underline this whole foreclosure thing. They don't want the property. They want somebody to come and buy it. And so 30 days late, hey, everything okay? What's going on over there? 60 days late, you're maybe going to get a call from customer service and or additional letters. They'll send stuff in the mail. Hey, we noticed you've missed your payment, and if you need help, so they've got what's called a loss mitigation department. So they start reaching out to people as soon as they're missing payments. And ultimately, so there's no official rule, but ultimately, usually after at least 90 days, then if there's no response from the person and really based on their backlog, like at any given moment, there's a certain number of properties that are in the foreclosure pipeline for each bank. They kind of tag it for your next in line, and it could be 3 months after missed payments. I've seen folks that have not made a payment in 2.5 years. So that's pretty interesting. But there's no rhyme or reason. I've seen the same bank that didn't that initiated a foreclosure after 3 months, and the same bank did not initiate a foreclosure after 2 years. And I don't understand why or how they do what they do. The point is that once they initiate the foreclosure, that is a public record document. It's either called a notice of default in a non-judicial state, or it's called a lis pendens if you're in a judicial state. And that's a court record that says we, the lender on this property, are exercising our rights to recover the property. And that's just a fancy way of saying it's time to foreclose. Okay. So that's how that process works. Now, other mortgages. So down here, I've got these other mortgages. So a HELOC is home equity line of credit. You see that right here. And so that functions like a loan, meaning you borrow money. The only difference is it's revolving. So I could pay off the line of credit and still borrow against it without going to apply for a new loan. But if you don't make your minimum payment, if you're not current, usually what happens if you get a few months behind on your HELOC, the first thing they do is freeze the revolving nature of it. That is technically true. What normally seems to happen is somebody who has access to credit will draw it down, and then when they get to the limit, that's when they stop paying. But anyway, they stop the revolving nature of it, and it functions from then on just like a mortgage. And so it, like I said, if you don't make the payment after a certain number of months, they say, well, I guess it's time for us to exercise our rights to claim against the property. So these other things, second, third mortgages, they're actually all the same type of financial instrument. They're all loans. The only thing that's different between a first mortgage and a second mortgage is chronology, meaning when was it recorded. So I see somebody popped up over here and says, if a house is paid off and the seller has a HELOC, is that a first? Yeah, it is. So like I was saying, all of these are loan products. So a mortgage is a type of fixed amortization loan where you borrow it for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, and the payment schedule is set. A HELOC is a loan product that has a certain available balance. You borrow money, and as you borrow against it, it calculates a certain minimum payment. They're all loan products, and the only difference between a first, a second, a third, et cetera, is when they were created. So if you buy a property, that's typically first, because that's the first time you've had a chance to borrow money, right? And then if you add a second, it's a second just by comparison. Does that make sense? So a lot of people think, well, the first is big and the second is small. That is very common. I mean, that's what happens just by sheer practicality. But it's not the only way. You could buy, let's say you bought a property 20 years ago for $50,000 and you had a first mortgage and you've been paying it down and now it's $27,000 and you go but you have $100,000 of equity. So you go borrow $50,000 of equity. You got a $25,000 first, a $50,000 second. That's totally fine. It's just the order in which it's recorded. So it's also an order of priority. So every time we go down this list, if that entity forecloses, they have to satisfy and or pay off anything senior to them. So if a second mortgage were to foreclose, they have to pay off the first mortgage, the HOA, and the property taxes in order to gain control of the property. So the farther down the list you get, the less likely they are to foreclose. That's why the main one to foreclose is the first mortgage. Because if the first mortgage is $200,000, right? Look at this. Let's see how my annotations go. First mortgage is $200,000. Let's say the home's worth $250,000. First mortgage is $200,000. The HOA is past due, but it's only $3,000. The property taxes are due. It's $5,000. So a first mortgage is going to look at this and say, "Yeah, let's foreclose because we got some equity here." And that's. And I need to be clear. At a foreclosure, the mortgage company never gets the equity. If it forecloses and somebody were to pay more than the amount owed, it actually comes back to the owner. But what they're looking at is there enough spread here for us to recover our mortgage and pay off the superior positions. So in other words, if this home is worth $250,000, somebody might come to the auction and pay $225,000 for it. And in this scenario, that would give them their $200,000 plus this $5,000 plus this $3,000, which would be $208,000. And then after auction fees, any additional money would actually go back to the homeowner. But that's why you don't see a second mortgage or a third mortgage. Now, sometimes you will, but not usually. You don't see the junior liens foreclosing. So these other ones, so hopefully everybody understands what we've covered so far. And again, the reason why we're going over this first is any one of these could be an entity that we're dealing with in the foreclosure process. So, all right. So everybody says, so yeah, I'm going to get into how to find these in just a moment. I'm showing you what we're looking for, and then we'll get into how to find them. And then Dean says strategies to network with people going through foreclosures. Yeah, I'm going to go through a few different ways that we're going to contact these people. And of course, networking is always part of it, which means that you go and tell everybody that you're buying properties. And so that's always going to be part of it. William says, why do banks seem to foreclose even when there's mortgage insurance? So that's a great question. The short answer is their business model is cash flow. If you're not making payments, therefore you have a non-performing loan. If you have a non-performing asset, that affects your ability to lend in the future. And so if their assets are non-performing, that's for future lending, and lending is where they make money. So if there is private mortgage insurance, they actually are typically the ones that take the lead on the foreclosure. It's seamless because they hire a trustee who does all this. But yeah, the bank is less exposed. The private mortgage insurance is going to make sure that the bank gets a certain percentage. That's not always 100% amount that's owed. But part of that whole process, before they can make a claim against mortgage insurance, they got to go and collect the asset and try to recover as much as they can. Private mortgage insurance would cover if they had a shortfall. Does that make sense? So they still have, so the biggest problem is non-performing asset equals bad for business for lenders. They've got to get that property back and sell it. And then the private mortgage insurance comes in after the fact and says, well, if we lost money, we get reimbursed. So there's almost two separate mechanisms. Alvin says, I always thought tax lien had to be the first lien to be satisfied. So I think I did say that. So taxes are, as if you see here on this list, taxes are the number one highest thing. This is in order of priority. 5. I can't believe I did that. 1, 2, 5. What kind of a is this? 1, 2, 3. So yeah, this is the order of priority. So property tax are number one. They get paid first. But the first mortgage can foreclose. They just know that at closing, at the trustee sale, when they collect their proceeds, they pay the property taxes. Okay. Colette, where does the equity go if you pay the homeowner's mortgage off and give them money less than the equity? So if there is equity, that gets split between your profitability and the homeowner. So you give them some money, but some of that equity is your flip. So if you're going to go in and do a renovation to improve the condition, any actual or perceived equity is that's the profitability that you're working from. So if you pay them, yeah, of course, they sell their house for whatever they think it's worth as is. That's the part of the equity, and then the rest of the equity is your value add. Let's see here. Brian says the info on foreclosures are in public records. Yes, exactly. So everybody look for the county recorder. And in fact, this is all kind of the next direction that we're heading. The county recorder has all the public records for foreclosures. So there's either a notice of default or a list pendants. And honestly, because this is a huge industry, we're a small little drop in the bucket, which I don't mean to diminish us. It's just that there's thousands and thousands and thousands of investors. And if you were to call the county recorder and say, hey, listen, I want to get access to the pre-foreclosures, they'll just send it to you, right? They either they'll give you the link on the website or they'll tell you how to access it. But yeah, county recorder is where they house all the public records. Stevie, are you going to run some numbers for pre-foreclosures to let us know if a particular house we're investigating is a deal or not? I will give you the framework. Yes. It should be part of the later on section. If I don't get to it, that's a perfect wrap-up thing, because we're talking about how to identify an opportunity, and then but I think I normally go into that. If I miss it, refresh me, but that'll be like a couple hours from now. Philip, what is the case when a homeowner has a reverse mortgage? How and when is it paid off? So the thing about a reverse mortgage, for those who have not heard of that device, if a person has equity, they can go down to a lender and get a reverse mortgage is when they pay you every month. So, but with every mortgage, including a reverse mortgage, there is a certain, maximum threshold. So if your house is worth $300,000, they might give you a reverse mortgage for $200,000, but they don't give you all that money. They give you $1,000 a month for however long. It's a way for people to use their equity to fund their lifestyle, usually when they're advanced in age. In fact, there's almost always a minimum age requirement. Although there's certainly folks out in the reverse mortgage, sure they can either refinance you or sell the house. So what happens is, even in a reverse mortgage, there are still a defined payoff parameter. Although you're not going to find usually a reverse mortgage foreclosure because of the nature of it. They're paying the person, and even if they reach the maturity where they've paid out the entirety of it, they just hang out until later they get the property if nothing else happens. So it's sort of a different business model. But so we normally don't see a reverse mortgage foreclosure until or unless if someone were to pass and have no other heirs, no other people who are responsible for their estate, then you will see a reverse mortgage foreclosure. But then, since the person's already passed, there's really no one we can go to buy the house. So in other words, if you identify a foreclosure and it says reverse mortgage, I would personally just skip it It's not to say that there's a 0% chance, but it's low enough that I'm not going to mess with it. Jonathan, is there scheduled topics for today? So it's basically, I'm given a big picture framework of the foreclosure. And then once I've set that baseline, we're going to riff a little bit on a few different creative structures. I'll cover two lease option and short sales just in high level concepts, but it's basically the foreclosure freeway. That's what we're going to focus mostly on. Andre, how do you get around a homeowner on the DNC list? It's pre-foreclosure. So I don't know exactly. I wonder if you're saying if somebody's on the do not call list, how do I approach them? If that's what you're asking, then you just send some kind of written advertising, a letter, a postcard. I think you can knock on the door. Do not call list is specific to phone calls, I believe. If you're worried about taking any legal risks, I certainly recommend that you get advice before you do that. But yeah, that's, you just don't call them, right? So hopefully that's it. All right, let me I want to get these two last pieces in, but I see some decent questions. Terry, let me get into these last couple pieces, and then I'll jump back over to your scenario. We got a case study coming up. So everything that we've covered here so far is pretty straightforward. It's mortgages. It's almost every property will have some combination of property tax, HOA if it's relevant, and then a mortgage. That's big picture. That's most properties out there. Yeah, there's some people who have their mortgage paid off. Absolutely, they're not in foreclosure. Does that make sense? So we're dealing with this subset of people that are going to call us that are in foreclosure. They've got a mortgage. So there are two other types of encumbrances down here. You see these that will come up in our transactions, and so I just want to pay a little bit of notice to them. So when you see them, you won't get confused or discouraged, because I've dealt with each one of these many times. One is a property lien. So a property lien is different from a mortgage because it's not like a loan that somebody took out. It's more like a civil dispute. So a property lien is when somebody has done an improvement, usually some type of permanent improvement on the property. In other words, it's permanent, meaning they can't come and just take it back. So like if you deliver, let me think about this for a second. So, well, you get a car loan and you don't pay your car loan. They take your car, but they don't take your house. They're unrelated. If you buy a bunch of expensive stuff from the rent-a-center, a sofa and a TV, and you don't pay it, they just come and get that stuff back, but they don't take your house. Does that make sense? But if somebody comes and does a permanent improvement on your house, so I'm talking about a new roof, a new furnace, maybe they install landscaping, although I guess technically trees could be removable, although depending on the time frame, that could be a problem or just a burden. Anyway, so they've done some type of physical improvement to the property, and there's a dispute over the payment. So they can just go ahead and unilaterally file a lien saying, you owe me this money for this improvement. That's a mechanic's lien. Now, eventually, they will have to document their case. So in other words, if someone's out there frivolously, erroneously putting liens on properties that are not valid, it'll get sorted out later. It's kind of a mess. It's a headache. It's a bad thing. Don't do it. If you're the kind of person who's thinking, hey, that's a great little sub business, that's not what it is. But for the most part, if there's a valid dispute, either it goes, depending on the dollar amount, either it goes to small claims court or it goes to a civil suit to prove that they really owe the money. But what happens is the mechanic's lien is almost like licking the muffin and putting it back, where you stake your claim to it. So you file the lien. It gives public notice that there is a dispute. That's really all it is. Now, what happens for us is if there's a lien in force. So let's just assume that it's going to be 6 months, because that's the average. I think that's not. It's not the average. I think that's the mean. Meaning, most areas that I've dealt with have a 6 month time frame for mechanics liens. So you file the lien within 6 months. You have to either do the civil suit or the small claim suit to prove your case. Otherwise, and a lot of times it just gets resolved between the parties beforehand. But if you show up and it's in the middle of this, and it's before the 6 months, and there's a lien here, but I want to buy the property, I have to resolve that lien before I can buy the property. It's called clearing title. So everything you see on here, because the whole word is a title encumbrance, that's the whole discussion here. That means everything on this list has to be resolved before I can transfer ownership to a new party. Okay. So these mechanics liens have to be resolved. Either I can negotiate it down, or if it's completely valid and the person needs to get paid, we can arrange payment. The jeopardy is that if it's a foreclosure, which is what we're discussing today, if the house is about to foreclose, a mechanics lien will be removed. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person doesn't owe the money. It's just that now there's no really clear way to collect. They would definitely still have to sue the person. But if you put in an HVAC system, another person lost the house, and I don't know how easy it is to collect that money. It's always possible. Anyway, so the reason why I put that out is because if there's a foreclosure and a mechanics lien, you will call that person. Well, we'll get into the contact methods. You contact the person and explain, listen, there's a foreclosure. If the house forecloses, your lien goes away. And so because of that, I'd like to pay you something. That's where it becomes negotiable. If they're owed $10,000 for a new roof, and you say, look, there's no $10,000 here, I can give you $6,000 or I can give you $4,000. They say, well, why would I do that? They owe me $10,000. That's true. But on next Thursday, if it goes to foreclosure, you might end up with $0. So it's $4,000 today or $0. In his mind, he's thinking $10,000, $4,000. Well, of course, I want 10. So we got to shift their perspective. But most people who file mechanics liens understand. I just want you guys to understand as well. The other one is personal liens. So these are liens that go against an individual. That's hence the name personal. These are financial obligations that an individual has, and because real estate is typically the largest financial asset a person has, our legal system made a mechanism where those can attach to the property for future collection and or theoretically these personal liens, if they go through the correct legal channels, they could foreclose to collect as well. They hardly ever do, because again, look at the IRS. I know the IRS certainly has a reputation for, I don't want to get into politics at all, but we're part of a society where we pay taxes, and there's certainly some question over how much would be appropriate and what happens if I don't, right? So if you don't pay your income tax, the IRS knows about it, and eventually they will issue a lien against a person's social security number, which it can be cross-referenced to any real property that they own. The IRS could foreclose on your property, but they would have to pay off property tax, HOA, first mortgage, if there's another mortgage, right? So depending on how much is owed to your taxes, your income tax, this may not be the best way to do it. In other words, a lot of times it's just leverage. And if you sell your house, let's say you owed $50,000 in tax, in income tax. Let's say you just sold your house because it was time to move, and you had $30,000 in equity. Then the way that this lien works is that they would just say, "Great, thanks. We'll take this. Now you only owe $20,000, right?" So it could be rental. They could collect some of it, but that's what they do. They just wait. So most of these personal liens, while they do exist against the property and they do have some enforcement, they typically just wait in the background until a sale is about ready to transact. Now, of course, that's what we're doing. We're trying to buy the house. So these will come up. So when you do a title search, you'll find out if there's a judgment against the person, if there's any IRS, child support, medical liens from the state, those types of things. Now, again, if the house forecloses, all of these things are removed from the property. However, the difference is this. The person still owes this money, right? So if you own a piece of property and you have a lien against you, all these liens are like, okay, we're waiting here to collect. And then the bottom falls out. This is the house falling down, I guess. This individual over here still owes the money, right? And so if they go this way and they try to buy another piece of property, they actually, it's not advisable. I guess I'm not going to contemplate every situation, but if they were to buy a new piece of property, they would actually have to clear all these things before they could buy it, because they would immediately come to the forefront during a title search. And unless they had the money to pay all those things off, they wouldn't be able to buy a piece of property, at least not through traditional means. So now they're stuck, and then hopefully they pay some of this stuff off, right? I mean, I'm not questioning whether or not they really owe the money. I'm just questioning, when a sale is about to transact. Let's see that. Let me see. I'm gonna go over here. When we show up, we do a title search. If there is a lien or a judgment, we are going to contact that party and say, hey, the house is in foreclosure. That big piece of collateral is about to go away. There's not enough maybe to pay off 100% of these, but I could pay you some. So if they owe $50,000 on the taxes, we might say, well, I could pay you $5,000 right now. And they may take it. It doesn't cancel out this $50,000. It's like an installment. So they still owe something, right? So again, just to summarize this section, this is the cornerstone of foreclosure. Any one of these entities can foreclose. It's almost always going to be the first mortgage. A few times you're going to see some of these other ones and you're going to say, wait a second, this is different. It's almost always going to be the first mortgage. And then you do a title search to see, is there anything else we need to deal with? And then we structure the offer. Okay. So I think that's more or less that's the bedrock. Now we're going to get into some of the more specific transactional stuff. So let's go over to Stevie. Can we use texting to get around the DNC? You know what? I'm not an expert on telecommunications, unfortunately. I don't know. I think if you're nervous about it, I would get some legal advice before you did it. I personally don't send unsolicited texts, but I don't know the legal implications. So I can't advise one way or the other. Victor says windows are a permanent improvement. Great example. So windows would also be a mechanics lien issue. I mean, even things like carpet, even though you can theoretically pull it out, you can't take carpet out usually and reuse it. So it's permanent. Yeah. Any of that stuff. Philip says, when, how, or any owed public utilities paid off, i.e. water bills, usually I close. So what happened is when you go to buy the property, the closing agent, whether it's an escrow officer or a closing attorney, will call around all the, usually they call the city. I think each area might have its own customs for how they go about this, but usually they call the city and get those payoffs at closing. But you can always ask, it's different. If there's somebody who's living in the house, you can assume that you're not too far off on the power, the gas, and all that kind of stuff. If the house has been vacant for years, that's when you might be a little nervous about whether or not there's an outstanding bill. And you can always call and find out. Casey, does a foreclosure investment run into higher risk if you invest in a more rural or urban community, or does that not matter? So usually when we talk about real estate risk, I can bring in the concept of liquidity and or days on market. Those are all sort of related. In other words, if you're in a rural area and only 5 properties sell every year, but there's 10 properties available, then no, I don't want to do a flip in that area. But if you're in a rural area and 100 properties sell every year and there's only 15 available, then yeah, it's a buyer's or a seller's market. But typically in an urban area, there's a better consistent balance between buyers and sellers. And so every variable we can control is less risk. And so what does that mean? Typically for me, if I'm meeting with somebody brand new for the first time, it means like 50,000, population 50,000 or greater. But even within that minimum, we want to look at what's called the absorption rate. And that's a piece of data that you can get from usually any real estate agent. You just say how many homes are available and how many usually sell on an average month. And that should be something they could instantly pull if they don't have a report already from their company. So if if the absorption rate, this is going to sound crazy, if the absorption rate is less than 6 months, it's actually normal, what they call normal. The last few years, our absorption rate has been like 2 months, meaning, for example, if there's 1,000 properties that are available right now, 500 sell every month. So it takes 2 months to exhaust the current supply. 2 months is very short. It's a seller's market. There's multiple times more buyers than sellers. Anyway, so look at the absorption rate, minimum population of 50,000. As long as there's homes transacting, I think it's probably something you can quantify. Hopefully that helps. Chauncey, liens filed by IRS also attached to other properties acquired. Yes, that is correct, by the way. I appreciate that. So in my little scenario down here, this is a property we're going to buy. But if this is an investor and they own, this is sort of like a little monopoly game down here. If they're an investor and they own all these other properties, the IRS lien is against everything. And so you're right. If we only want to buy this one, that actually could be better leverage. We say, hey, we're going to buy this one and give you $5,000, but you still have a lien against these. That actually is sometimes an easier sell. But you're correct. It would go against everything that they own, not just the one property. Veronica says, I think SMS is more liable because of cell phone carrier charges, so I'd rather mail them. That might be true. I don't know one way or the other, but I like your use of logic and coming to a conclusion. David, I'm closing on a deal now and currently have all liens removed except I'm waiting on water cert. How can I check for a water cert myself? You know what? I don't know. That's typically something that's handled by the closing agent. Is that something that they're working on for you? Or have they not been able to find it? Because that's the kind of stuff that, so a title insurance company is what they're doing is they're verifying that all these things on the title are addressed, and then they transfer ownership to you. And so it's their responsibility to make sure there's no outstanding things. So I would defer to them, hopefully. Julie says, if I buy a property at a public trustee sale, where the first mortgage is foreclosing, am I responsible for the second mortgage, or does that lien go away since they're in second position? Yeah, great question. So yeah, whoever's foreclosing, let's see if I do this. Whoever's foreclosing, everything lower than it is going to get removed. Everything higher is going to get included in the payout. So if you bid $200,000, when the trustees settle this, they pay this first, and then whatever's left goes to this. So they may not actually recover the full amount. That's where the private mortgage insurance comes in. So if this mortgage was $200,000, and then they got $200,000 at the auction, but they paid $5,000 and $3,000, they're only going to collect whatever the number is, $192. Anyway, so yeah, anything above the list will get paid out of that transaction. Anything below the list will get removed and no longer have a claim. All right, let's get up to the scenario here that Terry put in. Terry says, we have property that's going on, what am I explaining? Okay, so it must be relevant to what we're talking about. We're working with the homeowner. Redemption date ended Friday, so going back to the bank on Monday. Value of home is $500,000. We have offered for $350,000. Bank said they'll take it. Property has a history. First mortgage, two judgment, a tax lien, and the bank went to court to get a judgment for $337,000. So hopefully I'm not going to do this out of order. Sometimes a bank will get a judgment as part of the foreclosure. It doesn't double what they owe. It just reaffirms it. Anyway, judgment says that 79.3% has to go to the first mortgage, then the tax lien, and any other money would went to the bank for the rest of the loan. Okay, so what they're doing is they've secured their position in the event of a foreclosure. Here's the question: how do you confirm that the tax lien is paid off? You have their title on the property. When the bank got the judgment, who would they have got the money from to get the $337,000 judgment? Dang, Terry, I think there's got to be a piece that I'm not understanding, but there is an answer that I can tell you regardless. And if this is Terry, I don't know if you're part of the community yet or not. If so, you could shoot me an email, or if you're a subscriber that has coaching calls, that's a perfect coaching call. The answer to your question is either the closing attorney or the escrow officer. I don't know what state you're in. They order the title search, which is sort of like a hit list without any of the negative connotations. But if they give you a title report, everything on that list has to be resolved. And if you say, well, what do I do with this? That the person who's handling the transaction, the escrow officer or the closing attorney, they'll say, I need something in writing from each one of these entities to clear the title. So almost every lien has contact information. The whole reason we file liens is to get paid. So almost every lien filed has contact information. You call the number on the original lien, say, hey, this file number or this case number, we want to resolve this. What do we need to do? Does that make sense? So the title report is the list of everything. The actual title or the actual lien paperwork, which they can provide for you as well, has contact information for each person or each entity. And then you go down the list. And between you and the closing office, they're the ones who have to tell you, yes, title is clear. So yeah, we're doing the legwork, but they're the ones who say, yeah, we're satisfied. Hopefully that makes sense. So try and see if that will help. If not, we can certainly follow up. That was a little bit convoluted, but not your fault. You're in the middle of an interesting situation. Let me do this if it's okay. I know that we're technically supposed to take a break. Let me go a couple more minutes on the questions, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll sort it out. We'll still have lunch at the right time, but I'm going to push the break back just a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes. Alvin, I've been trying to contact the lender so I can negotiate for a short sale, but when I Google them, I can't find them. It's a common name like Homeland Mortgage, and they're companies with the name in several states. I can find the actual number. So the best thing to do, so you work on a short sale. I'm assuming that you're working with the homeowner because that's part of it. They should have a mortgage statement or an online dashboard. If they can't help you get in touch with the mortgage company, then you don't have a very strong position. So the short answer is if there's a mortgage statement, there's a customer service number, or if they have ability to online access. I don't know. The other thing is to do a title search, and the original mortgage should have the address of the lender, so you can at least identify which one you're dealing with. But the thing is, you need the loan number, the seller's permission. I mean, all these things in order to do a short sale. And so hopefully with all that stuff, you can find the right person or the right bank. Terry says, yes, he is an extreme combo. So yeah, let's set up a call if that would help. Veronica, the lender, contact information is found in the mortgage statement. I don't know if that was a question or a help, but thank you for helping. Let's see here. Let's see what else. It says it's in an estate. So that's, I think that's still a title question to ask. Well, you need to understand I can't remember which question that was. I'm sorry. If that was the reverse mortgage one, there's still a payoff associated with the reverse mortgage. So if a family doesn't want the house, then they could still do that. If I completely misinterpreted that, let me know. Jay, let me throw it back to you for the break. We'll resume here in a little bit.
Sounds good to me, Gavin. Thank you so much for this morning. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So guys, do what you need to do and then get back on the computer in 15. We'll see you shortly. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Here comes Johnny singing oldies goldies. Bobby, look at what I say. Here comes Johnny singing, I got a woman down in the tunnel trying to make it pay. He got the action, he got the motion. Well, yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion, turning on the nighttime into the day. Do the song about the sea on the moon. Do the song about the night. You can do the walk all night. Yeah, you can do the walk all night. Here comes on the moon, tell you the story. Hand me now my walking shoes. Here comes Johnny with the power and the glory. Black beat, the talking blues. He got the action, he got the motion. And the boy can play. The dedication, the devotion is hitting all the nighttime every day. The sun and the street on the moon. They do the sun and the night. Then they do the walk all night. Yeah, you do the walk all night. Here comes Johnny singing oldies goldies. Bobby, baby, what I say. Here comes Johnny singing, I got a woman down in the tunnel trying to make it pay. He got the action, he got the motion. Oh yeah, the boy can play. Dedication, devotion, turning all the nighttime into the day. Then after all the violence and don't call, it's just a song and all the trouble and the strife. You took the walk, yeah, you do the walk all night. You do the walk all night.
These are challenging times for everyone, but caring hasn't stopped. At Novo Nordisk, diabetes care won't stop because it can't. We're working hard to keep our insulin and other diabetes medicines available and affordable for the people who rely on them. So if you need help paying for your Novo Nordisk diabetes medicines during this time, we're here to help. Visit novocare.com or call 844-NOVO-4ME. That's 844-NOVO, the number 4-ME.
Bell bottom blues, you make me cry. Out on the blues feeling. If I could choose a place to die, it would be in your arms. Do you want to see the cloud rise before you? Do you want to hear me back and take me back? I beg you do. I don't want to play away. Give me one more day, please. I don't want to play away. Give me all I won't stay. It's all wrong, but it's alright. The way that you treat me, baby. Once I was strong, but I love won't find a better loser. Do you want to see me cry? still wanna hear me back, will you take me back? Yeah, I don't wanna wait away. Give me one more day, please. I don't wanna wait away. Give me one more stay.
Hey, Gavin, are you there? Folks, I'm going to ask for your patience while we learn this technology, and the operative word there is we. What I mean by that is me. So I'm
sorry, I was on mute for a second, but I'm back. Sorry.
Are you ready to go again, Gavin?
Yeah, I'm ready when you are.
All right. Well, we're going to get you going so we can break at noon, and go ahead and reshare your screen, and we should be good to go.
All righty. Let's see. So this will stop the other screen sharing. Okay. Okay. Should be live?
I don't see it yet.
Okay, let's see.
There it is. I see it now. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
The room is yours, Gavin. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Glad to be back. Boy, it goes fast. Hopefully we can get all there's so much we can cover. I mean, this is a multiple day topic, but here I am. Multiple day topic, but what I'm hoping for is for people to take away from this like one through line. In other words, there's so many different ways to buy properties, so many different ways to put the deal together. But by the end of today, I think everybody should have at least one that you can follow A, B, C, D, E all the way through to the end. So that's still on the agenda for today. That's what we're expecting to do. So as you can see, I've already advanced the slides to find the foreclosure. So the first section, we talked about the structure of financial encumbrances against property, how any one of those could foreclose. And that's mostly so you guys understand that framework. Now it's time for us to go and find these deals, and then maybe just as a preview. So I'll explain how to find them, and then I'll explain what to say to the person, and then we'll go into a little bit of math. We'll give some suggested formulas. Honestly, I'm always a little hesitant to give formulas because the formula never exactly works, but you need to know the framework and which ones have variables and et cetera. So we'll do some framework formula, and then hopefully that'll carry us through. So I want to pop over here to a quick question, and then we'll get into where do we go to find these. Michelle says, located a foreclosure that sold, according to the previous owner, a bank. Talked to title and talked to hands. This has been 5 months ago. Title told me to talk with the listed lender and still can't get through. Any other way to get to the new owner? Land is a good house with a gutted barn from a bad investor to finish the rehab. I have 2 buyers for the land. So, as frustrating as it is, and as circular as it is circular, the answer is pretty simple. So, whoever is the owner of record, that's the person on title, is the owner. Now, there's a little window of time when somebody buys a property before the new records can be updated. But essentially, whoever is the current owner, you can go and find that person or that contact information, and they say, no, I'm sorry, I don't own it. Then you just ask them direct, where did you, to whom did you sell it? And about when? If they think they sold it 5 months ago, but the title is still in their name, there's breakdown in the system. And so, yeah, you're dealing on the fringes at this point because, if we're in the middle of the standard transaction, pretty much title transfers and the records get updated within a week or two. So anyway, the answer is whoever the owner of record is, that's the answer. They're the owner. And if they swear an oath that they sold it, but they don't have any documentation or who they sold it to, it's possible, especially if it's a bank, that maybe they've got their wires crossed and whoever you're speaking with doesn't have the full information. But anyway, the only way even if you did identify a second person who was the new purported owner, they would have to produce some form of documentation showing that they are in fact the owner. Because whoever, and this is actually going to dovetail in with our next section, the county records are the final word on ownership. So they record what's called a deed. There's several different types of deeds, but they record a deed, and that is the owner of the property. And if that's who the county says the owner is, that's legally the owner. Now, like I said, there's a little float between new owners, but it shouldn't be more than a couple of days typically. So I know it's frustrating, especially when dealing with institutions, that the individual on the phone may or may not know the full information, but that is, for our purposes, whoever did at the county recorder is the owner. And if they say that they're not, then they can tell us who it is. So I know it's frustrating. It's also kind of interesting to run down those leads. What I always say to people is, look, listen, if you've got that one, the white whale, the Moby Dick, if you have, this is your white whale, by all means, keep hunting it, but also look for other fish. If you're a fisherman, I never read the book. I'm familiar with the societal implications. But wasn't he a fisherman also? And then there was maybe he was a whaler. But in any case, go look for other deals also. And if I keep looking for this one, that's certainly fine too. All right, friends. So we need to go find a list of people who are facing foreclosure. And so the very top most reliable official word is the county recorder. Okay, I'm going to go green. So the county recorder, again, that's where all the public records are housed. So that is the final word on who owns a piece of property. It is the official list of title encumbrances. So the county recorder has the deed, it has the mortgages, it has the liens. That's the final word on who has a claim against a piece of property. So when I say go to the county recorder, you can either physically go there. Now, obviously, there's a certain temporary measure in place in many areas where the public offices are not open to the public. You could still call the office usually and see if they have online access. Many do. Many actually have fairly robust online data. That's the word I'm looking for. Accessibility, I guess, of all their records, a database that you can access easily. Now, some don't. Obviously, it depends. It's kind of crazy. Even if it's the same state, county to county, they're all responsible for their own record keeping and availability to the public. So, number one, in better days, you can just physically walk into the county and go to the recorder's office and point you to where the foreclosure listings are, and they can probably help you. In lieu of that, call the number. So anyone should be able to do a Google search that says whatever county you're in or whatever county you're targeting. So in other words, you could certainly have your investment focus be not where you live. That's fine. So whatever county you're targeting, you can call the number again, Google search. So we live in Ada County, Idaho. If you were to search Ada County, Idaho foreclosure lists, I'm sure there's lots of third-party companies that are going to try to sell me the information that is technically available for free. It might behoove you, by the way, to subscribe. In fact, that's one of my lists. That's one of my things down here. Let me go. I got ahead of myself. Let me go in order first. So go to the county recorder yourself and say, where's the list? And they'll say, here it is. If it's easy and accessible, then you just go with that. A realtor might be able to assist you because they have access to public records as well. In addition to a realtor, what I'd also will put is a realtor or a title company, because the title company deals, that's their job. Well, one of their jobs, yeah, you see what it is. I'm trying to spell it all the way out, but after they process a closing, they send the documents for recording. So they have a direct connection to the local recorder, and they may have maybe a two-way street. So they send the deed and they send the mortgages over for the county to document, but they can also pull information and make it available to their customers, that's us. Okay, so you ask a realtor, do you have access to the public information? So in this area, I have, via my MLS, I have access to the tax information, so I can verify who the correct owner is. I also have some limited access to, I can see usually the name of a mortgage company, even if I don't necessarily see the current balance, if that makes sense. But in any case, so a realtor may have access, a title company may have access. So again, you call each one of those, do you have access to the public records? Can you provide me a list of current or recent foreclosure listings? Okay, and again, this is not the first time they've heard these questions. Either yes or no. If they say yes, then say great, send it over. Now, subscription, like I told you before, if you do a Google search for the name of your county and foreclosure listings, I promise you some of the top Google results will be things like foreclosureusa.com. That probably really is one. I don't want to either endorse or besmirch any of these companies because I don't have direct information. I will tell you that any company that claims to give you a nationwide subscription is probably going to be less effective, not because I don't think they mean well, not because I don't think that they do in fact have some data. It's just that their data management seems to lag a little bit. They may be really, really good in some major markets, but if you're not either where their headquarters are or one of the major markets they're focusing in, your data may be old. It may not be cultivated, meaning, and this is honestly the worst offender, whenever there's a data company, they don't remove old records. So in other words, you'll see an ad that says, look up foreclosures in your county, and you'll click on it. It'll be like, oh, there's 7,000. You're like, oh man, that's so many. Well, but if you actually were to look deeper, you'd see that 6,400 of them sold, over the last 5 years. They're already done. So technically, they are foreclosure listings, but they're not active properties. If that makes sense. So they don't do a good job of removing old records, is what I'm saying. So if you can get a free 7-day trial, if you can, pay a nominal fee to get a peek at it, it's certainly worth test driving. The best subscription services I've found are the ones that are generated locally and then distributed locally. There's a great company here in this area that the public-facing website is not great, and so you usually have to go to the intranet in the county building to use the computers, which you can do, which I did for many years. But then what happened was I would go there every morning to look at the new foreclosure listings for that day, and I would go immediately to try to contact the people. Well, before long, there was a nice young lady who would sit one or two computers down, and I could see that she was doing the same thing. And so I said, hey, what are you doing? And she said, I'm pulling up these listings. I said, oh, that's what I'm doing. That's cool. Are you an investor? And she said, no, I work for a data company. I'm like, oh, really? Dang it. Well, the fact that she's there also, I just saved myself 3 hours or 2 hours, if you include travel and typing, depending on how many records there are, 2 to 3 hours. So on one hand, I'm disappointed because there's obviously a distribution list that they're going to be competing. But on the other hand, if she's already there typing, I'll just pay the subscription instead of me doing it, right? And they deliver it as a spreadsheet that I could sort. I can copy and paste, all that kind of stuff. So look for a subscription. Again, use Google. It is your friend. I'll obviously use judgment as well. So when you use Google, you have to filter the results through your own common sense, I hope. The next way is to advertise. So there's a lot of folks that do We Buy Houses signs. If you wanted to specifically target foreclosures, you could say, stop foreclosure, avoid foreclosure, We Buy Houses in foreclosure. You see how I'm doing this? Any signal word that you want to put in there on your signs. Or if you do an online ad, there's a lot of folks that are dabbling with Facebook or Instagram, any of that kind of stuff. I think there's probably a way to generate real estate leads. I mean, I know there is a way. The 100% guaranteed way to generate real estate leads online is to spend a ton of money on ads. And the question is, do you generate enough business to pay for the ads and profitability? That is a legitimate question, but it's all the same. If you're targeting foreclosures, use the word stop foreclosure, avoid foreclosure, sell your house before foreclosure, any of that kind of stuff. And then, of course, networking. I know somebody mentioned earlier, how do you network? Networking is just going through your own influence and just saying, hey, I don't know if you've heard, I'm doing real estate. If you need anyone who can, if you know anyone who needs to sell their house, let me know. I might be able to help. Right. So let me see if I'm trying to make sure. So I think that's it. Let me get to a couple of these questions over here. Alexis, do you use any other lead source other than foreclosure? So I personally, foreclosure is my bread and butter. This is the main thing that I've been doing for 17 years. But I guess the second one would be networking. So I answered your question. I think having 2 or 3 finding methods at any given time will be more consistent than one. My 80% to 90% focus has always been foreclosures, but I'm always networking. Hey, what do? I buy houses. I fix them up. Cool. Here's my card. Sometimes I get a call, sometimes I don't. So always networking. And what was the other one? I was going to say signs too. I've definitely got deals from signs. And the only thing I warn you guys about is, I don't know if it's a warning, I prepare you for is expectations. So normally what you do is whenever you think of advertising, you think of, okay, how many impressions am I going to get versus how many responses, right? So if it's an online ad, especially if it's one of these social ones, you can show how many people have been served the ad and how many people interacted with it, right? Roadside signs, you don't have the instant feedback, but you can basically decide, okay, if I buy a box of 50 signs and I put out 10 or 15 a week for the next 4 weeks, how many calls did I get, right? And usually there's a ratio. For me, it's about 3 or 4 calls per 100 signs. And that's fine because the signs aren't that expensive. If I get one deal out of it, it pays for like 10 sign orders. So that's basically what I've done. So mostly foreclosure, and I'll talk about all the different ways that we advertise. So this is just getting the list. This is just you getting yourself a list of names and addresses. We'll go over advertising in a moment, but foreclosure advertising, I do signs, and of course, always networking. In fact, all the deals I've done this year so far have come via previous relationships. So networking is a huge component. I know I'm sort of glossing over it, but also it's something that you can't force. It's just something that develops over time. But yes, always be networking, always pass the word around, have some cards printed up. Business cards, who uses business cards? Well, you do, I guess, right? I mean, have something that you can put into their hands. I buy houses, right? Not all of them are going to stick, but you want people to think of you when they have a house that might need to be sold. And again, that's for friends and family too, right? So if they need to sell their house, that's a direct hit. But a lot of times my referrals are a friend of a friend. And yeah, I think you'll find that as well. Jeff says, is list source good pre-foreclosures? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that service. Give it a try. Can you try it for very low risk? Julie says, Renatus iOS is awesome as well. That is true. So we do have is it a compendium? I don't know. We offer a branded software called Renatus iOS. And if I understood correctly, I think Bob Tierney, is it Bob or somebody else? I think there's going to be a whole Renatus iOS module at the one of the last segments of today. So yeah, it's a software. It's a database, just like we talked about. It's a database. I will tell you that they pull all the data from public records, just like every database. So the ground zero for all this stuff is the county recorder. Everything else below this is us looking for different ways to package the information so we can use it easier. I mean, I'd much rather, instead of going to the county, what used to happen is I'd pull up the original document and I would scan it and I would write down the name and the address and sometimes the balance, whatever was listed, the foreclosure date, whatever was available. And then I'd close it and I'd open up the new document and I'd have to do it manually. But if you order a subscription, then it's a spreadsheet already, so it's easier to manipulate. So yeah, great point. Brian says, what are the different exit strategies once finding the seller of property? So I could boil every exit strategy in real estate down to either short or long. So either a short, which is like a flip, and short is of course relative. Sometimes you can do a flip in a week, and sometimes it takes 4 or 5 months. But basically anything less than 12 months, I believe, is short, and that actually from a tax perspective as well. Short-term cap gains. Anyway, so anytime we're looking at real estate and how do we make money, either I make a lump sum by selling it quickly for more than I paid for it, or I collect money over time renting it out. So those are all of the exit strategies are under those two categories. And of course, you can find a hybrid where you rent it out for a couple of years and then you sell it. It's still one of those two categories. So yeah, those are them. Either quick flip or collect cash flow and later you can sell it or not. Yeah, Bob just confirmed that that he's going to go into detail. So we'll put a pin in this. I'll just reiterate that the county recorder again is where all the data comes from. The only question of whether I should pay for a subscription or not is, in fact, the ease of manipulating the data and the usefulness it is to me. So it is worth paying for that, by the way. I do believe in paying a subscription to have the data served up to me that I can instantly use instead of the time that I used to spend looking at each individual document and pulling the information manually. So, okay, so now you've got a list. Does everyone feel like they can find a list? If for whatever reason you feel like you don't know this, I'll just be as explicit as possible. Whatever your county is, just do this exact Google search. Your county, maybe your state, in case, Orange County, I think they got one in California, they got one in New York, they have an Orange County in Florida. Anyway, you understand. So put your state too. Orange County, California, foreclosure list, recorder's office, any of that, whatever that. Ultimately, you want to get the official county website and go research that first. Because if it's free and it's easy and it's a great database, then do that. But then from then on, like I said, once you do that Google search, there's going to be ads served up to you from companies that provide this type of stuff. So I believe at this point, everybody on the conversation today should be able to get access to a local list of foreclosures. I believe it completely. If anyone feels like they can't, this is a good time to chime in. But I feel like that's what we've just covered. So, assuming that is satisfactory, let's say what happens after I have the list. All right. I need to stop annotating. We can't move it ahead. I'm going to try this. It was that. Okay. So okay. It was the annotating. It wasn't letting me advance the slides. Okay. So normally if I was in the room with you, I would do that Google search together. But since there's folks from all over the country today, do the Google search. Try some of them out, by the way. It's not like you're going to do the right one and the rest are wrong. You're going to find varying degrees of accessibility from these different companies that provide services. Test a few out. Spend a couple bucks. Don't spend a lot. Do the free trial and see how the database looks, and then move on from there. So okay. So now this next segment is I understand the foreclosure process. I've got a list of people who have been issued a foreclosure notice. Again, that's either a notice of default or a list pending if it's a judicial state. Let's see here. If it's a judicial state, anyway, judicial, it's a list pendens, which just means there's been a suit filed. If it's non-judicial, it's an NOD, notice, looks like a WAD, notice of default. Right? It's the same functionality, it's just a different procedure. But basically, actually, you know what might be a good idea? I maybe could have done this a moment ago, but I'm doing it now. Each of you take a moment, or write a note. You don't have to do it right this second. Although if you have a second screen, you certainly could. If you have never done this, you should. You should type out foreclosure process. Actually, you know what I can do? I just realized. I think I can just type on this, can't I? Yeah. So type in foreclosure process in your state. I just read through it. If you don't already know, and I apologize because a lot of times I'm coming to this situation. There's brand new people. There's people who've been doing it for a while, and so I guess they're sort of starting with the idea that you understood the benchmarks of foreclosure, and so that's why we're doing this right now. If you were to just search this foreclosure process, whatever your state is, you'll see a few websites. A lot of them are law firms, like legal firms, that just give a summary of okay, in this state, usually it starts with X state is a judicial state, right? So if it's judicial versus non-judicial, they're all homes for sale. So it doesn't matter to us. The only thing is, what document am I looking for? Am I looking for the lis pendens or the NOD, which is the notice of default? It's procedurally the same. I'm looking for a person who's about to lose their house and then see if they need to sell it, right? So, but this is helpful for you to understand that you're on the right path. So Google search the foreclosure process in your state. That should help you to know that you're on the right track. The other good thing is, Jeffrey says, if it's a notice of default or lis pendens, does that mean it's officially pre-foreclosure or in the process of foreclosure? So let me go big picture here for a moment. You see, I'll just do it on the screen because I'm already here. So basically, you've got miss a payment equals delinquent. Can you guys see the typing that I'm typing on here? I hope it is. I'll assume you can, because I've been typing extra information on the screen. If you haven't seen it, then that's a bad thing. So if you miss a payment, you're delinquent. If they give the notice, which is either the lis pendens or the NOD, now you are what we call pre-foreclosure, which is what we're targeting, pre-foreclosure. That means the public has been notified that the bank is taking action to get the house back. And then the sale date, and they give the auction. They publish the sale date, and then the auction takes place. The auction is the moment of foreclosure. So, but what we're doing when we say we're foreclosure investing, like this whole process. Hold on, I'm trying to shift back over to. Can I shift over without removing this? Anyway, I guess I can't. What I'm trying to articulate here is, here it is. Done now. There it is. This whole process is like capital F foreclosure, but the actual time that we're dealing is any time before the auction. The actual moment of the sale is the foreclosure. Does that make sense? So the terminology is a little loosey-goosey. If I say, I got a foreclosure house, it could theoretically be someone who's behind the payments, someone has a notice of default issued. I could have gone to the auction. I could have gone after the auction and bought it from the bank. Any one of those are theoretically foreclosure properties because there's some part of the process. But what we're targeting is people before the sale takes place. Any person who has not, because once it forecloses, now the bank owns it or somebody else bought it. So that is it. How do I get out of this? Oh, I know. There's. Got it. Okay. Good question. Is that helpful? I think it is. So it casts a wide net. It's any time before the actual moment of sale. Now, of course, from a practical standpoint, if the sale is in an hour, the likelihood of me conducting a transaction prior to that is slim. It's happened. I mean, I've got people to get a sale postponed or canceled and able to purchase. But any time in that whole month-long process where they're not making payments before the sale date. But the reason why we're focusing on the notice of default and list pendants is that's basically when the public is keyed in. I don't have direct access to every single person who missed 30 days or 30 days late or 60 days late. Now, there are actually databases you can buy from credit bureaus that will sell you the information of people who are 120 days late. That would be something you could target as well. I never have. I just saw a public record one. But yeah. So now I've got a list of people who have been issued a notice publicly that they're being foreclosed. Now, the reason why that's important, not only because I need the information, but the person who owns the house is issued a document saying you're about to lose your house. And then shortly thereafter, I show up and say, hey, let's talk about this. So it's perfect timing for me. Let's see here. Steven says, is there judgment before you have a sales date? So I think typically what happens, so in the notice of default, actually, let me go back one more step. So non-judicial, the whole foreclosure process is very systemized. It's already built into the whole sale process. When you buy a house, you get a mortgage, which is the note, the money that you owe the bank, and a deed of trust. The deed of trust is a document that secures the mortgage to the property, and it says right in there that if you violate the terms of the mortgage, then we'll foreclose. And then they just go ahead and do it. It's administrative. In a judicial state, they actually file a suit, and a judge says yes, you can proceed with the foreclosure. So, but for our practical purposes, what we mostly just want to know is once that's been notified, the homeowner's been notified that they're about to lose their house. We want that to take place because then we come in and say, hey, seems like you might need a solution with your house. Does that make sense? So that's why we're doing it at this time. Let's see here. So William says, so even if these properties are in the MLS, they can be negotiated for a lower price, even if they're represented by an agent? Possibly, yeah. In most MLSs, I say that with my limited experience because obviously there's thousands of MLSs, but in the ones I've encountered, if a home is in foreclosure, they have to disclose that in the MLS. So you can still list your home and try to sell it before the auction date, but it has to be disclosed. So you could do a search for in your area all homes that are in active foreclosure. In other words, they're in foreclosure. There's a sale date set, and are in the MLS. And yeah, you can offer anything you want. Now you do still have to, if it's in the MLS, you do have to make an offer through the real estate agent because they have a contract to represent that person. But yeah, you could certainly pull a list of MLS properties that are in foreclosure and offer whatever you want. And if they are urgent enough, they could accept your offer. Yeah, great. Let's see what else. Jeffrey, in your experience, how typical do you see a homeowner that goes into pre-foreclosure satisfy the mortgage payment and becomes current? You know what? It's hard to put a percentage. It's really not that uncommon, somebody to have a temporary hardship and then either borrow money from a friend or a credit card or a 401k. There's different mechanisms in place when it relates to a personal residence. It's common enough. I think the majority of homes that start foreclosure end up finally being sold, but there certainly is a good core group of them. I don't worry about that, by the way. If I get a list of foreclosures, I'm going to pursue the whole list. And if I talk to somebody who says we got it resolved, I say, great, congratulations. So I'm not worried that a huge bulk of the list is not going to pan out. I just know that some may not need to sell. So Steven says, so once the list pendants is filed, the lender is just waiting on a sales date from the courts. Yeah, more or less. Basically, think of it this way. So each state, I mean, anyone could do this. This is another Google search. And hopefully, to me, when I tell you to do a Google search, it used to be where I felt apologetic because I'm supposed to be teaching you, but all the content that we're going through is technically out there somewhere. I'm just organizing it for you in a certain way. But I'm actually purposely showing you that if you don't know something, just look for it and research it. Anything. Like you could have sat down this morning and said, I'm going to spend 5 hours today trying to learn how to be a foreclosure investor, you could have gone down a rabbit hole of any number of different chat rooms and discussion boards and blog posts, and you probably could have gotten people saying, "Hey, it's terrible. I lost my life savings." You could get people say, "Hey, I started last year. I made $500,000." It's all out there. And so I use Google all the time if I don't know something. Anyway, what I was going to say is each state has the entire foreclosure process is already predefined by the state law. And so you can go to your state constitution and look for the real estate area, look for the foreclosure process and read it. And so, yes, the specific date of a specific property is going to be issued by the court, but the timeframes and the process and the methods that everybody follows is exactly the same within the same state. So for you to Google Illinois foreclosure process, or actually Illinois statute, real estate statutes, and you can just read them. It's not. I mean, the whole civil code or whatever of every state constitution is thousands of pages, but the real estate section is probably only 3 or 4 pages. So for you to read exactly what it says about homeowners and their rights and lenders and their rights and how to recover your money by foreclosing, it's probably worth doing. But anyway, so the entire process is already set out in the state constitution, but the specifics for any individual property will be issued by the court. So, all right. So now you've got a list of people who have been issued a foreclosure notice. They've been put on notice by the banks that they're about to get foreclosed. And Dave, I see your question here. I'm going to defer it for just a moment, but I see it. He's asking what not to say to the homeowner. So I'll get into what to say to him, and then a roundabout way I'll say what not to. So we've got a list of homeowners. How do I get in front of them? We've already had a few questions about phone calls and texts. And so I want to be a little bit transparent, but also, what's the cross between transparent and disclaiming? So anything you decide to do is at your risk. Normally I don't do texting unless I've interacted with the person. Once I've interacted with somebody in any way, shape, or form, I will then text. In fact, I like texting. I prefer it sometimes if I just need to give someone information or ask the question. You know how people are these days. They are sometimes 10 times more likely to just reply to a quick text. Like, have you ever called somebody and they didn't pick up and you left a message and then they text you like, "What do you need?" Yeah, that's just what we all do. Anyway, so I will never text unsolicited, but I honestly will call sometimes if I can find a phone number. That is, watch this, if the number is publicly available somehow. So in other words, I did one actually live in front of a group in Phoenix a couple, Anyway, we had a name and address of a person who was in pre-foreclosure. I just put the name and address into Google, and it pulled up a painting contractor that was the same name. So we figured it was the person who was listed in the foreclosure, and his phone number was right there on painting website. So if it's publicly accessible, I think you can call the number. That's my risk tolerance. I don't know if it's legal or not. Honestly, no one's ever challenged me, and I've never been sued, and et cetera, et cetera. If somebody knows more about the do not list, then go with your knowledge. But I believe that if I find their number on the website, I can call them. So you call the number and say, "Hey, notice that you're asking for foreclosure. I'm an investor. What are your plans?" I'll actually go through that whole conversation in a moment. But I just wanted to let you know on a phone call. I believe that if you have the name and the address and you put it into Google, and if it yields a phone number, I think you can use it. That's not a legal pronouncement. That's just practical. That's what I do. Direct mail is the core. That's the bread and butter. So when I get a list, what I usually do is I sort geographically. So in this area, we've got, I cover basically 3 counties. And within those 3 counties, there's probably 10 municipalities. And so I've done deals in all those areas, but I've got a core that I would prefer. So in other words, if you were to say, where's your ideal, if I were to drop your ideal property in your lap, where would it be? And I've got 2 or 3 different areas that I would love to just, any deal would be gold in that area. And for you, by if you don't know where that area is in your city or town or county, don't worry about it. Trial and error. Just give it a try. I've done deals everywhere, and some that once I went through a deal, I decided, I don't want to do any more deals here. That's fine. But I still did a deal. Anyway, so I get the list. I sort it based on priority, and then I will send letters and postcards. I don't know why my accent came out there. I don't have an accent. Letters and postcards. And Terrence has chimed in. Zaba search is free and an old standby for locating people. So that's an FYI to the group. Zaba search. I don't know anything about it. Not an endorsement. Just reading it out loud. So I'll do letters and postcards. And here's the beauty of direct mail. If you send one letter, it's almost like gambling, because who knows if they're going to open it, if they're going to read it, if they're going to call, if they're going to think about it. But if you send multiples, your chances of interaction go higher. So I guess what I'll say about direct mail is that if I had a budget, so by the way, you'll have to figure out what your budget is, because you got to buy paper, you got to print stuff. You can use third-party mailing companies and just upload the list, and they'll do it. There's a cost obviously associated with that, usually a cost per item. And so figure out what your budget is. Yeah, we're in business. We got to spend some money. And don't waste it. But advertising is one of the things that you're going to have to spend some money on, and hopefully you're making the best choice that that will yield something. And so, but there's going to be trial and error. There's going to be some testing. So anyway, what I was going to say is, if you decide that your budget is, let's say, 200 pieces of mail, just for example, I don't know. So for a postcard, it's a little cheaper. For a letter, you get you're paying usually first class postage plus the paper and the envelope and whatnot. So it's at least 50 cents per unit, right, for a stamp. Is that what it is? 55 cents, something like that. And Bob just reminded me, the Renaissance iOS that Bob's going to go into later this afternoon, it has a direct mail service that you can just plug right into. Absolutely. But when I started, I did the old version where I physically wrote the letters for months, and then I hired somebody to do it. And then from then on, I haven't been writing it. It's systemized more, but I still have a person who's physically doing it. Now, by the way, if you use one of these online services, they have a human, but they're human over there. It's not, you don't have to deal with it. You just put in the order. Anyway, what I was going to say is, if you have a budget for 200 units of mail this month, instead of getting a list of 200 and sending one item, I would not do that. I would prefer to narrow the list down to like 25 and send 8 pieces of mail sequentially to those 25 people. And by the time you get to 5, 6, 7 repetitions, that's the person's going to actually start to take notice and to reply. Now, if you were to do a statistical curve, when you send out the first mailer, you might get a little blip, right? A little bit of response. But then the second and the third is kind of flat. But then once you get to like 7 or 8, there's another spike. And so I'd much rather have you send a series of letters. Now, if you're going to do a series, and I do think you should, there's got to be some way to tie it together, like thematically. So whether you have a real unique name, or a company name, or a logo, or some color scheme, you want it to be thematically the same. So it's not 10 random people. It's the same person 7 or 8 times. That makes sense. So yes, do a series. Yes, have some kind of a thematic, whether it's a tagline, a logo, a business name, the DBA, which is doing business as. So whatever your LLC is, it may not be memorable. But if you're like, Deluxe Home Buyers, and they have a nice little logo up there, they're going to recognize, it's the same person over and over. So that part is important. Let me get back over to Mike. Says, if the foreclosure is listed on the MLS, do you have to make the offer through an agent? Yes. If it's on the MLS, that agent has a contract with the owner to represent. Whether you make the offer through the listing agent or your own agent, you could decide. I don't always use my own agent, but you have to go through the agent. So, Joey, touching back on a previous question, if a foreclosure is listed in the MLS, you have to make the offer to the agent. Hey, same question. Great, we covered it. Yeah, it's considered bad form to try to work with the homeowner directly because they hired an agent to represent them. And in some areas, it's just unethical. I don't know if it's illegal. I mean, if it's illegal for me, I don't know if it's illegal. I'm licensed. So if I see something in the MLS and I go and talk to the homeowner, I've violated my licensing requirements, which is not to interfere with other people's clients. If you're just a member of the public and you go directly to the person, you might get a slap on the wrist. It's certainly unethical if now that you know that you shouldn't do that. But you're also going to cause strained relations. And if you really want the property, just go through the agent. Offer whatever you're going to offer, regardless, and they'll figure it out on their end, right? So you still make your investment offer. You don't have to worry about whatever the list price is. You make your offer that will work for you. Terry says, should I get a real estate license to buy properties? You certainly could if you wanted to. I don't think you need to, so don't get that first. Go ahead and keep trying to do real estate. Sorry, I'm looking at it. I thought I heard a small voice out in the hallway, but I don't see any feet. So, I think, what was I saying? MLS? Oh, yeah. So I was an investor for 6 years before I got my real estate license. And I hired real estate agents the entire time. And I was glad to do it. And then eventually I started to do the math and my skill set came up to the level where, like at the beginning, I couldn't handle all the marketing of the properties and all the acquisitions. So I hired somebody. But then later, it made sense for me to have a license. And even if I had an assistant, I could keep all those commissions in-house, right? So anyway, no. The short answer is no. Don't go get a license first. Let's do some real estate investing. Use an agent for that purpose. And if you really love it, then go get a license. The reason I say that is a lot of people think, oh yeah, I'll just get a real estate license and then I'll have a bunch of properties. But the reality is this process that we're talking about of getting a foreclosure list, marketing to people, that's well, anyone who's licensed will know this. If you go to a real estate agent training, it's the same thing. They say, okay, where are the people that need to sell their houses? How do we get in front of them? We send them a letter. We send them a postcard. We send them a marketing analysis. We interact with them on social media. It's all you're still gonna have to learn how to generate business no matter what. So just do it without the added expense and the added documentation and training and whatever of getting a real estate license. Later, eventually, if it makes sense, sure. I think it's an advantage to me to have a license, but it's certainly not how I got started. So direct mail. So let me speak one more word to direct mail, which is the language that you would put in there. I'm going to use my annotations again. So in a direct mail piece, you need to have a clear call to action. Actually, let me do one more thing. So you need to have urgency, curiosity, call to action, contact info. All right. Marlene, if you are a realtor and buy and sell property, do I have to split my commission with my sponsoring broker? I don't. Yeah, short answer is yes. That's not how I would phrase it. I get what you're saying, but what happens is when you get a license, you do usually have to work underneath like you said, a sponsoring broker or a designated broker or a managing broker, whatever your state calls it. You have to place your license under a supervising broker, would be like the catch-all term. But however, your fee structure is not set by the state. So in other words, like in the brokerage that I'm with, I do not own the brokerage. I don't want to own a brokerage, but when I transact business, I have a certain exemption for my own personal transactions. I'd still pay a fee to the brokerage. It's less than a retail transaction, but that's the price you pay. You know, it would cost me way more to open a brokerage. So yeah, I pay a fee to my broker to transact any deals, because as a licensee, you have to do certain disclaimers and make sure that it's clear, you know, that you've disclosed your licensing status to the customer or the client. And your broker is responsible for documenting and maintaining all those records. So yeah, you do have to pay a fee to your broker, but it's not set in stone. And it doesn't have to be the exact same amount that you pay on a retail transaction. So maybe you could shop around and find a broker that works with folks that do a lot of individual transactions. Stephen says, do you have any recommendations on mailing companies to do the direct mail? So the only one I could truly endorse is the one that is part of Renatus iOS. So Bob will cover that in a few hours. But ultimately, they're competitive. So for you to research some and maybe try some out, I would recommend that and see if you get a better response from one or the other. But no, outside of the one that we provide, I don't have another company that I could think of by name. All right, so let's go back to your direct mail bullet points. So urgency. So when I send a letter, I usually lead off with something like, I introduce myself, hey, I'm an investor, and I'm looking for 2 more houses this month. And so by putting something like that, there's limited capacity for purchasing. And honestly, I do have some capacity. I haven't hit it recently. In other words, even if I'm doing 2 or 3 deals, I can use it to do more. But at some points, I have hit capacity to where I didn't want to take on a new deal. And so I want your direct mail to have, I want it to be truthful, right? It doesn't have, you decide what truthful is. I 100% encourage and advocate and recommend truthfulness. And for me to say I'm looking for 2 properties to buy this month is 100% true. But the subtext is that I may not be able to buy theirs, which is true. If I get 3 calls this week, so it's one thing for me to buy 3 or 5 properties a month. But if I get 3 calls today, I'm going to prioritize which one I think is the best deal. And if I get back to the other person 3 or 4 days later, then maybe I'll get it or maybe I won't. So anyway, I just want to acknowledge that anything you put in your marketing has to be correct and true. So urgency, I'm looking to buy 2 properties this month. And if you think that it would help you to sell your house, let's talk. So something like that. The thing about curiosity, so my favorite thing to put, let me see where I am on this, curiosity. The thing about curiosity is if I just say, hi, I want to buy your house, that's kind of, I don't know, it's not exciting, it's not specific, it's sort of generic. Everyone's like, oh, great, they want to buy the house. What I've devised, and you guys are welcome to use it because there's so many different areas. I don't know if there's going to be a ton of overlap. Maybe there is, and I will shoot myself in the foot, but I guess I'm open to that risk. My go-to currently is, when you guys, I was going to say you could write this down. I'll go ahead and type it. If it would help you to sell your house quickly, I have an idea, doesn't have to be capitalized. I think you will like. Give me. And then they're like, dang, what's this idea? I got to hear the idea. What is it? So that's just what I use. You're welcome to use some approximation to that. You're welcome to think of something else. But the point is, I want to plant a little mind worm that it's hard to get out. So they say, if I'll help you to sell your house quickly, I have an idea that you're like, what is it? What's the idea? What could it be? The only way to find out is to give me a call. So curiosity of some variety. But you can even, I hate to say this, but you guys are creative and you're going to do your own thing anyway. It's almost like clickbait. Right? You could go 100% clickbait formula, even though instead of a click, it's a phone call. And you could do something like, find out what 3 Downers Grove citizens learned the hard way. It's like, what does that even mean? You know, and so when they call you, like, yeah, well, they didn't call in time and they got the house foreclosed. That's what they learned the hard way. The point is to get the conversation, not to construct an entire alternate reality. But again, make your curiosity something that will pique their interest. If you're an expert at copywriting, just do some clickbait. Anyway, so the clear call to action is give me a call. At this point, really, I really just want a phone call. Grace says, I'm originally from Downers Grove. Glad to have you, Grace. Welcome. I shouted out Downers Grove because the home office today is, I don't know if any of the people are there, but that's where the home office for this broadcast is. Give me a call. So let me think. Here's what you're going to want to do, and you can do when you know what you're doing, but don't do it first. Everybody wants to just put a system in place where they put a web page with a form that people can fill out, gather the information. I don't have to talk to anybody. I don't have to mess with it. And we all want that, but it's just less effective. The most effective way to initiate a transaction is a conversation with somebody. And then depending on how it goes, we can use technology later. The web forms, the links, the clicks. Yeah, there's a place for that. But when we're starting out, the very first thing you need, and by the way, if I tell you you need a landing page, you need a funnel, you need a website, and all this stuff, you're going to use that as your excuse to not get started. I want you to start on Monday and find a property and go through these steps. And by Friday, I want you to be talking to people about selling their house. If I tell you to go get a website, you're going to spend the next month tinkering around with your website. So do you need a website? That's up to you. You could certainly use a website, but that's not first. It's not next. The first thing is a conversation with somebody that I'm generating. That's how I put on the phone. I don't put a website or an email or a URL or anything on the mailer. It's just my name and my number. If they want to find out what this is, what's this great idea, what do these people avoid, they got to call the number. And that's where I want them. Lorraine says, how do you handle your direct mail when you're looking to buy for yourself? You put in your business name and your broker's info. So I do need to put a disclaimer that I am a licensed agent in the name of the brokerage. Now, what you'll need to do if you're licensed is find out what your state requires in terms of disclosure. So yes, on mine I do disclose. This is from a licensed agent for this brokerage. But if they go to my brokerage website, it's a pretty big brokerage and it's just retail, right? They can look for homes that are listed. They can see the listed agents. And so they're not going to get any information about what I'm talking about here. They still have to call me. Does that make sense? So yeah, if you're licensed, you need to know what your disclosure requirements are, including direct mail. And yes, but I don't put a link. I don't put a website. I don't want them going. So the reason why is this. I don't want them going to the website, reading the information about foreclosure and deciding whether or not I can help them before we have a conversation. That's what's going to happen. They're going to, oh no, that's not for me. They're going to assume what it is and they're going to say it's not for them. So, okay, give me a call. So then all of this, give me a call, and then obviously that's your phone number. So everything you see over here is all this stuff is applicable to all these methods. So if I'm doing direct mail, urgency, curiosity, contact info, call to action. If I'm doing a phone call, remember I told you if I search and I can find their number, I don't mind calling them. So I call them. Here's how I do phone calls. Write this down. I'll call once. If they don't pick up, I will not leave a message. But within an hour, I'll call again. So they'll recognize the same number. I'll call again, and the second time I will leave a message. Hey, this is Gavin. I'm a real estate agent here in town, and I've got a methodology here that if it would help you to sell your house quickly, I've got a cool little strategy that I've been using, and I'd love to chat with you about it. And so give me a call back, and here's my number. And then so again, urgency, curiosity, call to action. They got my number. Same with door knocking. So when I go knock on the door, I have the list of addresses and names. I can go right to their houses. It's more time intensive because I got to physically drive there. I'll drive to their house, I'll knock on the door, and I'll have the same conversation only verbally. If they don't answer, if you're going to spend time driving to a second location, meaning instead of just your office, if you're going to drive around to different properties, they're not going to answer the door, even if they're home. Sometimes they will, but probably percentage-wise, very few. So you leave a note, and guess what that note has? It's basically the same as your direct mail. It could literally be your direct mail piece. You leave it there. Now they know who knocked on their door, and if they want information, they can call. Okay. Property finders is just when you have somebody other than you who's doing these exact same things. So in other words, you have somebody who is in your organization that you hire, or you don't even have to hire them as an employee. You can just say, do these steps, and if you find a property, bring it to me, and we'll work on it. All right. Eric in the Twin Cities area, what type of loan to seek? The one about property that's condemned and can't be purchased with a traditional mortgage. So maybe we don't have cash for it. Eric, I did not issue the challenge for you to try to stump me, but you in some ways have. The only answer I can give directly, unless there's a specific program that I'm not aware of, which is possible, the answer to everything is private money. So in other words, there's a network of private investors who have funding available that they can use to buy real estate. And so, you know, we've got training for that, not today, but necessarily there's a private money class. But yeah, private investors, that's the answer. Roy, do you use a ringless voicemail drop or leave the message for each lead? You know what? I've really been on the fence. Part of this is a personal vendetta. So far, I'm just manually doing it because I'm doing a fairly small list. I hate getting the ringless things. And maybe it's because, no, hold on. I want to be full disclosure. Maybe it's because it's like 5 times a day and it's always either health insurance or some kind of MLM. And I get those all the time. And so I don't like them, and I'm not going to respond to them. But this is different. I agree. I haven't used a ringless. I would recommend that if you want to, you can certainly try. Yeah, I haven't done that yet. So good question. All right. So what we've done so far, you've got a list of names and addresses. Now you've got at least three, and this is the 3. If you can only do 1, you should knock doors because it costs, other than gas and printing up some flyers, the only limit is time. So if you're the person with a lot of time and not a big budget for marketing, then just drive around to the different properties. So now you've got names and addresses, you've got methodologies for approaching folks, and where does that leave us? I'll tell you right now. It leaves us with the seller information sheet. So David earlier asked, what's the one thing you should never say to the person? I mean, obviously there's not one. Don't be obscene or mean, but don't worry about saying the wrong thing, right? So obviously we're within the bounds of social propriety. Don't worry about saying the wrong thing. Should I say I'm an investor? Should I say I'm an agent? Should I say I want to buy your house? Or should I say, hey, what's going on? There's a lot of variability and flexibility. I don't want people to be nervous and worried about saying the wrong thing. I will tell you the simplest stuff. So I'll give you a through line of things to say, but don't worry about saying I'm brand new, I've never done a deal before, because that is what people are. If you're brand new, you've never done a real estate transaction, and you're feeling nervous about it, I feel for you. And don't worry about it. They don't care. So we'll get into that here in just a moment. But right now, I want to get into the seller information sheet. So what happened is this. We got a name, did some marketing, we're in front of somebody, and now you're like, great, I'm in front of somebody, I've got their attention, what do I say to them? So actually let me think what I'm going to do. Well, I'll leave it on here. I can just make my notes up top. So this is correct information, by the way. So let's say somebody calls me back, I left a message or I sent them a letter, they call and say, hey, I got your letter, you said something about buying my house. Okay, that's where we are at this point in the process. I say, great. Yeah, thanks for the call. Hey, just remind me, I sent out a few of those letters. Will you remind me which address is this? Steve says, will you send direct mail before running your numbers? Absolutely. I haven't run any numbers yet. So in other words, when I get a list of pre-foreclosures, I don't analyze any of those properties. Now I might look and see, I might scan for like mobile homes. Mobile homes is an investment strategy. It's not mine. So I might scan for mobile homes. I might scan for the very lowest of the low. I might scan for luxury properties, and I take those out because I want to hit the median price point, plus or minus a little bit of a ratio. So other than screening the list, I'm not analyzing each property at all. Yeah. So then they call and it's great. It's the call. I sent out a few letters. I'm not sure. I can't remember which one was yours. Remind me of the address again. All right. So this is your list. So you got the name. Is this the best number to call you? Do you have an email address you'd be willing to share with me? Now, at some point, like this is really what we're going to get to is the property details, because this is when we can run the numbers. The fellow who just asked, have you run the numbers yet? No, I haven't, because I need this information first. So if somebody calls, other than getting whatever their best contact information, I'm basically just verifying. Remind me your name. Is this the best number? And I may or may not get the email right now. I might get it at the end. But this is really what we need to analyze the property. Remind me the address. And where is that again? And how many bedrooms is it? And how many bathrooms is it? And how many garage stalls is it? And how many stories is it? What's the square footage? So it's all right here. So by the way, this sheet is in the Vernatus back office. So if you remember Vernatus, if you've got the education, you can get this. It's available in the forms library. But if not, that's fine. I know there's some folks on here that have not joined Vernatus yet, and that's fine. I think that by the end of today, you'll still be able to go out and search out some foreclosure properties. You'll just have to create your own, right? But look how easy it is. It's just basically their contact information and the property details, right? That's it. Once I have that information, I'm going to pivot and I'm going to gather. I'm not going to gather. I'm gathering the information, then I pivot, and there's three items of conversation. That will determine moving forward. Property info. Oh yeah, this is it. Financial info. So a lot of times people ask me if I have a script. I do not. But if you use this framework, you should be fine. It's just, in other words, so instead of a script that you follow, it's just a conversational structure, so you don't forget anything. So the first one is property info. We covered that down here, right? You gather the details of the property. Second one is the financial info. I don't have it on this sheet, but you guys can certainly create your own sheet that will remind you. The financial info is basically what's the mortgage balance, what's the monthly payment, how many payments are you behind? That's basically it. Mortgage balance, monthly payment, how many payments are you behind? You gonna get that? Next one, the last one is personal information. So I usually go in this order. So tell me about the property, tell me about the mortgage, and then the last, tell me about your situation. And that's literally a great segue. Like you don't have to worry about crafting the perfect question. I just say, tell me about your situation. And if they don't dive right in, they say, what do you mean? Well, it seems like we're about to talk about whether I could buy your house, and if that would help you, what do you got going on? I mean, that's how I do it. So if they're playing coy, I'll just restate it a couple times. But usually when I say, tell me about your situation, they know context. And they say, oh yeah, well, I lost my job, or I got a divorce, or the house needs repairs. There's basically, I'll tell you, the commonalities are job loss, bankruptcy, divorce, death. So a lot of times somebody has died and we're going to be dealing with a family member. That's like the vast majority of all these foreclosures, because those trigger an inability to pay the mortgage, and therefore we either got to figure out a way to get the money or sell the house. So at the end of this, this is a great place. I'm gonna give a little teaser on the property analysis, because a couple of people have already asked, well, how do we know if it's a deal? How do we analyze the property? So I'm going to start on that. We'll of course, we're not going to have much time before lunch, but I'll start on it, and then we'll finish it up later. So once I've gathered all this information, before I get off the phone with them, let me see, I'm going to do a new one down here. there's a thing called a FAM, which stands for always book a meeting from a meeting. So if I'm on the phone with somebody, before I hang up, we clearly identify when we're going to talk again. So they just called me. I gathered this information. I say, this is what I say. And it's almost like a script. You can write it down if you'd like to, or you can just remember. I say, this looks like a deal I'd be interested in. In order to know for sure, I'd have to come look at the property. When can I come see the property? If they say, well, what are you going to offer? How much can you pay? Yada, yada, yada. I just stick to my guns because I can't really make a good offer unless I've seen it. So I say, well, it definitely is something I'm interested in. But in order to make an offer, I have to come see the property. When can I come see the property? Okay. So as soon as they say, tomorrow at noon or whatever, now we book the appointment. I say, great, I'll see you then. Then as soon as I hang up, I have the address. I've got the vital stats of the size and the age and all that kind of stuff. I go straight to the MLS, and in 5 minutes, I've got a CMA. CMA stands for Comparative Market Analysis. So I've got the comps. I now know what the house is worth. Actually, I saw the question got cleared off. I was deferring it for a moment. She says, what do you do if there's multiple offers? Well, the only thing you can do is make your best offer. Do not compete with people just so you can win the offer. You're still going to analyze the deal, make your best offer, and if somebody wants to pay more than you, then they get the house, almost for sure. The only exception to that would be if you find your dream house that you have to live in or you'll never be happy, then that's a different conversation. But from an investing standpoint, we have our system, we analyze the property, and then we make our offer, and if somebody beats us, then they get the house. So no worries. All right, so I was going to go into, if I gather the information, I hang up the phone. Before I get to their house, I do the CMA. CMA stands for Comparative Market Analysis. I pull the comps. The comps, okay, so this is actually the next section, but I'm gonna squeeze in a little analytical area here. So I'm going to give you a formula that we'll draw on it a couple times, but I want you to have it that you can reference. So this formula will be down here on the screen. ARV, when I do comps, or the CMA, comps is comparable properties. That's individual properties I look at. CMA is a comparative market analysis. That's analyzing multiple properties and coming up with a trend and a pattern. ARV is the after repaired value. I guess I should define this before I use the formula. So the ARV means after the home is all fixed up, what can I sell it for? Okay. So the formula that we use is ARV minus repairs. We'll go into that in a moment. ARV minus repairs minus whatever holding costs you may have. Your holding costs are going to be unique to you depending on how you're funding the deal. If you have cash in your own account, you may still have some, opportunity cost, obviously, but you still, if you're using a credit card, if you're using your own retirement account, whatever's appropriate, you'll have some financing fees, but you'll also have things like a power bill, trash bill, water bill, any of that kind of stuff. So ARV minus repairs, minus holding costs, minus your profit margin. That's profit. That equals your offer. Okay? So that's the pattern. A lot of people will give you a percentage. Well, just do ARV minus 70% divided by 7. I don't know. I do a customized one every time. So we're going to talk about the repairs in a moment. Holding costs, again, if you know you're borrowing money, then you'll have to figure out how much is that money costing you. Profit, I will tell you this. When I shoot for a profit target, my profit projection (10 to 20% of the ARV). So I start my analysis at 20% because that's more profit. But also, if I have to negotiate it down, I got some wiggle room. I will not. I hate to be so concrete, but almost for sure, I won't like it. I won't enter a deal for less than 10% profit projection, because if something goes wrong with my budget or my timing, then it's real quick before I bottom out, and I maybe may not make any money. So profit projection, 10 to 20% of the ARV. So if your ARV is 400,000, that's the price I can sell it for. Then my profit is between 40 and 80,000. Now, if it's more, then by all means, but no less. Okay. All right, this is a good place to break. Let me get a couple of questions. Two people, Terrence and Steven, have both asked about closing costs. So there's two different answers. When I'm buying a property, this offer price is basically that's the amount I'm willing to pay. You need to understand that you're going to have to do an analysis for your area. Typically, 1 to 2% of the purchase price in closing costs. Now that's in a cash purchase, no lender fees, but just in a cash purchase. So you'll need to know that if you're offering, I'm going to do some math here on a calculator, and we'll use 1.5 to split the difference. If you're buying a house for $300,000, you may have another $4,500 in closing costs. So yeah, I mean, if you know that for sure, plug it in and just subtract it off your offer price. But it's going to be more or less, then yeah, make the last adjustment at the very end. But when you're selling a property, so this is different. When you're selling the property, so this ARV, actually that was a better question than I initially gave it credit for. When you're selling the property, that's not the same as your net. So usually your net is going to be, if you calculate brokerage commissions, your net is going to be more like 92.5% of whatever your ARV is. So if you're selling for $500,000, you're actually going to come out with a net of like 462. But that's why I'm doing this budget. Does that make sense? Anyway, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to go into the analysis 1 or 2 more times, but I do need to throw it back over to Dave for lunch. One last question. Rana, sometimes as an investor, even though you may not be the highest offer, oftentimes you can close faster due to non-traditional funding resources, aka hard money, private money. Yeah, I agree. If you're making a cash offer to close in 7 days, even if it's less, it still might be better than a person who's offering a higher price, but they've got to go through an inspection, an appraisal, they've got to get a loan, they've got to go through underwriting, all that stuff. So great points, everybody. And I think we've done a good job. We're talking to a homeowner, and we're about to sit down and finish the analysis and make the offer. So we'll do that after lunch. Jay, is it time to turn it back over to you?
Yeah, we're doing great. Thank you so much for that training this morning, Gavin. That was superstar stuff, and we knew we were going to get that from you. So here's what we're going to do, folks. I want to remind everybody that we're going to take a lunch break. When we come back from the lunch break, we're going to hear more from Gavin. He's got lots more to do. And then we've got this bonus training at the end of the day where Bob Tierney is going to do some special training on the iOS system, the Renatus iOS system. And that's, for those of you that don't know, that's a software suite that's going to help us run our real estate business. So that's going to be powerhouse stuff. Now, before we go to break, I'm going to give you guys a bit of a teaser. And I'm telling you right now, Scott Rowe, don't go nuts. Nancy Rowe, don't go nuts. I'm not going to give it away. But there was some chatter going on among the Chicago executive team about Super Saturday coming up next week. We are working on a guest speaker with the guest speaker. So we know we've got Nate coming in, and we have the possibility of another superstar being in that Super Saturday. I cannot tell you who. If I did, I'd have to, kill you. And I can't do that because you're all over the place. And if I told you, Scott, Nancy, and Bob would kill me. So can't do it, but all I can tell you is that if this comes about, You will not want to miss Super Saturday. Go get registered right now. In the meantime, we're going to take a lunch break. We will be back at 1 o'clock Central Time. That's 12 o'clock Mountain Time for you, Gavin. And we will see you in about 60 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody. See you shortly.
I'm going to drop the call and then dial back in like 50 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Gavin. We'll watch for you.
Okay, thanks. See you in a bit.
Sweet surrender on the inside. You remember we used to run behind.
That's what we see.
In the shadow of the cargoes, I take you on time. We're counting all the numbers down to the one. Well, neon lessons on the doggy stairway. Friends kisses in the darkest doorway. Blowing out a wild and cold. Policeman shines the light on my shoulder. Up comes the coaster, fast and silent in the night. Over my shoulder, oh, you can see her eyes. No money in a jacket, tight jeans and torn. Your hands are cold, but your lips are warm. She can see it on the telly that you stand there. She can feel him in the places where the sailors go. When she's walking by the river or the railway line, she can still hear him whisper, let's go down to the warm line. Come on. can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. When you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it in my own two eyes. See, you could wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, I remember, don't worry. How could I ever guess the first time, the last time we ever met? But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, you and me, the hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. So stranger to you and me. Come on in, yeah. Oh Lord, but I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, yeah. Oh Lord, oh Lord, but I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, come in the night. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it in the air now. Let me run with you tonight. I'll take you on a moonlight ride. Someone I used to see, but she don't give a damn for me. Well, let me get to the point. Let's roll another joint and turn the radio loud. I'm too alone to be proud. You don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels to be me. People come, people go. Some grow young, some grow cold. I woke up in between the memory and the dream. So let's get to the point. Let's roll another joint. Let's head on down the road. There's somewhere I gotta go. And you don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels to be me. My old man was born to rock. He's still trying to beat the clock. Think of me what you will. I've got a little space to fill. So let's get to the point. Let's roll another joint. Let's head on down the road. There's somewhere I gotta go. You don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels. No, you don't know how it feels to be me. You don't know how it feels. You don't know how it feels. No, you don't know how it feels to be me.
There is a house in New Orleans. They call the rising sun. And it's been ruin or failure. In God, I know I won. My father was a tailor, sold my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man down in New Orleans. Now the only thing gambling is a suitcase and trouble. And the only time he's satisfied is when he's on drunk. Oh, mother, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your life in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. I'm going back to New Orleans to where that falling train. Where there is a house in New Orleans, they call the sun. And it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. In God, I know I'm one. These mist-covered mountains are a home now for me. But my home is the lowlands, and always will be. Someday you'll return to
Your valleys and your falls, and you no longer burn to be brothers in arms. Through these fields of destruction, baptisms of fire, I've witnessed your suffering as the battle raged high, and the wind was so bad in the fear and the alarm. You did not desert me, my brothers and I. There's so many different worlds, so many different souls, and we have just one world, but we live in different worlds. Now the sun's gone to hell, moon riding high. Let me bid you farewell. Every man has to die, but it's written in the stars, in every line in your heart. We're fools to make one, all our brothers and all. On Silvertown Way, the cranes stand high, quiet and gray against the still of the sky. We won't quit and lay down, though the action has died. They watch the new game in town on the Blackwall side. From their poisonous dreams, a vision appeared.
You circle the cranes and you reason to read. Big silver dome rising up into the dome of the church and the homes where all the silver is gone, gone. If I had a bucket of gold, what would I do? Leave the story untold. Silver Town, going down, Silver Town, down in Silver Town, going down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town. The silver dawn steals over the docks. The truck with no wheels up on cinder block. Men with no dreams around the fire in a dark. Scarlet metal screens are rusted over the fire bucket of gold, silver and blue. Leave the story untold. Silver Town, and I'm going down Silver Town, down in Silver Town. I'm going down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town. Standing on a dangerous side. You cannot be walking for citizens of Christ. Where you can turn, or where you can go. There's nothing they can tell me I don't already know. Why a bucket of gold, silver working. Leave the story untold. Silver Town, and I'm going down Silver Town, down in Silver Town. I'm going down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town. On the Canton train, I saw a billboard out. Big sail plane rising up into the sky. I can make out the words and the flies every day. Six little birds above the trees. Got a bucket of gold, silver would do. Leave the story untold. Silver Town, Silver Town, silver going down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town. I'm going down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town, going down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town, going down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town. Down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town, down in Silver Town. I say, how can you say where I've been from day to day when I don't even know myself? But this life that I lead, it's so full of mysteries. That's why I'm always on my way. And I'll be running like the wind, running like the wind. The words you're about to hear, even to me, they're not very clear. You see, love has never come my way. But come and fly with me through life in a galaxy that I'll show you a new dream every day. And I'll be running like the wind, running like the wind. And you'll never hear us say we might be back again someday. Where we won't, we'll be running like the wind. I'm sure in your mind that you vision the paradise, a place we could live forevermore. So let's search wide and far for that mountain or that shit star or star that might show us the way. And we'll be running like the wind, running like the wind. And you'll never hear us say we might be back again someday. Where we won't, we'll be running like the wind. One day you realize as you look into my eyes and eyes, you hold my hand and you say that you'll always be my way, like the leaves falling on autumn day, and love me as long as there's a wind in the sky. And I'll be running like the wind, running like the wind, and you'll never hear me say, got me back again someday. Where we won't, we'll be running like the wind, and I'll be running like the wind, running like the wind, running like the wind, running like the wind, running like the Well, you wake up in the morning, you hear the work bell ring, and I march you to the table. You see the same old thing. Ain't no food upon the table. There's no fork up in the pan. But you better not complain, boy. You get in trouble with the man. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special She wears an apron and the clothes she wore. Umbrella on the shoulder, piece of paper in her hand. She come to see the governor. She want to free her man. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine ever love a light on me. If you ever hit Houston, oh, you better do it right. You better not gamble. Yeah, you better not bad. No. Oh, the sheriff will grab you, and the boys will bring you down. But next thing you know, boy, you're prison bound. But let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine ever love a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine ever love a light on me. I met a gentle borrowed queen in Memphis. She tried to take me upstairs for a ride. She had to heave me right across her shoulder. 'Cause I just can't seem to drink it off my mind. It's all living. Give me the honky tonk. I later divorced, saying New York City. I had to burn up some kind of a fire. The lady, then she covered me in roses. Then she blew my mind. It's all land. Give me the honky tonk. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountain should crumble to the sea, I will cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, stand by me, oh, stand by me, oh, stand now. Stand by me, stand by me. Darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, would you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, oh. Nobody on the road, nobody on the beach. I feel it in the air, the sun was out of reach. Empty lake, empty streets, the sun goes down alone. I'm driving by your house, oh no, you're not home. I can see the birds get shine in the sun. You got your hair combed down, sunglasses on, baby. I can tell you now the feeling will still be strong. Oh, dear, the boys are so I never will forget those nights. I wonder if it was a dream. Remember how you made me crazy? Remember how I made you scream? Now I don't understand what happened to our love.
Babe, I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna show you what I'm made of. I can see you. Your brows get shorter than the sun. I see you walking real slow. Smiling. I can tell you my love for you will still be strong. Until the poison Out on the road today, I saw a deadhead sticker on a Cadillac. A little voice inside my head said, don't look back, you can never look back. I thought I knew what love was, but did I know? Those days are gone forever, I should just let them go. I can see you, the birds get shining in the sun. You got the top pulled down, radio around. I can tell you my love for you will still be strong. Until the poison I can see you, the roads get shining in the sun. You got the hair shut down, wayfarers on. I can tell you my love for you will still be strong. Until the talking about my girl, my girl. I got so much honey, the bees and bees. I got a sweeter song than the birds in the trees. Well, I guess you said what can make me feel this way. My girl, my girl, my girl, talking about my girl, my girl. I got all the riches that baby, one man can win. Well, I guess you say what can make me feel this way, baby. Talking about my girl, my girl. I got sunshine on a cloudy day, my girl. I've even got the mountain.
Okay, everybody, we are back. I just didn't think it was right to interrupt that song, so we ran a little bit long.
Your girl wouldn't let you.
My girl wouldn't let me, is true. Yeah. Hey, Gavin, are you out there? If you are, you're on mute. Just let us know if you're there. If you're not, we can run music for a little while longer. But if you're there, we can get started.
I am here, I think. You hear me?
Great. I have a question for you. This is my opportunity to ask the coach. Was it right or wrong to interrupt my girl, or was it the proper thing to let it play out?
You know what? I didn't think of it until after you articulated that. But I was listening to the song, and I think if you would have stopped it, it would have felt abrupt.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
But
I couldn't do it.
But if it was my job, I don't know if I would have had the guts to do what you did. So you're twice the man I'll ever be.
Well, thank you, Gavin. I appreciate that. The temptations took a minute of your time. You can take time as much as you need on the back end to make up for that. But for right now, I am ready to turn the training back over to you. I hope everybody got a good and sustained lunch. I hope you didn't eat too many carbs because you want to stay awake for the next segment. We've got Gavin, Gavin without break for the next 90 minutes or so, and then we'll take a short break and we'll bring on our bonus section. So, Gavin, without further ado, I'm going to turn the training back over to you, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Excited to bring it home. There's a lot to cover. I think it's the perfect chunk to cover a lot more stuff, but to also tie everything together that we need to. I am going to do maybe about 3 to 4 minutes of an overview of the coaching that we offer. So most people, I think, have realized by now that this is not a one-time event that you have somehow, through fortune and good luck, stumbled upon on a Saturday. And who's this guy talking about real estate? No, there's an entire real estate education company. And of course, Bob will go into more of the details later on. It's called Renatus, and I'm one of the instructors. I'm also the coach. I'm going to take a couple of minutes and explain what I think is really the biggest differentiator between Renatus and some of the other programs. And just, everybody can nod along at home, or if you've got a rebuttal, you can, honestly, you just have to say it to yourself. I'm not sure there's a way for me to receive it, but let me tell you briefly my personal path through real estate investing. So 17 years ago, April, it was exactly 17 years ago, maybe a couple of days difference. End of April 2003, I went to a real estate guru seminar, which we differentiate. Guru seminar is a one-time, you go to the event, you listen to the content, you gather what you can, and then at the end of the guru seminar, they say, well, we didn't have time to cover everything, and so you got to come to the next one. And then you go to the next one. They say, well, there's so many more secrets that we only reveal to the upper levels. Anyway, I didn't know the business model at the time. I was a little frustrated, and also I didn't have the money for the next level. So I went away from that guru seminar with a binder full of notes and a general idea of how to do a short sale, which starts with a foreclosure, and then it's a certain. I keep playing with this twist. I hope that's not bothering anyone else. I'll put it down. It starts with a foreclosure, and then depending on the circumstances of the deal, you negotiate a short sale with the bank. And so I didn't have any money for any additional content. I didn't have any money for more programming. I just walked away with that, with, like I said, a binder full of notes and PowerPoints. And over the next 4 months, so if you think of coming home from a seminar with an idea and thinking, okay, I'm going to give it a shot. I literally decided that I was going to do it for reals. So the difference between are you going to do it or not is if you set aside time to do it. So many of you want to invest in real estate. You've been thinking about it. Maybe you've started one or two of the steps. But whatever you're doing on a daily basis will determine if you're a real estate investor or not. Yeah, eventually you'll have to buy a property in order to truly be a real estate investor. But whatever you're spending your time on. So I was spending the time. I was there. Like I literally set myself office hours to sit and do the steps. So the steps are really close to what we talked about today. Find a foreclosure list, send out marketing materials, talk to people that call, go to their houses. But for whatever reason, there was a lot of gaps in between. And so maybe I would talk to the person and say the wrong thing and they'd hang up. And I think, oh, great, what do I need to do here? The long story short is every day of 4 months, I was trying to figure out how to do this. And all I had was a binder and my slowly fading memory. And I just think if I would have had additional ongoing support, that would have shortened the curve substantially. And so after I got successful in real estate, which, you know, your definition could be whatever it is, mine was, I don't know, maybe around 100 transactions. I thought, well, I know this well enough that maybe I can help other people. So I put together my own coaching program. And then throughout the last 14 or so years, I've been a speaker, a coach, a trainer for several different real estate investing programs. And ultimately, what it comes down to as a coach for the ongoing support is I don't teach all the information. Like I'm teaching a topic today, but I don't teach multifamily. I don't teach commercial. Yeah, I could probably walk people through, but we have instructors who that's all they do. They do multifamily day in and day out for 20 years. And then they have a course that shows you how to do it. Same thing with the commercial, same thing with rentals, flips, all these different types of transactions. You go to them for the information, but then when there's a little gap in your knowledge, a question, or you're trying to go through a transaction, you want a second set of eyes, you want to analyze it, you have a lifeline, you can reach out. So we also provide coaching in addition to just training. And so if you had a map, you could probably find a way to get there. But nowadays we've got GPS, where I just put in the instructions on my phone, and it tells me every turn to make right at the moment that it's time to turn. And so we do offer coaching for all of our students. Anyone who joins for Novice will have some access to coaching, some ongoing support. So after you've watched the class and you think you know what to do, if there's one little piece, who do I call for funding? What do I write on this line of the contract? You have access to support. So before you access the coaching, I want to put some of this responsibility back on you. I can answer your questions. I can't do all the work for you. I'm not going to look for properties for you. I'm not going to send them to you. But if you do the first part, looking for properties, talking to people, analyzing your own market, and you just need a little input here and there to assist, that's where the coaching comes in. It's a guide. It's not a done for you. You do the work still. But you still have to watch whatever classes you're interested in. So if you're going to do multifamily, you got to watch that. If you're going to do flip, you got to watch that. While you're watching, I highly recommend people keep track of all their questions. That way, that's a great summary after the fact. You can say, hey, I missed this formula, or I wasn't sure what he was doing here, and I can help you to clear up all your information. I want you to also plan on exhausting your local resources. So it seems obvious at the time. I hate to say this, but I might have been doing this before Google. I mean, I know Google was a thing in the early 2000s. I remember it. But I think back then there was still a handful of search engines, and it wasn't the immediate thought that if you have a question about anything in the world to go to the internet. And probably back then there wasn't really the content. Right now you could, at any given moment, you could read article after article ad infinitum from real estate attorneys, real estate agents, real estate investors, education products, and of course you find some overlap. Anyway, the point is, if I had questions back then, there was no resources, even Google was a thing. I know it existed, but like I said, it wasn't the obvious thing. But nowadays it is. So any question you have about anything in the world, start with Google, and of course local contacts. So if you have a question about, hey, who does title insurance in my city? Well, you can start with Google, but then call the person and say, hey, I understand you do title insurance, or I understand you handle closings. So you've got to do that legwork. But the conceptual stuff, the strategic stuff, that's where I can come in and assist. So what we do is every week, we do have a webinar that on Tuesday nights, 8 p.m. Mountain Time. I do a little primer. I teach one topic for 30 minutes or so, just either to give an intro if you've never heard of it, or a primer if you're familiar with it. And then I open Q&A. So if you have a question, just like today, if you have a question about real estate or about a transaction, about a contract, about what to say, who to say it to, you can always get access to that every week on Tuesday nights. And in addition to that, for anyone who is an Extreme Plus combo, which if you're not familiar with the terminology yet, you will be soon, we have different education offerings. There's a lot, I can't remember exactly, 500 hours of content, give or take. That, of course, you may not need every single minute of content to fill whatever you're doing. In any case, if you get the Extreme combo, you actually get one-on-one coaching. That's part of the education. So what does coaching cover? Answers questions. I spend a lot of time workshopping deals. So someone will say, here, I found a deal. Here's the situation. And I'll say, great, do this, do this, do this. Or, a lot of times people get in and they're not sure how to get started. There's a lot of folks, like I warned you at the beginning. You guys remember I warned you, if I told you the first step is to set up a website, you'd get stuck there. Now, of course, there's some folks out there that are savvy. They could knock it out in 30 minutes. But if I made that as one of the obstacles, it would distract too many people. So what happens is you get in and you're distracted by all the busy work, but you never do the main work. And so if you find that you're spinning your wheels, you're not making any progress, we'll set up an action plan. So we can do that for the coaching. It's not a replacement for the education. You still have to watch the content. It's not therapy, although I'll encourage you as best I can and try to help in any way that I can. It's basically just, it's practical information and knowledge. And so here's the summary again. DeMarcus, I see you out here Tuesday night, 8 p.m. So it's an online Zoom webinar just like this. I can't remember. I know I'm showing my screen. Am I also drinking a beverage? Forgot the camera was on. It's okay. So DeMarcus, once you join Renatus, you'll get all those links. So I don't know if you're already a member, just ask where your affiliate is, and they'll give you the links. But yeah, as soon as you join, you'll get access to all the direct links. So every Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Mountain Time, any Renatus student can join us. Last week we had 107 or something. Most weeks we have 80 people, and a few times we break 100. But it's a good enough core group that if you have a question, I think I always answer every question. Now, I can't speak for the people that were too timid to type, but I never leave questions on the table. So come ask your questions, and even if you just hop on for the last 15 minutes to get the question, if you can't be there for the whole time. And again, for the Extreme Plus couple, you'll get 6 30-minute private coaching sessions, and we measure those out. So the first one is you get started. Here's your next few steps. And then do the steps, right? It doesn't make any sense for us to talk 6 times. I will tell you, one time, this fellow stands out of my mind, and I won't name names. There's probably very little chance that you guys know him, but some fellow out in California, literally, so the first time I said, you're going to do this, this, and this. He says, okay, I understand what to do. And then 2 weeks later, they said, we had another call, and I said, how did it go? He says, well, I didn't do it. Okay, well, we worked through it. What are the obstacles? What are the reasons? I didn't have time. I got distracted. Okay, what are we going to do to avoid those distractions and try again? Boom, boom, boom. 3 things. 2 weeks later, get on a call. How did it go? I didn't do it. What? Were you concerned? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Yada, yada. No, I didn't get ready. Okay, all right. Anyway, long story short, is it too late to say that? I say that all the time, but I'm never sure which story ends and which is in continuous motion. Anyway, story resolving. We went through all 6 calls, and the very last time I said, look, man, I feel for you, but you know what to do, and you're just not doing it, and I don't know that there's anything else I can do to assist you. And he says, I understand. Okay, so I think, at the end, he was fully cognizant that he didn't do any of the actions. So you got to do the actions. But otherwise, yeah, we'll get on and we'll do a whole plan. We can get through your first few transactions, and yeah, little encouragement to do that. So I just want to let you guys know that that is available. And since I'm the one training today, I'm also the one who's doing the coaching. So we'll be getting on calls. I'll be answering your questions as best I can. And I feel like the calls feel great. I mean, obviously there's certain people that may hang up and say, this guy's a joker, but I think I still give correct information, whether they like me or not. And so that's what my commitment is. Okay. So Mike says, is there a fee after the first 6 sessions? I think technically there could be. I've never had somebody finish all 6 sessions, and I hate to say they never needed any more help, but by the time we get through 6 sessions, you've already got enough framework and enough either experience or local support that the vast majority of people actually don't even finish the 6 calls. They get through 4 or 5, and I never hear from them again. And I just hear, maybe I'll see a post or I'll get a note later that says, hey, we're up and running. So that's more of a direct question for whoever invited you, if you have an affiliate, if you've already joined Regatas. But I guess what I want to say is most people within 6 calls are getting more than what they need. Alexis, how long were you calling and how many offers did you make till I close the deal? So during that 4-month time frame that I mentioned earlier, it was every day. So the first few weeks was the process of gathering the list and doing the marketing. So there's always going to be that front lead time. But then even once that was done, we're sending out letters continuously and getting a few calls in there, I would say that we probably missed, and by missed, I mean didn't close. So I had face-to-face conversations, some of which turned into contracts that didn't go through, maybe 10 false starts before the first one actually went through. And keeping in mind that at least a small part of that is because of a short sale, not only do I need a willing seller and a willing buyer, but a short sale also requires third-party approval, which is the lender, to agree to a discount. And so there were a few times that I had a willing seller and I had the price that would work and I had a contract that we pushed over to the lender for approval that did not approved. So I would say probably at least 10 did not go through before the first one did, and that was about 4 months. So yeah. But remember, each step takes a little bit of lead time. So a little bit of lead time to get to where you're actually even getting calls, and then a little bit of lead time from calls to face-to-face and that kind of stuff. So yeah, great. All right, so that's just a quick intro and really just to let you guys know that exists and is available. Now, I think there's got to be, here it is, button to get back over here. So this is the main presentation for the day. I'm going to take this down. All right, you should see meeting with the seller. You see this? Short sale. Eric says short sale lender. What type of loan? This one's just a conventional loan. So most of the time when we're to short sales, we're dealing with like a traditional lender. So FHA, VA, conventional, those types of loans. You can technically short any lien or loan, but it depends on who the stakeholder is. So in the case of a bank, you just have an employee who has a process to follow. In the case of a private lender, you can you just ask them. But most of the time, private lenders would rather have the house back. Anyway, hopefully that helps. Jeff, NOD or list tenants, do you filter what kind of judgments they are? Example, first mortgage versus mechanics lien, or just go straight to reaching out? Also, are you able to see what kind of judgment it is? And would you go after owner-occupied homes and investor homes? Lastly, the homes you look at, is there a percentage of equity that you look for? So let me go spotty through that. No, I don't screen for equity. No, I don't screen for owner-occupied or investor. And so if I'm skimming through and I notice that it's a second mortgage or that it's a lien, then I might skip those and just go to the ones that are obviously first mortgages. Not necessarily, so it's not like a step, but if I'm just going through, and remember I told you before that I take the list and I drop it down to like 20 to 25 that I'm going to barrage with a bunch of letters. And so that's some of the criteria that I might use to pick it out. Not that it's never going to be a deal. It's just, I'm just trying for the most generic setup, which is a first mortgage, it's for closing, and whether it's an owner-occupied or an investor, they're all possible. So I think that covers most of it. Great. All right. So I want to come back one more thing before I move forward. I want to come back and catch this formula that I gave you, because someone asked a great question before we broke. And I want to clarify one point. And so it's not about this slide, but it just happened to be on here. I'm going to use the white space. So when I gave you that formula, ARV minus repairs minus holding cost minus profit minus profit equals offer price. When I gave you that, and somebody asked this question, I realized that in my mind I'm doing one other shorthand step that I did not articulate, and so I'm going to articulate it now so everybody has crystal clarity. This ARV number, it does start with the list price. So I always need that number. I always need to generate a comparative market analysis and some comps. So you still always have to do that. But honestly, what I'm really using in this formula is net proceeds. So that is usually, that should be a minus. It's not divided. This is not a formula. I'm just showing you the thought process. Net proceeds is basically, well, maybe it is. Net proceeds is, yeah, it is a formula actually. ARV times like 0.0925. Is that right? Let's do the math here and see if that's correct. So in other words, if you sell a house retail and you list it with a real estate broker, and they have a broker as well, and then you settle on some percentage of the costs, your actual walkaway dollar amount, your net proceeds, is the ARV, and yeah, so 0.0925 would be a pretty good approximation, and so that's always in my thought process. I didn't articulate it or clarify that. So you do need the ARV number to start from, because that's your list price. That's the price that you offer it for. That's the price that they pay. But when I decide profitability, I do need to take that extra step and make sure that I'm starting at net proceeds. But otherwise, everything else is correct. So I wanted to clarify that part and make sure you guys are getting the best information. So now let me recap and then drive forward. So we got a list of foreclosures. I gave you a few suggestions for how you can approach folks. They have started to call you back. I gave you the outline for the conversation, which was personal information, financial information. No. It is property information, financial information, personal information. And now I'm about to go meet with the person. So that's where we are in the process. Everyone following so far? Again, I believe that even though this is not every single strategy ever created, I believe that by the end of today, if you follow each one of these steps, somebody could go out and do this and get a property under contract. Will it be you? I don't know. We should host a reality show where people do that. So let's see. So now I'm ready to go meet with the homeowner. So I just hung up the phone. That's where I am right now. Meeting with the seller / homeowner. Before the meeting, arriving at the home, review, setting expectations, 8 options. Okay. So now I'm on to before the meeting. So I just hung up the phone. I researched the property value. Remember, they gave me the address, the square footage, the age. So I jump on, do the comps right away. And Anton says, will the presentation be available after? I don't know. That's going to be a Jay question or maybe someone else behind the scenes. I think they are recording. They'll reach out to you. So they'll let you know how to access it. By the way, this foreclosures course that I'm teaching, I have a full day, 6-hour version of this, but I'm giving you, what am I giving you? I'm giving you like 4 hours of it today. That's already pre-recorded. So it's available as part of the Renatus education, if you can imagine. So I just got off the phone. I've got the address. I've got the square footage. I've got the age. First thing I do, I open up the MLS. I do the comps. Now, if you're not licensed, this is your to-do list, you're going to need to figure out, how am I going to value properties? Are you going to get a partner, or I say partner loosely. It doesn't have to be a legal partnership, but do you have a friend or a acquaintance, someone in your network that's in the real estate industry who can provide comps? A real estate agent. If you don't know anybody right now, there's your neighborhood is lousy with real estate agents. I say it with a little bit of tongue in cheek. I'm licensed. Lots of folks that I like and respect are licensed, and so the Renatus ILS program that Bob Turney talks about in a couple hours. That's one method for pulling comps. Absolutely. So just be aware of that. But anyway, so you'll answer that question for yourself. I can't answer it, but I just gave you 2 or 3 suggestions. So number one, you got to value the property. You can check out the history to see when it was last sold. Because your approach is going to be a little bit different if they've owned it for 30 years versus if they bought it 2 years ago. Mostly in terms of how much equity there might be, and and what type of a person it is. In other words, a homeowner who's lived it for many, many years, they may just be ready to move on. Somebody who just bought it a couple of years ago, maybe they wanted to flip it themselves. Maybe I don't know. I'm not reading too much into this. I'm just going through and looking and saying, oh, that's interesting. Okay. So the history, I'm deciding right now what exit strategies I'm going to pursue. So I told you already, the two main exit strategies are, do I do it quickly and get a flip and get a check, or do I hold on to it for a while and I charge rent? So if you are in the position and by the way, most properties that you could flip, you could also hold for rent. It doesn't go the other way. So there are many, many properties that you could rent that are not good flips. But almost anything you could flip, you could convert into a longer term hold. Does that make sense? Because you're buying it for a lower amount. So almost anything you could flip, you can either flip or rent. But if you're just doing a rental analysis, it doesn't go back the other way necessarily. Could, but not necessarily. So what strategy are you doing? If you're doing a rental strategy, you'll want to do a rental analysis. So there's a program called rentometer.com, which I know they have a free version. They've got a pro version as well, but you can basically put in any address and the number of bedrooms, and it will give you a range for how much the average rent is. And as much as I hate to say it on a program like this, Zillow has some okay tools too. I've got a great love-hate relationship with Zillow. I like some of the tools. I mean, legitimately, they're a behemoth, and there's some value in the data. The worst part about Zillow is when somebody without any context gets on there, and if the valuation is off, it's hard to draw them back. But anyway, like I said, we'll have rental comps as well. So if I'm going to do a rental strategy, I'll do rental comps before I go. Also, the last thing I'll do before I go to the property is I'll think who might be a good match for this from a private financing standpoint. So if I've got a couple of partners, and I usually have I've got about 10 people over the last 7 or 8 years. I have more before. They've gone out of business by now. In a good way, they retired out. They didn't perish or anything. But I'll give them a heads up. I'll send out an email to whoever's next on the list or whoever I think is most likely. I'll say, hey, I'm about to go check the property in this price range. Are you available? And they know how our discourse goes, and so they'll either say, you know what, I just loaned my money out, so I'm not ready right now, or yeah, let me know, right? So then I know I want to get this put together quickly. Coffee. What is the name of the program that tells you the rentals? It's called Rentometer. Somebody doesn't like the sound. Is the sound coming across okay? What should I do?
It sounds fine for me.
Okay. Well, if some people can hear it, then I must be inputting it okay. I don't know what else is going on. So I guess keep me posted. Yeah, it looks like a few people say it's okay. I don't know. I can't talk a little slower. That part I can't control. So let me try that. You guys see this? I have folks saying they can't hear. I don't know if you can reach out to them. I will try to speak a little slower. It's the same stuff we had earlier. I'll proceed, and if somebody on the organization team stops me, I'll defer. Okay. All right. We'll just do the best we can. So this is before I go to the property, do the evaluation, decide what I'm going to do with it, reach out to a couple of financing partners, and then I show up at the house. So when I get there, obviously the first thing I can do is the exterior. So I look and I always look up at the roof. And even if you're not a construction expert, it basically goes like this. Are there shingles missing? Is it sagging or is it straight? Or is it, let's see, so shingles missing, is it straight or is it saggy, waviness, that kind of stuff. None of those necessarily mean it's actively leaking. It just needs to research it further. Michael says, do you find that rental meter is on point with true rental numbers? See, the good thing about rental meter is it gives a range. And so within that range, it's like 90%. Yeah, so you have to decide based on your risk factor, if you're going to be the number one highest rental in the neighborhood, which I don't recommend, then you know that somebody else is charging that much, but it gives you the range, and so you'll see that 90% are within a certain area, so it is helpful. I see a few questions about legal structuring. I'm going to defer those because those are good wrap-up questions. So assuming you're with us for another hour or so, let me catch all those at the end. So I'm at the house, do a quick eyeball. Obviously, I'm noticing I have a piece of paper with me or like a notepad that I can jot notes down. So landscaping, they call that curb appeal. So I look at the house. What do I notice? Around bushes, the windows are intact. Are there gutters? The roof, that kind of stuff. And then as we go through, before I sit down to negotiate the deal, I say, well, let's take a quick walkthrough. So the person goes through, and as I'm walking through with them, I'm making a note of anything that looks to be damaged or old. So when I say that, I mean like water heater, furnace, air conditioner, dishwasher, stove, any of that kind of stuff that is most likely going to carry over with the house. And the older it looks, I'll ask about functionality. Does this work okay? Is it still functioning okay? The other thing I'm looking for is anything that's obviously damaged. Broken tiles, broken windows, broken light fixtures, doors. Otherwise, you can walk into a room, and again, even if you don't know anything about construction or anything about renovations, you can walk into a room and see if the window's broken or if the light fixture needs to be replaced. For the most part, this is not hard and fast, but this is what we do in this area. Anything that's an older brass type fixture, so a doorknob or a light fixture that's a brass patina. It's not really brass usually. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. Anyway, it's the gold colored patina. We switch everything out for nickel or sometimes bronze, depending on the price point. Not real bronze, but oil rubbed bronze finish. So so I'm going through room by room, and I can do it pretty quick. Is the carpet torn, stained, stinky? Is the flooring, like I said, are there any broken tiles? And then when I get to the bathrooms, I always look underneath the cabinet if there's a vanity. Is there any sign of leaking? Even if it's not currently wet, is there any previous signs of warping? The tub, the toilet, the sink, first of all, if anything's broken, then it automatically goes on the list. Otherwise, it's on the spectrum of like if it's a light pink toilet and tub that was installed in the late 70s, early 80s, it might be functional, but it's not marketable. And so I'm gonna replace those things. But if it's white, which is the current standard, if it's white porcelain, or actually it doesn't have to be white, if it's neutral. So white, beige, gray, anything that's a neutral porcelain that's intact that can be cleaned, then you're fine. What else was I saying? Then you go to the kitchen, same thing. Anywhere there's a sink, you always look underneath the cabinets to see if there's any water intrusion anywhere. And then other than that, you kind of want to pop open a little sample of, you don't want to go through their pantry and look at every item. But yeah, you want to get a sample of all the cupboards, make sure that the boxes are intact. Countertops, what else? Countertops, cabinets. And that's basically it. And then of course, I mentioned the status of the appliances. Normally the stove and the dishwasher are part of the house once they've been installed. But it's all negotiable, to be honest. Like if you do a retail transaction, you assume those things. But as an investor, we don't assume anything. We have to spell it out. So now I've done the review. I walked through the whole thing with the person. I've asked them questions. And by the way, if there's nothing wrong with the house, if I'm not seeing things that I can say, what's wrong here, what happened here, I might just compliment them. Like, you know, I don't want to make it seem cheesy or anything, but I'll be like, oh, that's cool. Did you do that? Oh, that looks really good. That's a great idea. They're just little things. I'm just trying to build up a little bit of rapport. So when we sit down, there's a positive attitude. It doesn't have to be, it's not NLP. I mean, you could read about neuro-linguistic programming. Those are things, but that's not really what I'm focused on. I'm just trying to set a standard of a good dialogue and a good discourse. So when I sit down with the person, and again, this context is assuming that there's a foreclosure pending, right? So if you've got all these steps and you're in front of somebody who must sell their house, but the foreclosure is not imminent, or maybe it's not even part of this anymore, or maybe you found a for sale by owner that's not a foreclosure at all. Everything else we've talked about is still relevant. So you call for sale by owner, you go through the property information, financial information, personal information. You still go over, but this is just the context of what we're talking about today. Assuming they're in foreclosure, we need to deal with the elephant in the room before I show them how I can resolve this. So I say, listen, you're in foreclosure. That's why we're talking, and I want to just tell you what to expect and what your options are. That way, when you make this decision, it's the best decision for you. So it's important that you use words to this effect, because if I just say, listen, here I am to buy your house, in the back of their mind, if they're not sure that selling their house is the best, if they're thinking, man, I'd really rather keep the house, or is there another way I could do this where I don't have to lose the house? If in the back of their mind they're hesitant, then they're going to be dragging their feet, and they may bail on you at the end. So we do not want that to happen. So I want to be upfront and say, let's take a moment and explore this. And at the end, whatever you decide, you'll know that you've made the best decision. Does that make sense? And they'll be like, yeah, that sounds great. Now, I do want to point out that even though I do want to buy the house, and I intend to, and I usually sometimes do, hold on, getting a little parched. If one of these other options doesn't work for them, I would encourage them to do it. I'm not sad or worried or angry if they don't sell me the house. If they choose one of these as their better option, then good for them. Okay, so I really want you to know that when I'm sitting down with them to explain this, if they choose something else, good for them. And of course, I'm going to stack the cards. And in fact, I'm even here, if and when they do need to sell, the likelihood of me buying it is fairly high. But yeah, I just want to be clear that this is not a smokescreen in any way. These are actually, if you're in foreclosure right now, these are the 8 options. Alvin says if they deed instead of foreclosure, how does that work? Well, if they deed it back to the bank, then the bank now owns it, so there's no sale. So they have to not have already committed to another exit strategy. Yeah, that's number 7 on the list here. So I'm going to get into that here in just a moment. Mike says, would you use the drive cards? So this is a little esoteric. So those of you who know what the drive cards are, it's a sales strategy where you match your language to the person's, their predilections, their personalities. Yeah, of course, you definitely could do that. I'm just afraid it's a little outside the scope of this conversation. Devin says short sale. So yes, we're going to contemplate short sale under 4 and 5. So in other words, if they decide that selling the property is their best option, then depending on the mortgage balance, I'm just going to make an offer, or I'm going to explain where you got to do a short sale. But that's after they know for sure that they're going to sell the house. But yeah, it's a subcategory of selling the house. Exactly. Okay, so let's kind of bang through these, and then if we need to review them again, I'm excited because once we get over this, then we write the contract, and then we've got a deal. So I want to get to that point, and then that way we can come back and make sure all the cracks are filled in. So number 1, again, remember this context is all the different ways they can stop the foreclosure. Let's see here. Alexis says, what they're interested in selling, they told you they didn't want to get lowballed at the beginning of the convo. Then I think we're still on the same path. In other words, I'm still going to give them these 8 options. And we're going to have a discussion about value. And I'm going to ask them to tell me what they think the house is worth and how they arrived at that number. And then I'm not going to attack. I'm going to counter their process, not their number. So if they really did a good job of, like, look, it's usually not the case. But if they really nailed the number, like if they took the exact correct value of their property, then there's not much I can do. Usually it's overinflated. And then I say, how did you arrive at that number? And they tell me their methodology. And I say, well, you can't do this and you can't do that. So I mean, I can't tell them what to do, but what I'm doing is it's easier to approach their methodology than the number itself. But we'll get into that when we get into the actual offer. So number 1, you don't want to get foreclosed. You can always bring the loan current. You can make the payment. Stephen says, what order do you these options? Exactly this order here, 1 through 8. So if you guys want to take a screenshot of this, I'm actually, the next 8 slides is just this list, only one at a time. So I can just take a moment for each one. But yeah, this is the exact order that I go through. So if you want to do a screenshot or capture this, I'd encourage you to do that now because I'm just going to cover each one for a moment. So I want you to follow. Let's see. So what I'm doing is I'm telling you this, but I'm also telling you how I tell them this. So there's 2 things happening. I want to get a yes or a no before I move on to the next item. So I say, if you want to stop the foreclosure, you can always pay them exactly what you owe. How many payments is that? What's the dollar amount? Do you have that money? Can you get that money? Do you have a friend or a family member who would pay that money? No? Okay, well, that is one of the options, but it sounds like it may not be something you could do. Does that sound right? And then they say, yes, that sounds right. Now, remember, if they do have the money and they do want the house, then maybe you just have to explain it to them. And then they say, oh, I didn't think of that. Next is a loan modification, which is you contact the bank. You say, listen, I had a temporary hardship. I couldn't make these payments. I missed these payments to where I'm now in foreclosure. I want to keep the house. Can you modify the loan? The short answer is maybe. So the only person who knows the answer to that is the bank itself. And so if they really, really want to pursue that option, then you just say, listen, you just have to call the bank and ask them. If that's what you prefer to do, I don't handle loan modifications. So you call the bank and I will call you. Let's see. So today's Saturday. Let's assume this is a Saturday conversation. I'll say, you call the bank on Monday. I'll call you on Tuesday. And if they said yes to do the loan mod, great, good luck to you. But if they said no, then we're kind of back where we are. So is that okay if I follow up with you? And they say, yes, of course. So the way the loan mod works, just so you know and so they know, you have the temporary hardship which caused the payments behind, but you have to demonstrate that the temporary hardship is over and now you have the money again. Does that make sense? So it can't just be, I really wish I had this house. The situation has to be temporary financial hardship. Now they're back on track and they've got the money and they can demonstrate that. And so if you talk through that and they say, well, that's not really the case. I still don't have a job. But we know that that's probably not going to be a category for a loan mod. If they still want to call, I always encourage them to call. And again, if I'm going to walk out the door without a contract, I'm going to do so with permission to follow up. Because if they try 1 or 2 of these things and they don't work, I can always come back in and finish the transaction. So loan mod refinance, again, it's not likely. But technically, if you bring in a brand new loan to pay off the existing loan, you're not in foreclosure anymore. Okay? So, do you have okay credit? Do you have down payment? Do you have, it's really going to come down to credit and income. So, you know, when you apply for a job, W-2s, tax returns, you know, a financial worksheet that shows your income and your expenses, your debt to income ratio, all those things. You got to go get a loan. Now, if they're 6 months behind on this and their credit score is tanked, that's probably not going to be an option. But you can say, do you have a friend or a family member who could qualify for a new loan? that would be willing to do that for you. And if not, then we say, I guess this won't be an option. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm getting a message from an inspector. I need to tell him I can't come for another hour. About that, but this is the life. I did go under contract on 2 properties this week, so I mean, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying. Anyway, so refinance. If they say no, I don't have anyone like that. Nobody can do this. Then we say, okay, well, let's move on to the next. So selling. Now this is really going to be important for you to understand the values. Remember, that was the first thing after I hung up the phone. I did the values. Part of this is your personal introspection, but also it's anyway. What I was going to say is, if you know what the value of the home is, like the market value, and then you walk through the house, and it seems like it really doesn't need a renovation because it's fairly new and everything's in good repair. Yeah, I can still make them a cash offer, but unless I'm in the rental business, which I might be, if you guys are looking for rentals, you're still in the game here. But if you are trying to do a flip and the house doesn't need a bunch of repairs, it's not going to be a great flip. Now, I never want to say universally, never or always, but usually we make our value when we improve the property. So anyway, you walk in, you know what the value is. Now I know what the condition is. And if the house is in great shape, and there's a little bit, enough equity, because I already asked, what's your mortgage balance? I said, look, your best bet might just be to list this thing. And the only other piece of information you might need is what's called the absorption rate. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, where if homes that come on the market are selling in 30 days or less, and the foreclosure is longer than 30 days from now, then they might just sell it, right? Just list it with the realtor. Now, the good news for me is I'm a licensed realtor. So I could tell them, I could say, listen, I will list your home for this price, and I think we can get it done, and your net will be this much, and there's no foreclosure. What do you say? So that's good for me. And if you're licensed, it's good for you. If you're just an investor, you could have a realtor that you refer people to, and they can't legally share their commission, but you guys can be in this together. And maybe if you build a referral on a listing, maybe that's why they help you out with all the values. Right? There's different ways you can help people out. But for me, if the better condition the house is, the more time there is, I'll lean towards this. If the house is in rough shape, it's not going to be an easy retail sell. And if there's less time, those are the 2 big problems for trying to sell with a realtor: time and condition. Mark those down. I'm going to grab your questions here real quick. Eric says, if you're good at the whole process, would you recommend working with a realtor or someone experienced to help write this up and go through the process? That was in reference to a short sale. Yeah, definitely. If you've never done something, anything, by the way, not just real estate, never done something, finding someone who knows what to do and following them is always the best advice. But especially in a deal like, in a situation like this, and a realtor or even another investor who has short sale experience should be able to work out a deal with you. Yeah. Eric also says, if you need help drawing up a contract but are not in the Renatus network, would be your resource recommendation? I mean, the obvious answer is always a local real estate attorney. They should have a document probably already prepared that you can license from them or buy from them, fairly nominal. But that would be the best way to ensure that whatever you're doing locally is within compliance. Taquaris, is that right? Can you repost the order once again? I will. After I hit these last few, I'll do the big 8 again. Wilson, would I explain the difference between refinancing and loan mod? Yeah. So loan mod is they already have a loan that they've been making payments on, and now they miss the payments, but they want to start making payments again, but it's the same loan. It's a loan mod. A refinance is a brand new loan, a different bank, new money to pay off the other loan. So really the key difference is new money versus existing circumstances. But in both cases, they've got to have some ability to qualify to prove they can make future payments. So they do overlap a little, but the difference is new money versus existing agreement. So, all right. So the next step is, well, if that, again, I'm going to steer the conversation. So the worse condition the house is in or the less time there is, I'm going to steer them towards this. I say, listen, if you list the house as is, where is, you're going to get a lot of investors coming in here to lowball you. I get it. Honestly, I got to make a profit as well. But the difference is I'm here to make the offer today. You don't have to wait. You don't have to let people tramp through your house. You don't have to let people come in and haggle with you. Let's sit down and figure out what works. But really, you don't have enough time to list it on retail or mess around trying to meet a bunch of people. Let's see if we can put this deal together today. Does that make sense? And realizing that anything they say, I can bring into the conversation. So I'm assuming, and for the most part, they're just nodding and saying, yeah, that makes sense. If they have a point of rebuttal, we can always discuss that for sure. Bankruptcy is big. It's separate. It's part of. So the reason I bring it up at all is because if you are facing foreclosure and you then file bankruptcy, foreclosure will stop. What happens is the foreclosure is like a big nuclear warhead that comes into your entire financial life and blows it up. Not to be critical, I mean it is a mechanism in place to help people to restart, so that's fine. But it's bigger than just a foreclosure. It's bigger than just a house. It affects their entire financial wherewithal for many years, 10 years at least. And so, but you say, hey, I told you, I promised you that I would tell you all the options to stop the foreclosure. If you file bankruptcy, the foreclosure will stop. Now, if you go through the entire bankruptcy and you still can't make the payment, later you'll still have to get foreclosed. Or during the foreclosure, during the bankruptcy, you can do what's called a deed in lieu foreclosure. You can certainly do that. But that's actually the biggest. So I mentioned it just so they know that will stop the foreclosure. I tiptoe around. I told you it was a nuclear warhead. I tiptoe around like there's a hair trigger on it. And I don't want to seem like I'm recommending it. I don't want to seem like I'm dissuading them. I'm just saying it's factually correct that if you file bankruptcy, it'll stop the foreclosure. If they say, do you think I should? Or what should I do? Then I always say the only person who can advise you is a bankruptcy attorney. I'll say one last little piece. You decide what you're comfortable with. Sometimes I'll say, listen, if the only thing that's a problem is this house that you can't afford, and if you were to sell it, everything else is okay, you may not need to file bankruptcy. If you still have a question or a concern, absolutely, you could talk to a bankruptcy attorney, and you could still do it either way. But my 2 cents is that this is the only thing that's dragging you down, and selling the house creates more monthly income or more whatever to resolve everything else. Now, by the same token, if everything else in their financial life is also crumbling, yeah, definitely go get some advice. And again, the final answer is always go talk to a bankruptcy attorney. So, James, in your experience, would we normally be the last option or the first in their possibilities? So I think we could have had this conversation anywhere in the spectrum. But I want to be the last because after we finish, I want to do the deal. But there's people that just found out they were in foreclosure, and there's people that have been mulling this over for many weeks before they made a decision. So I don't think there's any type necessarily. Devin says, when doing a loan mod, the banks ever pull all past due payments and fees at the back of the end? Put past due payments and fees at the back of the loan, or do they usually keep the monthly payment the same and add past due payments on top? So it's either or. So one is a forbearance where they take the payments and they put it on at the end. The other one is just a loan mod where they take the past due amount as a separate balance and add on an additional portion. They're both pretty common, so it would be case by case basis. Dean, are there more visuals you can provide us on the PowerPoint? They help the mental digestion. I'm sorry, I can't add more visuals during presentation. Normally, I'd be speaking to you in person and you'd be looking at me, but I can't get any more visuals in the middle of the presentation. But I'll try to do my best to go quickly to the next topic. Alvin, I didn't hear you when you said something about deed foreclosure. I'm about to go into the deed in lieu of foreclosure. I think that's what you're asking. So let's do that. So I cover bankruptcy. Again, if they say, you know what, man, I really need to explore this, then I say, great. You go talk to a bankruptcy attorney, and I will, I'll call you on Friday, right? So you always want to, whenever you leave this conversation, you follow up with, when are we going to talk again? Okay, deed in lieu of foreclosure. I think that's what you're asking, Alvin. So this is commonly during bankruptcy. It sometimes happens other times as well. If you're in foreclosure and you don't want to mess with it, you don't have any other options, maybe there's no equity, you're not planning to get anything out of it, you can approach the lender who's foreclosing and say, hey, why don't I just give you the house? That's called a deed in lieu of foreclosure. That's when you give the property proactively to the bank instead of them foreclosing. The only reason you would do that is hopefully in exchange for something, whether it's maybe they waive some fees, maybe they get cash for keys, right? Maybe you said, listen, I'll give you this house, but I need $1,000 to move, then you can have it. Like there's a few different points you can negotiate. And I know it sounds weird if you're already in foreclosure for you to go and negotiate a payment, but that's true. The bank has to not only get ownership, they have to get possession of the house. And if you say, listen, I don't want to keep the house, I'll give it back to you, but I need some money to move, that's definitely part of the discussion. You probably want to have an attorney involved in that discussion. So that's why during bankruptcy, one of the questions is, what are you going to do with this house? And if you say, I guess I don't have a plan for it. Again, if there's no equity, if there's equity, they'll try to capture that equity to pay off the other debts. That's why the bankruptcy is the global financial picture, look at everything. But if there's no equity and you could save yourself the hassle and the uncertainty of when is the sheriff going to come and kick you out of the house after the foreclosure, so you proactively give the house back to the bank in exchange for either waived fees or maybe a slight payment. But anyway, two things about deed in lieu of foreclosure. Usually it involves an attorney to mediate that. And the closer they are to the actual foreclosure date, it's not going to be possible because if foreclosure is in 2 weeks, they've already been through the entire foreclosure process. There's no deed in lieu of foreclosure. They already got foreclosed. So, I'm giving them information because I promise I give you all the reasons, all the ways you can stop the foreclosure, but also, no, I mean, I don't think this is I really don't think it's a good advantage. I think people who do this, but a lot of times they miss out on a better opportunity. Well, last thing, and this is where you kind of get a little philosophical. You say, well, the last thing you could do is nothing. You just not do anything at all. But then I say, well, if you don't choose one of these other options, inevitably the foreclosure process finishes. Either the bank owns your property or another investor buys it at the auction. And then if it's an investor, they show up that afternoon and say, when can you get out? If it's a bank, it might take a few weeks or a month or two for the bank representative to send somebody over to say, when can you get out? So you don't do anything at all. The house forecloses, someone else now owns it, and you got to get out at some point. So if you want to do that, you can. And if you don't want to, which one of these other options might work? So I'm going to go back to the main list. I'll show it to you for another moment. If you need to capture the list of 8. So then at the end of this, I say, well, what do you want to do? Again, we've already emphasized that if they don't have any other financial resources to bring the loan current, to do a loan mod, to do a refinance, we've already keyed in really on whether or not it's going to be a retail listing or if they're just going to sell it to me right now. And again, if they chose one of these other ones, then we say, fine, I'll call you on whatever date. All right. John says, it seems that if you save 6% by having your real estate license and you do 1 home, 4 homes a year at $150K per property ARV, that's a conservative 9,000 times 4 is 36,000 that one can keep. Does that work the license versus the networking partnership with a real estate agent? What's your rule of thumb? Well, there's a few assumptions there that I don't think are correct. So you don't actually get 6% when you sell a property. Even if you were to offer it for 6%, splitting that with another agent, unless you also have the buyer. But if you have a home for sale and you have buyers, then you don't need a real estate license. You just sell it directly. Normally what we do is we list the home publicly. We offer 6%, 3% to the listing agent, 3% to the buyer's agent, and they do their work, right? But if you already have a list of buyers, then yeah, of course you can save that money. But you're not. Does that make sense? So you're not saving 6%. At best, you would save 3%. But that would require that you have an unending list of buyers for your property. So unless you have that, it's worth paying a real estate agent. But of course, it's worth being a real estate agent if you want to spend that time and effort. So hopefully that's just a little more information towards your question. All right. So now we say, what do you want to do? You know, have you tried to do loan mod? Have you tried to do any of this stuff? We revisit the loan balance. So again, the ARV is this much, the loan balance is this much. The more equity there is, the more options we have. But and if there's negative equity, then that's just to say, well, it looks like it might be a short sale. And then I say, well, it looks like, you know, if I make you an offer today, that seems like it'll meet your needs. Does that sound right? And switch over to the contract. Let's see here. So get the property in contract. Has any questions? As I head out, I explain to them what the next few steps are. I'm going to tell you what that is right now. So let me elaborate these three things or these four things. So I say this phrase, get the property under contract. And some of you folks are like, well, yeah, I mean, that sounds easy, but what exactly do I do? What document do I use? How do I fill it out? So yes, let's take a moment and cross this off our to-do list. You will need a purchase contract for your state. Now, if you're a member of Renatus, we have sample contracts that you can use, and with very small adjustments, you can get a valid contract for every state. Or you can go to a real estate attorney. You can have a real estate agent write all your contracts. They have access to paperwork, but you will need to get a contract. So just assume that through one of these mechanisms, you will have your hands on a real estate contract. First thing, read through it yourself several times. If you have any questions about what does this say, what does this mean, you need to know this contract in fairly good detail. There is a lot of boilerplate stuff that doesn't matter, but it has to be in there for legal purposes, like disclaimers and definitions and qualifications. It's important for you to read through and understand it. But what really happens is you have a purchase contract with like 7 or 8 blanks, and you have to just know what to put in each blank. Purchase price, if there's going to be an earnest money deposit, obviously the name to the buyer, the seller, the address, the legal description, the closing date. Like there's a handful of blanks that you are responsible for filling in. But once you know what's in the contract, then you just focus on the blanks. And so you can have printed with you a few blank contracts. And you pull it right out and say, well, let's do this. We're ready? And they say, sure, let's do it. And you write it up right then. Kelly says, can we make our own contract and keep it simple? You certainly could. You need to be careful. If you make your own contract, you have to be the only one who uses it. In other words, if you wrote a contract and shared it with a friend, you're acting as you're acting as an attorney without a license. But if you are part of the transaction and you guys both write up a contract that you both like, I think that's valid. The only additional warning I would give is that each state has, like, they've defined the minimum criteria of binding real estate contract. And so I'll tell you what most of them are, but you'll have to verify for your state. So you need to have a date. You need to have names of the parties, buyer and seller. You need to have the property identified, usually by address and legal description. And then you need to have a price, and you need to have a closing date. So it has to have an end date to be enforceable or to be binding. That's basically it. But like I said, you'll have to double check to make sure that your state doesn't require something else. But you certainly could. So like I said, you have some blank contracts in there. You can go ahead and write it right now. And then as soon as you do, you both sign it. And I want to So one of the things I use, of course, you've all seen phones before. So there's an app I use called Genius Scan. I think it's a free app. I can't remember if I got a pro version or not. There's several scanning apps. So usually in order to have a binding agreement, both parties have to have a copy. So you can sit and write 2 copies or write one version of the contract, get it on your phone, which by the time, once I get a document in place, I don't need the paper version anyway, because I email it everywhere else. Email it to the closing company, email it to my investors, whoever else. So I just scan it and I leave the original with them. And now they've got a copy of it as well. So I get the property under contract and I say, hey, great. What are your questions? Anything? So I tell them what the next steps are. So the next steps, I'll go ahead and add this in. So you know the next steps as well. The next steps are basically, I walk out the door. Depending on what day of the week it is, if it's a weekend, I'll wait till Monday, but otherwise I deliver it to my title and escrow office to do a title search. That's when I verify the mortgage and any other liens. We should have talked about that during the financial process when I asked them about their home. But then I do a title search. I get in touch with my private money. I use private and hard money still on most deals. Private. And tell them how much money I need, what day. Sometimes they want to come and see the property for themselves. I usually use this time to do some contractor bids just to clarify a few of these repair items to make sure I didn't underestimate too grossly. So I do title search. I talk to my money guy, tell him how much I need on what day. Go get some contractor bids to firm up the numbers. And then once the title search is done, which usually takes, it better not take more than 2 days, but 2 to 5 days is usually the minimum that you can close. So if you have cash, and by cash I mean either yours or private money, the biggest obstacle is the title search. Now, usually what I'll do is I'll push closing out, 10 to 14 days. That's time to do the title search, get my money guy paperwork put together, do the contractor bids, and then we're still closing, 2 weeks faster than anyone else that's competing against us, or especially for a traditional lender. Yeah, and so if you know for sure, this is the big one, the big variable, because it's more or less depending on the circumstances. But if you know that you're going to have a parade of people to come in and do flooring and roof and plumbing and whatever, then you set that expectation. You say, listen, I need to get access to the property, X number of times over the next few days. The other thing I would make sure that you clarify at this moment is occupancy. When can they move out? If the house is already vacant, it may not be a question. But if they're living there, even if I can close in 14 days, I'm not going to close until they move out, because otherwise they are occupying my property, which I don't want. All right. James, don't you need to know tax proration in your numbers? Which numbers? Let's say this. When you do a real estate transaction, whether it's a flip or you buy a rental, don't spend any of the money until you contact a CPA. But right now we're just making money. If you make money, you owe taxes. But otherwise, don't worry about it yet. Right now we're just trying to make money. And then that's a good point. Before you spend any of this money, talk to a CPA, and they'll tell you how much you need to hold back your taxes. Terry, is there a preferred preference when doing a contract that you should use your business LLC or your personal name? Actually, let me put this in here because I got 3 questions about S Corp, LLCs, structures, entities. So I'm going to give you 2 answers, and the best answer is, yeah, a legal entity would probably be preferable. If you do not have an LLC or an S Corp set up, then that may be one of the steps on your getting up and running this checklist. Contact an attorney that does that. We've got a great one that works with Renatus, Mark Kohler. He's got a lot of trainings, and then you can just take his outline and say, well, how do I do this for myself? Or you can deal with a local, usually it's what is it? It's like sort of like an asset protection attorney, I guess, if you're going to Google search asset protection, entity formation, that kind of stuff. So the best practices for both liability and tax purposes, run your business through an S Corp, LLC, C Corp. They all have pros and cons. A little outside the scope of this conversation, but yes, I use entities all the time. Most people that are doing this on an ongoing basis are using entities. However, with that said, I wanted to give you a tiny, tiny bit of risk. If you don't have an entity, but you really want to get started, you can put a contract under your personal name and buy the property and flip it, or you can rent it out. You carry risk. I'm not advising you to do that, but if somebody shows up to you and says, here's the best property you've ever seen, you've got to buy it tomorrow or never, you could put it in your name and then very soon after form the entity and transfer the ownership into the correct structure. So hopefully that's both correct and, I mean, it is correct, but I'm trying to encourage people to get started and not use that as an obstacle. So in other words, you can start right now with your personal name, but as soon as you can, very soon after, get an entity put together and separate. So there's two different things. There's liability and there's tax consideration. No matter whether it's personal name, because as a sole proprietor, you can have some tax benefits, but for the first time you have money coming in from real estate, whether it's a flip or whether you're collecting rent, don't spend any of the money until you sit down with a CPA and say, here's what I'm doing. And they'll structure you either with your own internal payroll. So I have an S Corp that pays a W-2 to me as an individual, and the distributions and K-1s and all that kind of stuff. I don't train on that, but I'm vaguely aware of what's happening behind the scenes. That's what you want to get to eventually, but don't use that as an obstacle to not get started. Terry says, can you cover the title search a little more? If you're wholesaling and use private money lender use their title company to do the title search. So yes, if you have never done a deal and you are ready to do your first deal and your private money lender has a title contact, then use theirs. Or if you get a referral from a real estate agent or from an attorney. If you need a title contact, then it doesn't usually matter who you use to do that. But the title search is something that they do. So you say, I need a title search, and they will return to you a report that verifies the owner and any claim against the property. So that's the property taxes, first mortgage, if there's a lien or a judgment, everything that we talked about at the very beginning, that list is the title report. Is that helpful? Ferris, can you use a trust instead to provide liability protection? Yeah, to a certain extent. A trust has other pros and cons, but anything that's not you as a private individual is a separate legal entity, and it does provide a layer of liability protection, absolutely. But don't just say, oh, I'll just use a trust. You've got to know why you're using it and what purpose, because there's different kinds of trusts as well. But yes, of course, you can own property in a trust. Let me knock out some more of these questions. Sandra, can you sign with your name and or assigns so you can close in your entity? Yeah, perfect. So you can show up and say, Sandra is the buyer and or assigns, and then between the next 2 or 3 weeks, get your entity set up and registered with the state, and then close into the entity. You certainly could, yes. Stephen, how would you structure this deal if you had equity partner? Would you set up a new entity for each property? Yeah, I mean, you could. I'm trying to think. I mean, the two ways to do that would be to set up a new entity every time you do a deal, or to set up one entity that you and the same partner do multiple deals. I guess those are the two options. And I guess the question would be how confident you are that this is going to be an ongoing partnership. I personally do transaction-based partnerships. And in fact, it's not even a true partnership. I have an entity, and if somebody loans me money, I create a note that I owe them the money, and then I do a deed of trust, so they have a first mortgage position. But we're not mingling our funds and worrying about decision making. I'm doing the decision making, not borrowing the money. So that's a moderate answer to your question. Hopefully, that's along the right frame of reference. Alvin, do you have to pay for the title search if you don't do the deal? Sometimes. You will want to ask that question. When you get to a certain point, when you're doing some deals, then no, usually not. So if I'm doing a certain number of deals, like for instance, I had 2 properties this month that we did title searches on that I didn't end up buying. It was actually unrelated to the title. There was an inspection issue and I didn't want to proceed. And I didn't have to pay for that. But if you're brand new, you've never done a deal, you're calling up the street, there's no reference, there's no warm introduction, and you're just saying, hi, can I get a free title search? You better ask. Yeah, definitely ask what's going to happen if I don't buy this house. Because it varies based on different companies. Carl, let's see. What if you bought a property under VA? You mean Virginia or Veterans Affairs? Can you yet move under your LLC? If you have a VA loan and it's in, if you have a VA loan but it's in your name, what happens is if you have a personal property and the loan is in your name, if you convert it to entity that's owned by you, it's usually fine. Now you'll need some advice on how to actually do that, like from a procedural standpoint. But yeah, if your name's on the loan and you are the owner of the entity, it's typically fine. Let's see here. Marlene, you pay the contractors in the calculations from the amount borrowed from the private money lender. So I pay the contractors in the repairs. So if you're talking about my formula, it's the repairs. Terry, on some foreclosures, the bank will not let you do an assignment. So is this then when you might do a double sale? Yes, you could do a double close. You're right. Sometimes banks don't want to see an assignment. I always try the assignment first, and if they say no, I try to, you can't do a double close always. Now, with the double close, it has to be cash. So as long as you have a source of cash money, you can do the double close. Zach, I have a rental that is operated as an Airbnb. Property is held in one LLC, and the business operation of the rental is a second LLC. I have partners in the business LLC, myself, spouse, and 2 adult kids. The title of the property was originally held as husband and wife, and we grant deeded it with title insurance divorced LLC. Well, I can't tell if you're bragging or not, but it sounds great. So if you're just chiming in, I appreciate that. That does sound correct, and I think it's going well for you, I hope. Terry says, what is a fair percentage interest for a note to an investor for a property? So there's 2 answers. One is what can you afford? The other is what would they like to see? So the other answer is 8. Normally when I pencil in private money, I assume 8%. Plus or minus. I always, before I offer a number, I ask the person, what interest rate would you like to see on your investment? If they say 6, if they say 5, 6, 7, or 8, I say, great, let's do it. If they say 9, 10, 11, 12 or higher, I say, I'm not sure if I can do that. How about 8? So 8 is my midpoint. Now, certainly I've paid less sometimes. A few times I've paid more. The less risk there is. So if it's a shorter term deal, it's going to go through pretty, not a very thorough remodel, any of that kind of stuff. Then maybe lower end. So you pay a higher amount of interest for higher risk. Is it going to be longer? Is there more variables? But it always starts with asking the person, what would you like to see? And then it proceeds to, what can you afford? So if they demand 12, you can give them 12. You got to run up the calculations and make sure you can afford that. So hopefully that helps. All right, we're heading home stretch here. I know I've got a few more minutes, but I also want to make sure and cover a couple more wrap-up things. So we got the contract, did the title search. I think we did it. I was going to go into a little bit about money right now. I just answered your question. But let's take a minute and do that. So if you don't have cash in your bank right this second, the way you can fund these deals, so I go through this list. Personal money is any money that you have direct discretion over. Your bank account, your checking account, your savings account, what else? If you have credit cards, you have a retirement account, any of that stuff. Now, private money is the same list of things, only it's that other guy over there, and you say, hey, can I borrow your money? So there's no approval process, there's no application, it's just, if it's your money and you say yes, you do it. If it's your friend's money and they say sure and they send it over, then you do it. Hard money is sort of a bridge between conventional lending and private lending. So they're real estate based. They look at the deal and the opportunity and the risk, and then they loan you the money. And it's usually easier to get than a traditional loan because it's just simply based on the deal. It doesn't have anything to do with your credit or your, no, I was going to say your down payment. You do usually have to have a down payment, but you can bring that in as private money. And the traditional mortgage, if you can qualify for a loan, there's no reason why you shouldn't use that resource. Although I would not recommend you do a long-term 30-year fixed mortgage for a flip, because you might have a prepayment penalty and have to pay 7 years of interest regardless, and you don't want to get stuck in that. Retirement accounts, if you or somebody that you know has a 401k, an IRA, you can convert those into self-directed vehicles and access that money to invest in real estate. There's some other whole life insurance policies as well. These are all, by the way, full day courses that Renatus has available. So there's a private money class. There's a using retirement accounts. There's a creative financing with the insurance, whole insurance policies. Anyway, we'll get over to these last few questions. Sandra says, yesterday someone said they pay their investor 15% annual. Too high, right? No, not necessarily. If you're profitable and you're paying your friend 15%, then everybody's happy. So no, the only question is after you agree to the rate, you re-look at the deal that you're doing. And if you're making a bunch of money and then you could pay the guy 15% and now he's as happy as a clam, then no, it's not too high. Is it as high as it needs to be? Well, let me say that different. Does it have to be that high? No, it doesn't. Is it wrong? No, of course not. It's awesome. I wish I had a friend who would pay me 15%. Let's do what else. Stephen, when have you found to be the best time to contact a homeowner in the pre-foreclosure process? Any statistics? Yes, there's two best times. Number one, right after the notification. So as soon as they get notified that they're in foreclosure, that starts to become real. And that's the list that we're pulling, by the way, the most recent filings. The second best time is a few weeks right before the auction. So if the auction is set and it's within a few weeks, it's basically do or die, point of no return. So those are the two best times. Although I don't spend too much time worrying about that. Anytime before the sale, it's still a possible lead for me. But as far as my aggressive mailing campaigns, I start as soon as they get notified that there is a foreclosure. So the NOD or the list pendants. Zia, what are the pros and cons of doing county record search, which is free, versus using the title, which will cost money? If I'm looking for auction property, it would be expensive to keep paying for a title company. So the pros and cons are really based on time and ease of use. So in other words, you're right. If you go straight to the county yourself, you can get the information for free. How long does it take you to do that? And is it in a format that's functional and usable for your marketing purposes? That's why we pay the money to a third-party service, whether it's a title company or another subscription. It's the time savings and how they're ordering the information. If they send me a spreadsheet that's ready to plug and play into a marketing campaign, that's worth the subscription to me. But if you're brand new and you don't have a marketing budget, then still get started and just do it yourself. But yeah, the data format and the time is the reason. Let's see here. Casey says, do you see any problem with taking over a property going into foreclosure, turning it into a short-term rental, Airbnb? Well, I don't see a problem with that. I don't know enough about it yet. You would want to stabilize it. So in other words, if it's still going to foreclose next month, then no, don't advertise it as an Airbnb. I mean, I guess theoretically you could, but if you're going to spend the time and effort to set up a short-term rental, you would want to stop the foreclosure either by bringing the loan current or by buying it or something like that. So I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly, but your exit strategy could be short-term rentals instead of traditional rentals. But you'd have to have a long-term control of the property. And if the house is foreclosing, I don't know if it's worth your effort. Is that the question? Hopefully it was. Alexis, can I use the title company to find a list of evictions? Probably. I think you could. So again, remember the relationship is that the title company just has access to the public record system. And so whether that's something that they're immediately set up to do or they can do easily and quickly for a nominal fee, you'll just have to ask. But in theory, yes. Eric says, if you want to live in a property you're looking to purchase, is there any advantage to buying it with your own business entity and then paying rent to yourself to the entity? Maybe. Maybe. Case by case, incremental. Like it's not, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Is that a good answer? Case by case, if you have an actual scenario, you should run it by a CPA. The fact that you're living there decreases your liability maybe to have a renter or somebody. And you carry insurance, of course, on your own residence. Would there be an advantage? I don't know. I think what's going to happen is it's going to pass through for most smell tests, like from an IRS or from an income perspective, they're going to treat it as your personal residence, regardless of the actual nominal entity that owns it. That's my best guess. But on a specific case, you just want to get some advice. So that's why I said maybe like 7 times. Because it's real questionable. Ferris, have you ever seen or heard of using a 5-9 plan to fund a down payment for a loan for a real estate deal? I ask because housing is a major need for both college and online college. You know, I've never heard that, and I don't have an answer of whether that would be appropriate. I do think that a 529 plan can be used for housing, yes. Can it be used as a down payment? I don't know. It's a specific enough question that you could just ask your 529 administrator, I think, and they would tell you, or you could Google it, to be honest. I've never done that, so I don't have direct experience. Michael, who do you find is best to list on the sorts of bankruptcy homeowners? I think public records. See, the thing about bankruptcy filing is it goes through the county as well. Anything that's a data thing, you can either go to the county recorder, and there's a different section that does property records versus court filings, but it should all be in the same building. Stephen, if you call the homeowner to discuss buying the property, do you mention the fact that they are in pre-foreclosure when you're having the conversation, or do you never mention it? I usually allude to it, and they usually mention it. So I'll say, hey, I'm looking for homes to buy. I thought maybe you would need to sell. And if they say, why do you think I would need to sell? Then I'll say, well, I got your name off the list. But yeah, it usually comes up. I don't start with, hi, Mr. Foreclosure, you're buying. I don't start like that. I start with, hey, do you discuss quickly, would that help you in any way? They're like, yeah, of course. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Well, I got your name off this list. So yeah, it definitely comes up. No, I don't lead off with it. Kichi, have you ever encountered a situation where the owner would sell and then rent back from you? I've encountered a lot that they want to, and I never want to, because they already they're already not making the payment to their mortgage. So now even though we're best friends, I don't expect them to pay me either. Why would I? They've already demonstrated that even if they're the best person in the world, they've demonstrated they don't have the money to pay for their housing. So no. Yes, they will ask you, and no, don't do it. Raymond, what other resources or internet information might I look to help me find or finance deals as a new investor? So you would always start with doing a Google search to the effect of private money, real estate loans, and then the name of your city or town. If you need to get specific, because it's a common name, city, state, county, whatever. But yeah, there's a dozen right this second. I'm sure there's 100 probably. That's the best way to do it. Michael, do you use a company to pull your foreclosure lists? Yeah, I have a subscription. I think I told you there's a lady that sat next to me. So it's just a local company, and she goes down there and types it manually, and then they send it out. Stephen, if you're asked, how did you get my number when you're calling? What do you say? So I just tell them. I said, I put your name and your property address into Google, and they gave me this phone number. Sorry, I mean, that's just the world we live in. But I will tell them, absolutely. Angela, is it illegal to rent back to someone's house you just purchased from foreclosure? It is not, as long as it's full disclosure. So the exception would be a short sale. Part of a short sale will be a disclosure agreement that will usually say the person is not going to stay in the house. But if there's not a short sale, because remember, in a short sale, there's three parties. There's a buyer, a seller, and a lender approval of the deal. And the lender says, I will approve the deal, but you got to agree to this, 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 and this. So the short sale, usually there is a specific thing that says they can't stay in the house. If it's just a private purchase, no, there's no legality against it. Although, remember, I'm very strongly encouraging you not to leave that person in the property after you purchased it. Stephen, do you build rapport over the phone or in person? Man, I'm building rapport from the day that my feet hit the ground in the morning to when I go to sleep at night. But yeah, I usually keep the phone conversation pretty professional. Maybe, if they drop something, or if I maybe know a friend of a friend, but if there's a connection, I'll make it. But the phone call is pretty businesslike. And then when I'm actually in person, I'll try to make the connection. So I'm not going to spend a bunch of time saying, what do you like to do over the phone? Sandra, can you explain how points work on hard money? So a point is 1% of the loan amount. So as a fee structure, if someone says we charge 2 points, that is a fee paid at closing, and it is a percentage of the loan amount. So 2 points is 2% of the loan amount. If you're getting a $200,000 loan, 2 points is $4,000, and you would pay that as a fee at closing. Or sometimes you can roll the points into the loan. So in other words, you borrow $200,000, and they give you $200,000, but you write a promissory note for $204,000 that you pay back later. Either way, that's what a point is. Now, I feel like, is that it? I feel like on one hand, we went from what's a foreclosure to we just walked out of that room with a contract in our hands. Did we do it? Let me just mention this while Jay's getting ready to collect himself and see if we really did do it. The two things that people are thinking at this point, one, do you guys think this can be done successfully? Hopefully, I know I don't know everything, but hopefully you believe that I've been out here doing some real estate deals in Idaho these past 17 years. So I believe you believe that real estate's being done, right? You look out your window, there's people doing real estate every day. So if you know people are making money in real estate, the only question is, do you believe that you can do it? And if you can, then what do you need in order to do that? And usually support, information, education, that kind of stuff. So I'd encourage you to take whatever steps you need to be successful. Let me grab these last couple of questions, Jay, and then I'll get out of here. Ferris,
Go right ahead.
can you buy a house in her? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Can you buy a house in your business entity and make yourself a tenant and pay rent to your business entity? You could. Yes, you absolutely could do that. You would want to get some advice as to why you're doing that, because it's just extra, is what the kids say. It's extra. But there may be a reason to do that. Yes. Sandra, what percentage will hard money lenders loan on? Typically, anywhere from 70 to 80% of the loan of the value of the property. But I've seen hard money go up to 95% on flips. So case by case. So call a bunch of hard money lenders and see what the range is. But 70 to 80 is pretty typical. Julian, what about business credit to purchase? Absolutely. Any available credit you have falls into the category of personal money. So we talked about your checking account, your savings account, your IRA, your 401k. If you have a credit card or a business credit line or a HELOC, any cash you have available, you can use for investing in real estate. Jeff says, we're doing a subject to, do you get the homeowners online login information to make a payment? Yes, I would do that. I would get their dashboard information and get some approval that you can have direct access to the lender. Sandra says, do you believe on knocking on doors when this COVID thing is over? Yes, great point. I didn't mention this. Door knocking is far and away the most effective way to do it. I would not do it until social distancing is loosened up a little bit, because there's just that added little skepticism of answering the door. But a couple months from now, yeah, definitely back to door knocking. Zach says, I obtained a 96 loan to value HELOC from BBVA Bank. Awesome. So that's fantastic. Sandra, is that on ARV or sales price? So in reference to the hard money, it could be either. These are both internal policies. So usually it's purchase price. So if you're going to buy a property, even though there's more equity or there's more upside, they will usually loan you that 80% LTV loan to value the purchase price. But not always. There are other lenders that are more flexible and more looser purse strings. So ask around, and it feels like we've done it. Jay, what do you think?
I think you did a fabulous job today, but I want to make a comment on your wrap-up screen. I love those two questions. Do you believe this can be done successfully? And I think it's pretty obvious when we look at people like you, and for that matter, every single one of the Renatus instructors, and so many people in each of the local communities, you can find plenty of success in doing this. So nobody should have any doubts about that. The second question really goes to a critical issue. Do you believe that you can be successful? And I know that's something I struggled with. I think a lot of people do, especially when they get started. And the best advice I could give, and I'd like to know if you concur, is to get into action. Team up with people that have a little bit more experience than you do. Put together a group so that the talents in the group complement the things that you don't have, and go out there and get going and do it. And you'll learn from those experiences as well. And I promise you that I don't care who I'm talking to, of the hundreds of people on this call right now, you can be successful. Do you concur with that?
I definitely concur. There's an analogy about steering in a car. If the car is not moving, you can turn the wheel all you want and it doesn't change direction. But as long as you're moving forward, you can adjust the direction. And if you're trying to get success, you've got to be moving, and then you adjust the direction, you see success right ahead, and you hit it. So you got to take action, you got to take steps. And like you said, if you get together with a group of folks, sometimes success leaves clues, and you can just follow other people right behind them. Get a caravan going on the way to success.
I love it. A caravan on the way to success. Well, Gavin, I want to thank you so much on behalf of the Chicago community for coming out virtually and spending the day with us and sharing your knowledge and insight and your experience. It's always valuable when I hear you, and we so appreciate everything you do for Renatus and for the community at large. And I wish you well. We look to see you again soon, and next time, hopefully we'll see you actually in the office in person.
Man, I'm looking forward to traveling and seeing everybody again as well. Appreciate the invitation today.
Great. Thank you, Gavin. Well, listen, folks, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break. I see we ran over a little bit. Let's call it a 10-minute break, or so let's call it a 12-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:50 Central Time. So if there's a line at your house for the bathroom, get a bigger house, add a new bathroom. You're real estate investors. Figure it out. You can do it. So go do what you need to do. We'll be back here in 12 minutes and counting.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying how do you do. They're really saying I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. feel like much more than I ever knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Ooh, yeah. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have faith, you need to borrow. No one can feel those of your need. Then you won't let show. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you understand. We all need somebody to lean on. If there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry, I'm right up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. Call me if you need a friend. Call me if you need a friend. If you ever need a friend, call me. 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 If you need a friend, call me. 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 Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens. There stood a log cabin made of earth and wood, where lived a country boy named Johnny B. Good, who never ever learned to read or write so well, but he could play a guitar just like a ringing a bell. Go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, go, Johnny be good. He used to carry his guitar in a gunny sack, go sit beneath the tree by the railroad track, foliage and everything sitting in the shade, strumming with the rhythm that the drivers made. When people passing by, they would stop and say, oh my, but that little country boy could play. Go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, 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 Johnny, go, go. Johnny be good. His mother told him someday you will be a man, and you will be the leader of a big old band. Many people coming from miles around to hear you play your music when the sun go down. Maybe someday your name will be in lights and Johnny be good tonight. Go, 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 Johnny, go. 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 Go. Johnny be good. And the labor to rest. Gonna go to the place that's the best. Lay me down to die. Going up to the spirit in the sky. Going up to the spirit in the sky. It's where I'm gonna go when I die. When I die and the labor to rest. I'm gonna go to the place that's the best. Hey yourself, you know it's a must. Gonna have a friend in Jesus. So you know that when you die, it's gonna recommend you to the spirit in the sky. Recommend you to the spirit in the sky. It's where you're gonna go when you die. When you die and you lay it to rest, you're gonna go to the place that's the best. Never been a sinner, I never sinned. I got a friend Jesus. So you know that when I die, it's gonna set me up, the spirit in the sky. Oh, set me up, the spirit in the sky. Where I'm gonna go when I die. When I die and the neighbors will rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best. Go to the place that's the best.
What's up, Jay? Can you hear me?
Okay, we are back and we are ready to roll. So, those of you that stuck around, and I see that most of you did, you're going to be very, very glad that you did, because we're getting to the bonus portion of our program today, and I am very excited about what we have in store for you. Now, can somebody give me a clue? Somebody on the panelist here, just let me know that that Bob is good to go.
Testing 1, 2.
Okay, we got you, Bob. We got you. Just sit tight, and I'm gonna lay this out for you. We are all good to go. I'm so excited about this because those of you that stuck around are going to get a bonus that I'm so excited to bring, because I know it's an area in which I need a ton of improvement. We're going to be talking about Renatus iOS. Now, Renatus iOS is an extremely robust software suite which is designed to help us leverage technology and the internet to save investors, that's us, tons of time in our day-to-day activities. And it gives us access to huge networks of people that we would not otherwise even know had existed. And most importantly, the software program helps us maximize our profits. Now, I use it, but I know that I'm not leveraging the full capacity of it. It is available to every Renatus education holder by way of subscription, and everyone has at least a complimentary 30-day trial to try it out and put it through its runs. And I recommend, if you haven't done that, do it. And I know you're going to want to after you see this next segment. So if you're not yet fully engaged in our community, because I know we've got guests on the webinar today, and welcome again to you, I think you'll still find this next segment both interesting and useful. I want you to stick around, get a glimpse of what's possible when you have access to the kinds of tools that we have access to, along with and coupled with the generosity of a community of great minds. Now, training us today on the Renatus iOS software is a man who's been using this system for a very long time and who was actually instrumental in bringing it to the Renatus stable of resources. I have to confess, he was also instrumental in bringing my wife Nancy and I to the Renatus program. He is an esteemed member of the Renatus PAC, that's the President's Advisory Council, and he is consistently one of the top income earners in our affiliate program. He's a partner at 3030. He's taken part in dozens of real estate deals, and he's always been extremely generous with his knowledge and his insights. He's had a very significant impact on my life personally and the lives of so many others. A man that I am proud to call mentor, neighbor, and friend. Please give a big, warm, and fuzzy welcome to Mr. Bob Tierney. Bob, come on out, please.
Hey, Jay, how are you?
I'm doing great. I am so jazzed today. But what did you think of the content this morning?
You know, Gavin was one of my very first mentors 14 years ago. And I just love the way he broke it down and made it simple and was very thorough. And listening to him today just really brought me back to those early days and witnessing all the questions that people were asking were all the same exact questions that I was asking back in those days. And I'm just so grateful that he's still with us after all these years. And it was an awesome day. And I'm excited to be here. This is sequestered in my house. I needed the haircut 2 months ago before that's the
first thing
the hair salon's got shut down.
I'm going to the barber.
Right. I told my wife, I'm like, you better watch a video on how to cut hair, because she's like, I walked downstairs, she goes, you need to put a hat on.
All right. Well, Bob, I'm going to turn the rest of the webinar over to you, and I'll pick it up on the back end when you're done. So it is all yours, my friend.
Okay. Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm very excited to be here. I'm going to share a couple of pictures with you of my life and my work, and just kind of share how I got into this whole thing. So let me share my presentation. And I got to share my screen. Okay. All right. So can you see this? Okay, Jay.
Yeah, we have you. Your sound is good, and we've got your screen up there, so you're all good to go.
Okay. All right. So I'll just share my story really quick. I got started remodeling houses when I was 19 years old, and here's some pictures of me from back in the day. And I worked in Oak Park, which is known for Frank Lloyd Wright's home and studio. And I fell in love with Oak Park. I fell in love with construction. I fell in love with Victorian houses and Frank Lloyd Wright's. Became a plasterer, trim carpenter. We did a lot of historical restoration work. Got a chance to work in 9 different Frank Lloyd Wrights in my career. I ended up moving to Oak Park in 1995, and I decided to go to DePaul University. I was 25 years old at the time, and I knew I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in the trade, so I did what everybody that wants to get an education does, and I borrowed a lot of money to go to college. I spent 5 years at DePaul studying entrepreneurship, strategy, and computer science with a minor in psychology. In the year 1999, I actually got a job in corporate America as a software trainer. And my mom had bought me a computer for my 8th grade graduation present in 1983. So I'd been working on computers a long time, and I loved it. I made $50 an hour, which is $108,000 a year. I didn't have any benefits because I was a contract employee, but at 29, I didn't really care about that. And I was excited. I had, quote, made it. And 7 months after I got my dream job, I walked into work, and 22 people got laid off that day, and I was one of them. And I looked for work, but the millennium bug had been cured, and my best offer was $40,000 a year with my new education. And I can make $60,000 a year with a paintbrush in my hand. And so I went back into the trades. My daughter was 11 years old. I had a couple of experiences that I decided I want to learn about real estate. And so this is a loft in Chicago at North and Western. The guy drinking his coffee, John, worked for me for 5 years. And this is a before picture of a condo conversion, and we turned it into this. And so stainless steel aircraft suspension cables and hand chiseled granite backsplash and mantle here. I handmade a walnut desk that wrapped around the back of his office. We soundproofed the place. We had, it was cool. It was fun. I loved it. And I made about $30,000 on this project, and the investor made about $300,000. And I thought to myself, man, if I could have bought this loft, I could have made $230,000 instead of $30,000 in the same period of time. Who likes $230,000 better? The challenge was I had bad credit and no money, and I believed that I needed money and credit to do real estate. And that's what stopped me from even trying. So if I could change one thing, I would go back and I would have started learning about real estate earlier in my life, because I was 36 years old when I met Mr. Gavin McCaleb, who you spent the day with. I am now 50, so it was 14 years ago. This is a 13-bedroom, 7-bathroom home built in 1893. This is an elevator shaft right here. And pretty cool to have a 13-bedroom house with an elevator in 1893, I'm sure. And the property was vacant for 10 years. It was completely trashed. The roof We took it off. This roof had rotted here, so we had to completely rebuild it. We gutted the interior of this property, and $1.1 million later, this property, at the time I took this picture, was worth $2.45 million. It appraised for $2.2 million upon finishing it. And I asked the question here, who made $700,000 on this project? And the answer to that is the investor did, not me. And this was 2003. And this was really the straw that broke the camel's back. I didn't hear that you could make money in real estate from an infomercial or a seminar. I worked for people. I did this stuff for 18 years of my life with a couple breaks, but mostly that's how I earned money. And I just knew that if I wanted to learn, I needed to get support. And there was a lot of great questions I saw coming through the chat today. And, I started doing short sale fix and flips. I then started buying rental properties. I've done a lot of different types of real estate deals. My favorite today are short-term rentals. And actually, one of my short-term rentals rented out to a doctor and his wife who wanted to get out of the city of Chicago because of the COVID-19 situation. And that property gets $56.50 a month. And as a regular rental, it would have made about $3,200 a month. So as far as cash flow goes, it makes about 700% higher cash flow as a furnished rental than it would have as a regular rental. So, and I learned everything from this organization. And so what I'm going to do today, and I'm certainly willing to answer anybody's questions that everybody has. So I'm going to pull up the chat here. And they're telling me that they're going to be in the Q&A. So let me pull up the Q&A. Okay, so if you do have any questions as I'm going through this, let me know. And so Redonis iOS stands for Investment Operating Software, and this is a system that is designed to manage a multi-million-dollar real estate investment company. It also, in my heart, is part of your training and development as a real estate investor. And we evaluated 10 different software companies before we chose the one that built this for us. And there's so many reasons. One of the main ones is because of the data that feeds it. And Gavin talked a lot today about door knocking and finding lists and those types of things. And we have access to that information right here at our tips, at the tip of our fingers, and it's nationwide. And there are a couple different levels of access to data. There are the standard level, and then there's a premium level. I do have the premium level, and the software costs $124.95 a month, and that includes the standard leads. And then if you want premium, it's a one-time charge of $995, and that will give you premium for life. And so you do not need premium leads when you start. You can start off with the system as is, and then as you grow as an investor and find that you'd like to take advantage of that, you could always upgrade it. So let me talk about what this thing finds. So the first thing it does is find probate leads. So these are people that have not had a will or a trust and need the state to come in and deal with their house and their belongings, and that's called probate. So it's a great way to get real estate deals, and so we can push probate leads right here in the system. The next thing it finds is people leads, and so there's 3 different types of people that this finds: private lenders, bankruptcies, and renters. There's over 200,000 private lenders in the system that have said that they'd like to invest in real estate. They have to be accredited, and there's accredited investor is somebody that has a net worth of $1 million, or they make $250,000 a year as a single person, or $350,000 a year as a married couple. And they've also said that they'd like to invest in real estate. Now, private lenders generally invest in real estate near where they live because they can keep an eye on the property. And so that's why I like that we can search for private lenders by county, city, or zip code. So if I type in Cook County, and then I click search, then it'll search for private lenders, and I've got 5,866 private lenders in the system that I can sort by name or zip code, which is kind of nice because if I have a zip code, I generally would prefer to invest in my zip code or zip codes right around me that I can keep an eye on my money. And so, and I will show you in the system how we reach out to the lenders. Okay, the next thing this finds is bankruptcies. So again, I can type in Cook County, and there's about 45,000, I think, last time I looked this up, bankruptcies in the Chicagoland area, and they're by city or by name or zip code or recording date that we can pull these up. And so a lot of times people that are facing bankruptcy, one of the reasons that they claim bankruptcy was because of being in foreclosure. So that's one of the ways to stop foreclosure, as Gavin had talked about earlier today. And then we can also find renters. And so these are renters that have said at some point that they'd like to eventually own a house. So these would be great lease option tenants, right? I could lease them a house and give them an option to buy it from me. I could sell or finance them a property. So having a list of renters that would like to live where I'm doing business is very valuable. All right, the next thing that this finds, and I want to take you back to when I started, because 14 years ago, we didn't have a system like this. And when I wanted a foreclosure list, I had to buy it. If I wanted a cash buyer list, I had to buy it. If I wanted a website, I had to hire a web developer. I had to get a hosting company. I had to get a CRM system, a customer relationship management system, to manage the data that came in through that website. My CRM system was $6,000 down and $299 a month. My web developer is $2,200. My hosting service was $350 a year. My foreclosure list was $100 a month. My cash buyers list was $100 a month. So by the time you added all these expenses up to run a real estate investment business, I was looking at on average $1,000 a month to have all of those resources, and that didn't have half the stuff that this particular thing does. And so, Lexus, I'm about to blow your mind what this thing does. It is so cool. So hold on a second here. Let me go back to my property leads now. Okay, so I'm going to type in Cook County. All right, and search. And so it's going to take a minute. Notice the mapping feature. This is one of my absolute favorite features of this system, that I have a map that I can look around. And you'll notice that as I move the map around, this thing starts to adjust the properties that I see. And then I can actually zoom in. And so what this allows me to do is find particular concentrations of properties in the system. And when I look at the lead types, and this is for you that just asked me that question, these are all the different leads I have: absentee owners, cash buyers, free and clear houses, high equity, low equity, upside down properties, active listings, board investor, which means they've owned it over 10 years. And so I clicked on absentee owners. There's 509,870 people that own properties that they do not live in Cook County. And that's amazing. We have actually marketing that's specific to absentee owners. Okay, if I want to look at cash buyers, and these are very valuable. You know, one of the great ways to make quick money in real estate is to find a house that's completely trashed and full of garbage, buy it, get a crew in there, clean the garbage out, and then sell it to a rehabber. Don't do the rehab because that's not your thing. But those rehabbers are cash buyers. And if you can do a quick cleanup, a lot of times you can leave enough meat on the bone where you'll get a cash buyer for your house. And you could make, $10,000, $15,000 with a week of work. And wholesaling is another reason that you'd want a cash buyer's list. In the state of Illinois, you can do one wholesale deal every 12 months unless you're a licensed broker. We're the only states that's done that so far. I'm sure more will follow. But the cool thing about Renatus iOS is it's nationwide. So all 50 states, there's data in here. As we continue to go down the list here, we have the foreclosure list. So I can look at the foreclosures. And then we've got long-term owners, potentially inherited, pre-foreclosures, vacancies, and zombie properties. Zombie property is one that is vacant and the owner lives out of state. So there's 79,000 foreclosures, 79,641 foreclosures here in the system. And so as I click on one of the properties, this property here, it gives me a map. It gives me the house. One of the coolest things I love is I can click on this button and then I can walk down the street. And so now I can actually see the house. I can see the street. and it's right in the system here, so I don't have to pull it up and go outside of it, and I could go around the block if I wanted to and check out the neighborhood and check out the housing and stuff. And this is really handy. I use this almost daily. Okay, so then as I come down here, there's AVM. AVM stands for Automated Valuation Model. So it bases its modeling on several factors, including analyzing values of comparable properties. And so it gives you that AVM value. It also gives you the market value. And and this is just done from its algorithm. And I use these as guidelines. I always pull my own comps. So it gives me the loans, it gives me the loan date, it gives me the lender, it gives me the construction materials if it has it. It also gives me my transaction history, who's the buyer, who's the seller, and it'll give me all this information about title. It gives me the owner's information, it gives me the owner's address, and gives me the information about the property. And so this is really great to have this information. Okay, so I got a couple questions. So Divya, so wholesaling is when I find a property. Let's say I contact Filipinas and I said, "Hi, I'd like to buy your property, and I'm going to offer you $150,000 for the property." And she said, "Okay, great." And I tied up under contract. And on my contract, I put a clause that says, right, I will buy this property or I can assign it to somebody else. So now I have what's called equitable title in that property, and then I'm allowed to then sell that contract to someone else. And wholesalers make $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 by selling that contract to someone else. Obviously, there'd have to be enough meat on the bone to take that. Usually, properties that are distressed. A lot of rehabbers use wholesalers to buy properties, and so wholesaling is a great way to get started in real estate because you're not actually taking title to a property, and it's a way for you to make money. It also has you learning how to evaluate properties and evaluate repairs and all kinds of things. So, and we've got extensive classes on wholesaling in our program. All right, so Alvin, so AVM is the valuation model that this particular system uses. And again, it's a ballpark. It's something that I would just use as an estimate from what it thinks, but I would actually do my own research. And then LTV, it means loan to value. So those are two completely different things. Loan to value is how much my loan is compared to a property's value. And that value, if I'm going to go to a bank and get a loan, is going to be determined by appraisal by a licensed appraiser. If you purchase the premium package, would you still have the monthly fee? Yes, Stephen. It's $124.95 a month. The premium package is a one-time fee of $1,995. It's only one-time fee, and then you got premium lead access. All right, how does the software compare to competitors? Well, we evaluated 10 different software programs. So let me get through what the thing does. And I could literally spend 3 hours on this. I'm really going to try to get through it. It is amazing. And I'm just getting started. This software system will blow your mind. So let me get into it. All right. So now, I'm sorry. I'm a realtor in New York. This program's successful in New York. We're seeing saturated. You know, having access to a system like this gives you a competitive advantage. And you'll see why here in a few minutes, Anya. How current are the videos views to neighborhood? That's Google. So that is Google Earth. And we see the Google cars running around at least every couple of years. Yeah. So I would say they're, a couple few years old is usually about as old as they get. All right. 5 CRM system with my brokerage. This may save me money while taking this transition. Is this program comparable to other systems? Yeah, and Dania, I would tell you that as a broker, this would help you find deals for brokerage too. All right, Missouri is a non-disclosure state. How does this affect the functions in this software? That doesn't matter. I can still go to Missouri and find deals in the system, and still have access to the data that I need in order to start making phone calls. All right, so I'm going to stop answering questions for a minute, get through a little more, and then I'll come back to questions. Okay, so once I have this property, and I've decided I like it, I could add it to my leads. So I can click add to leads, and that'll add to my leads. And the other thing I like, and so now I'm going to show you one of my favorite features. So we're clicked on foreclosures right now. See these little blue circles? I got 441, 160. I got 6. This is Killdeer. This is very, very high-end area. This is not going to have a lot of foreclosures. But as I move around Cook County, I start to notice that the numbers in my circles get higher. So I lived right here. I lived in Oak Park. I worked in Oak Park for 18 years. And I don't live there anymore. But if I did, look at what is all around me, right? I got 875, 1.1, 1.0, 1.1, 930, 914, 1.4. There's a lot of foreclosures right here. And this is about a 30-minute drive from 20 minutes from Oak Park to the lakefront, taking 20 under the green line. And so with traffic, it gets a little congested, but you got a heck of a lot. And so what you can do then is you can zoom in. And so as I zoom in, I can kind of zoom in on the areas that have got a lot of foreclosure properties. And as a real estate investor, if I'm going to use roadside signs, well, this would be a nice area. I've got thousands of foreclosures right here in this area. Then I can continue to zoom in, and it will continue to refine it. Now you can see I've got a lot more circles. There's a lot more refining. So I can figure out where in the city are the most concentration of leads. So now check this out. If I take off the foreclosures and I put cash buyers, you're going to notice something. What you're going to notice is that there's a heck of a lot of cash buyers in the same area. Look at all these cash buyers. Why? Because real estate investors know where to go to find good deals. And so if I know I've got a lot of cash buyers and I know I've got a lot of foreclosures, this is an opportunity for me to start to use a system like this to pick areas that I can concentrate in. And guys, time is the most valuable thing. I know a lot of people that when you're new think that money is the hardest part of real estate. Money is the easiest part of real estate once you understand how to find and make profits and deals. Because if you understand how to find deals and you understand how to create profitability in deals by being a transactional engineer and bringing those skills to the table, then people will throw money at you. And we've raised millions and millions and millions of dollars now, right within the Renatus community. Just because we teach people how to self-direct their retirement plans, they become lenders. We teach people how to build business credit. They have access to $100,000 in business credit cards, and they need a place to put that money to do deals. And that's one of the reasons that the community aspect of Renatus is so valuable, and why I could do real estate by myself, but I get way more real estate done as being a member of a community and surrounded by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that are in the business that I can partner with and get deals from and all that, than trying to do this by myself or try to learn on YouTube. Being able to collaborate with and ask questions of people who have actually made millions of dollars themselves and are willing to share with you, that is priceless. And that's why one of the reasons that I've been a member now for over 14 years. It was 14 years in January when I heard about it. Okay, so this is a little bit about this. Now, here's the next cool part, and I talked about this in my chat. All right, so this thing, there's a direct mailing system right in this. And so I can go to my marketing library, and there's a factory of bots that hold big pens that handwrite letters. They also create postcards. Some of the postcards, absentee owner, rental property. Tired of being a landlord, right? Sell us your vacant home. Tons of below market value investment properties available right now. Can't change the mortgage, change the house. Right? Distressed seller, tax liens, low equity, foreclosure, void foreclosure. Don't let the bank take your home and destroy your credit. We can buy your home as is. Right? And so these are postcards that you can have mailed out on your behalf. Then they have other types of stuff here. So you can choose whatever one of these that you like and have them sent out on your behalf. And so Gavin said something very important. It's about repetition. So you can, in the system, you could have it send out postcards and some handwritten letters. You could send out both of those things. And so let me show you the letters. So these are all the different letters. So these are absentee rental properties. And there are 4 different ones. So there's 4 different ones to choose from. And because you are a Renatus member, if you want to edit the letter, you can. If you're not, and you own the software, it's $50 per edited letter. It's free. So that was something that we negotiated when we brought this system on, had the system built for us. So these are some of the letters that are written. So I will read you one. Hi, Joe. I buy rental properties in your zip code, as is for cash, and I'm very interested in your house. Tired of sinking money into a property you don't live in? Frustrated with dealing with tenant problems? I've helped many people in your exact situation by purchasing their properties as in, regardless of condition, eliminating realtors and their commissions, handling all the paperwork and closing quickly, often 30 days or less. Please give me a call, and they'll put in your phone number and your email and your name or your website, which this thing also builds websites. I'm going to show you that next. But I liked Gavin's coaching. He just puts his phone number, right? He wants to talk to people rather than pushing somebody to a website. And you could try both, right? Try one letter with a website and try one letter with a phone number. See if you get a lead. All right, so check out all these letters. Absentee owners, vacant properties. So remember, the absentee owners is 509,000 absentee owners. These are all the different letters that we have that you can send to them. Here's cash buyers. So here, let's read a cash buyer one. Hi, Joe. My name is Greg. My real estate investing company works with most of the investors in the area. Because we have so many sources below market value homes, we have a constant inventory of great deals that we offer to our investor buyers first. If you've been waiting for the perfect time to invest, this is it. I'd love to talk to you about the opportunities that we have available. We have access to hundreds of properties and are confident that we can find the perfect investment for you. And guys, I would edit this and I would just say, due to the COVID-19 situation, we saw the stock market drop 36%. We know there's a lot of people that are upset about losing a portion of their life savings. Real estate is a great way to secure that money, and self-directed retirement plans are one of the ways that we teach people how to do that. I mean, you could really build a fantastic letter that helps people understand some of the possibilities of getting into this if they don't, and a lot of people have never heard of a self-directed retirement plan before. And so these are the marketing, and they had a professional copywriter come in and write these letters. And when you see them in person, you cannot tell they are fake. They are actually written with a real Bic pen. So the Bic pen presses down on the paper and you can feel it just like if you wrote it for real. And that's what I really loved about was the factory of robots. That blew me away. I mean, how long would it take you to handwrite 100 letters in envelopes? You wouldn't. You'd get to 20 and your hand would be cramped and you couldn't do it, right? You try to hire somebody to do it. All right, so cash buyers, distressed sellers, arm holders, bankruptcy, foreclosure. So there's 3 different foreclosure ones, low equity or upside down properties. The most money I made in real estate my first 7 years was upside down short sales. I bought a house for $196,400 that she owed $350 on. I bought a house for $275,000 they owed over $500 on. So some of my favorite real estate investment strategies. There's tax liens, renters. Remember we had that renters list? Now you can send a letter to renters. Are you sick of renting? I have some fantastic new homes for sale that you could own for a lower monthly payment than what you're currently paying in rent. If you'd like more information, please give me a call. I have several great homes available right now. I would even add, we can get you in a rent-to-own property or even seller finance it. And we also help people repair their credit, because now, guys, we have a free credit repair program that we can bring people into that was created by one of our instructors, who's actually doing a real estate workshop for us in June, which you cannot afford to miss. And so these are services that we created so that you can run a better real estate investment company. All right, so now you see all the different letters: probates, private lenders. I'll read you private lender one. Hi, Joe. Greg. My company specializes in buying houses, fixing them, and reselling them at a profit. Our business model is very unique, and we have great systems in place that I'd love to show you. We're asking individuals like you to participate as lenders on our houses, make solid rates of return that are secured for lien positions. In essence, you're acting a lot like a bank. If you're interested in how we can help you, leverage your savings 401k or IRA to make a great rate of return secured by real estate, then we definitely like to explain how this works. Please call me in the next couple of days. So we have 200,000 lenders. These are some of the letters that you could send out, and think of a couple ways. I tweak this one right here, but you get the idea. All right. So now we have letters going out and generating leads for deals. All right. The other thing this does is it creates websites. It'll have, every system gets 100 websites, and they've got different designs. They've got different contents pack. So I've got an investor content pack. And this one here, talks about real estate solutions for fellow investors, what sets us apart. Guys, this was built in 5 minutes. Buy a house, wholesale properties, private lending. So they can click on this.
Insider access to the best deals.
Okay, so, and this allowed they had a logo, and then allowed us to put the information for this particular company there. And so this was created in 5 minutes. And what it does is it has you look like a professional real estate investor. It also has landing pages. So this is one of my landing pages.
You're experiencing foreclosure-related problems.
So this is so we negotiate short sales to help you save your home and credit for foreclosure right now. So we just talked about that today. This is a landing page, and this is my company, IQ Investments, and my logo. And this is a griffin. He's the guardian of wisdom and wealth from around 330 BC. I thought that was a cool representative of IQ Investments. And they have a free ebook here. I didn't write the ebook. It's all included. It's all done for me. And the CRM system, their information, has an automated emails follow-up system so that they will follow up with your people. All right. And so get topdollarforyourhouse.com. This is for distressed sellers. So this one here, cash for houses, problem property, sell your house, stop foreclosure, right? It's got these little videos, and guys, you could change the videos, you could change the fonts, you could change the pictures, right? This is a full-blown web development system that you can use yourself and edit yourself. Okay, so once I have my letters going out and I've got people coming to my website, now I've got people that are submitting property. And I just got a whole bunch of leads from Tennessee, which was really interesting to me. So I'm going to go to one in Chicago. All right. So I get so many leads coming in this thing, I can't even handle it. All right. So here's one in Chicago. So this is a lead. So when I click on this property, now every single thing that is listed here on the left, I can do with every property in the system. And so this is the data that we get the year built, lot size, all this stuff. So I've got the activity, I've got property information. So it'll give me information about my property. It'll give me information about the mortgage if it has it. All right. It'll give me any negotiation if I want to fill this information out. This is stuff that I can fill in. And so as you are talking to your owners, Gavin just went over a script. So let's say that you get a lead that comes in your system, and then you call the owner and you want to start to fill all this information out. They got what's called a seller script. And this is a script for you to talk to your seller. So as you're getting on the phone, now that you can put your evaluator name, you can put the street address and all that, your name and contact information, put it in. Are you the owner on title? Yes, I am. Or no, I'm not. If who is? Are you the mortgage holder? Yes. If not, who is? Is the home occupied? Yes or no? Are you the occupier? Yes or no? If you're not, who is? What type of property is it? Right? How many bedrooms does it have? Bathrooms? Are there any special features? Have you done any renovations? Are there any repairs that are needed? If not, when the last time the bathroom and kitchen were updated? Because this is almost like real estate investing paint by number, right? You just follow it step by step by step. And when you ask all these questions, this allows you to save this information. And now you've got the information about this property. Guess what? As a business owner, you don't have to answer the phone. You could train an assistant to do this. and actually get this information for you. And now that's all updated in your system. So let's say that you ask questions and you say, you know what, this sounds like a really cool property. I'm going to go see this house. Back in the old days, I had a camera, a yellow pad of paper, a pencil, and a tape measure. And I would go to a property and I would go and look at it, and I'd evaluate it for its repairs and look at the electrical and plumbing and the HVAC system in the basement, and look to see how the foundation was. And we would look at the roof and all the stuff. And I would write everything down that I thought I needed to deal with. And I'd come home and I would sit down in front of my computer. I would transfer the information from that yellow pad of paper into my Excel spreadsheet for my deal and estimations worksheets. And then I would go to my deal analysis spreadsheet, and I would analyze my deal, all done manually in Excel. Guys, this thing does all of it for me now. The time savings alone, just from this next step, is one of those things that blew my mind and was worth the $124 a month by itself. So, as I'm evaluating my real estate deal, I can pull comps right in the system. So we talked about calling a real estate agent. I don't need to call a real estate agent anymore because I can pull my own comps right here, and I also can. I can choose how far they are away. I can, when they're with sold, I can choose active or pendings, right? I could choose my limit, and then I can search, and then it will find my comps in the order that I would like them. And then I can build a free report. So if I'm sitting down with the homeowner, I'm going to go through and I'm going to look for all the comps that I feel are what I want the homeowner to see, and that are justifying. And I would never do anything unethical or take advantage of somebody. But most people that I've dealt with in my career think their properties are worth a lot more than they really are. And that's just something that we deal with, especially if there's a lot of repairs needed. So these would be really helpful, right? To have these properties be able to pick the ones that I want, right? And I could choose that. And so, and then it will give me an estimate, a report. And so the report that it builds allows me then to go sit down with my homeowner on my meeting. While I go to the property, I can pull my comps, decide I'm going to go to the property. Now I can do a repair estimate, and I can actually do a repair estimate right in the system. Now I use a tablet because it's easier to do this with a tablet than on your phone, but I'm connected to the internet on my hotspot on my phone when I go to a property. So I can just click create, and I can create a repair estimate, and I can do that right from the system. And guys, this is one of those things, especially if you're new, it really, really helps you to not forget about stuff and take a look at things. And so all these different things are things that it hit at. And so you're walking around, you're looking up at that roof, and you're like, man, that roof looks pretty bad. You click roof. I'm going to rip and replace it with an architectural shingle. It's going to give me an approximation of cost. And these costs are estimates from around our area. So the system is smart enough to know where the houses are and what the estimates are in those particular areas. So I've got an estimate. I'm walking around. I'm like, you know what? This thing needs new gutters. Step off my gutters, and I see that it needs about 250 linear feet of gutters. Gives me an estimation for gutters, and then I just go down the list. Right? Let's look at the exterior. Do I need to power wash this property? Right? Most of the properties do need power washing, right? So I can click yes. Now, if my power washer is not quite that expensive, then I can change and adjust the price right in the system. And I can do that on the fly, right? It'll have me look at all the masonry, right? My fireplace. So do I need a tuck point? Is there any masonry that needs power washing? My painting, I can do interior and exterior, and so on and so forth. Windows, garage, landscaping. Then I come inside. I've got painting interior, hardwood, vinyl, tiling. I can do a grouped kitchen. And if I'm just doing a quick estimate, I do a group kitchen. I can do a median kitchen for about $9,000. And it just depends on how big the kitchen is. And I'll adjust this on the fly as I'm in there. But you kind of learn as you go what your pricing is. And then you just continue to go down and look at every single thing, your HVAC, your plumbing, your electrical, even your permits, your staging, and the contingency, and you get your repair cost. The other cool thing is you can have multiple estimates. You can do a quick quick cleanup estimate, a median rehab estimate, or a full-blown rehab estimate. And now you can analyze your deals for different estimates. It's a heck of a lot easier to do that and a lot faster to do that this way than it ever was the old-fashioned way. And so again, this is one of those features that by itself was worth the fee. And this allowed me to save. So I do see there's a couple questions come in. So I'm going to look at my questions here. All right. So Alvin, how do I actually get in contact with the lender of the property? Have cooperation with the homeowner, right? That's how we get the actual homeowner's mortgage documents, and we call their mortgage company from their mortgage document. That's how I get a hold of them. If you put together a contract to purchase as a wholesaler with the assign clause in the contract, what a seller wants to see proof of funds and you don't have it. Alice, that is a great question, and that is something that is extensively trained and talked about in our educational systems. And you can get proof of funds letters very easily. And I've actually gotten a proof of funds letter from a fellow community member, right? Just because they happen to have $350,000 in cash in their bank account. So they gave me a printout of their bank statement and wrote up a letter that said, Mr. Tierney has access to these funds to do real estate with. And I sent in the bank statement, sent in the letter, and had proof of funds. And that's just one way. And there's many, many other ways that you can get proof of funds. Right, I have the premium software and want to do short-term rentals. Can Renatus help finding potential properties for that strategies? Absolutely, Casey. In fact, that's one of my strategies. And your best short-term rentals are going to be, your best real estate period is going to be off-market properties that are distressed in some way that you can get at discounts by helping somebody that needs to sell for some reason. And then focusing on areas that short-term rentals would be beneficial. And so, I have a property that's a short-term rental that gets $5,650 a month. It's furnished, and the reason it does so well is because it's 10 minutes from Woodfield Mall, and so it's just in a very popular area, and that property has been rented out since 2017. All right, how to use LTV that's listed on the property to help determine if maybe a deal or not? You don't, Alvin. You do not use the LTV that is listed on the property, because that LTV is a ballpark that's created by a computer, and in most cases it's not correct. It's a ballpark. So you're going to do your analysis, and you're going to do your research, and you're going to pull your own comps, and you're going to make your own decision. And another gentleman earlier today said, hey, if I don't know how to do this stuff, should I get a real estate agent to help me? Guys, I want to tell you something right now. There are a lot of good realtors in the world, but there's a lot of not good realtors in the world. And real estate agents are not investors. Less than 5% of agents are investors. They have not taken our classes. They do not understand how to evaluate properties for profitability. That's not their world. That's not their job. A real estate agent's job is to take a buyer of a house and a seller of a house and put them together and make a commission. Make no mistake, they are in sales. Make no mistake that they earn more money the more you pay for a house. So when the house is on the market for $200,000 and I want to submit an offer for $60,000, the realtor is going to say, "Oh, you shouldn't do that. That would be rude." That realtor is fired. At the end of the day, it's my name on the dotted line that is making an offer on that property. So I love my real estate agents. I could not do my business without them. However, I rarely buy a house through a real estate agent because I buy my own houses off market. I will sell a house with a real estate agent only if I can't sell at my house. I don't want to sit there and do open houses. So if I have a high-end property that I'm trying to get top dollar for, I'll pay a real estate agent's commissions to do that for me, but only if I can't for sale by owner that property, because I don't want to deal with the showings. And that would be why I would hire a real estate agent. Educate yourself to not need them. Right? Educate yourself so that you're the professional, you're the expert. And that's what Renatus is about. Right? We teach you how to be an expert in real estate. Guys, people that take our classes, and there's 67 classes in our curriculum, there's almost 500 hours of training, right? To become a real estate agent, it's like 80 hours of training or something. And I don't know that for sure, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like 80 or 100 hours. It isn't very much. And it's certainly not training on investing, because that's not their focus. Their training is on the laws and how to keep yourself out of trouble and what are the rules and regulations of selling properties for other people. I am not a real estate agent. I'm a regular average guy that buys and sells houses, and real estate agents work for me if I decide to hire them for my business. And so that's my encouragement, is to become the expert, so that you know what you're doing. All right. Can you call a county auditor to get a title search? I call my attorney to get a title search. My attorney is also a title agent and provides title insurance, and so he can do my title searches for me. Or I've gone directly to Chicago Title and signed up for a subscription to pull titles when I was pulling a lot of them, because I didn't want to bother my attorney when I was really going through a lot of deals. So I did a subscription with an actual title company. Does the software screen based on demographic data? Demographic, you mean like how many people are male or female or age demographics? What type of demographics are you talking about? Latasha, do you have experts like plumbers, roofers, electricians with you during your inspection to get their thoughts on repairs? Latasha, absolutely. I would recommend, if you do not know anything about construction, that you find somebody that is a rehabber, that is knowledgeable in rehabs, that is in your area. And that's another reason why being a part of a community is so valuable, because we get to know each other and we get to know who the contractors are that we like. And if a contractor doesn't keep their word, that gets around the community pretty quickly. So, being part of a community is a way to, get access to those people. Like, I share my good guys all the time, and I look for good guys. The first people I call to get a contractor is community members. Just this morning, I texted a community member looking for somebody for my business. Angela, this is a game changer. I know. I evaluated 10 different software companies, and Bob Snyder, this is what our founder said to me. This is a true story. He said most real estate investment training companies use software as a gimmick to sell education, and it's not real, and it doesn't actually do what they say, and it's a waste of time, and it's a gimmick. He says, you bring me a real system that actually works, that serves our community, and I'll take a look at it. And after 10 systems in 9 months, this is the one that we chose. Thank you, Philip. 70 hours. I was close. I said 80. How accurate is the comp system? Alexis, it pulls the actual data from the MLS. So it's actual real comps. It doesn't get more real than the comps that are pulled. Let's say you ever find a rehab project. Does the system connect you to contractors, and some contractors you can do the repair work? The system does not, but I'm going to show you some cool things, and I'll give you some guidance on how I find contractors. Do you find comps are true to the numbers? The comps are absolutely true, because they're actual real comps. What is a comp? A comp's a house that's sold. So when you have a house that's sold, then it becomes part of the data of houses that sold in that area, when it sold, and that's just actual real data. And not only do we have this website, but we also have another one that has access to the actual MLSs in all of the United States. Just ask a real estate agent how much it costs them to have MLS access. It's $100 a month just to have the MLS access. We have that included here, included for the 124. And we are nationwide, not one MLS system. It's not all the MLS systems in the whole country, but certainly all the major ones. System up or virtual assistant can have access. Yes, Philip. You can have people that have logins, and you can limit to what it is that they can see. So if you didn't want them to see every single thing in the system, they can have their own login. Are there any good free online MLS sites? Zillow, Redfin. How long is the delay in the comps fold from MLS? It's in real time, and I'll show you our MLS system. So I'll log in. So this is called FlipComp. So FlipComp is included for free for our iOS owners who have an X Combo pack. If you don't have an X Combo, it's an additional $100 a month. All right. So this is actual MLS access. So, right, I can just search in a city. Let's search Schaumburg. So these are properties listed in Schaumburg, and these are actually listed right now on the MLS. There's the MLS number. Here's the listing, and there's my pictures and all of it. So when I say this is actually attached to the real MLS, this is real MLS information. Julian, this software, I am about 1/10 of the way into what this software does. So I do not need anything else, and just have never even thought about looking at anything else because I've got everything I need in one place. All right. Okay, so check this out. I've got my estimate. So now I want to do a analyzation of my deal. So now I click on the deal analyzer. All right. Now this thing here allows me to do a one-page analysis, which is a quick one strategy, or I can do multi-page. So guys, if I don't know what I'm going to do with the deal, maybe I want to analyze it from a couple different perspectives, I can click on multi-page, create. And so now I can do buy and flip, buy and hold, and lease option. You'll notice that in the questions it's going to ask me. So again, this is paint by number real estate investing. This will help you understand how to be a better investor, because it makes sure that you don't forget about stuff. And I mean, shoot, one of my first real estate deals of my life, I forgot the taxes accrued. I just didn't think about it, and it wasn't in my spreadsheet. I get to the closing table, and it's $7,000 less than I thought I was going to make, and I'm like, what happened? And we went through the numbers and went over and checked, and then there they were, tax accruation. I'm like, oh man, I can't believe I forgot about that. I never made that mistake again, but if I would have had this software, I wouldn't have made it in the first place. All right, so check this out. Now this is going to ask you the questions, right? What's the price? Right? What's the current as-is value? All right, whatever it was. Right? What's the taxes as value? Are you financing the purchase? Is the whole property occupied? Yes. Right? Are you financing the purchase? Right? What are the out-of-pocket closing costs? I'm going to ask you the questions. Next, you're going to add a financing option. Interest only or fixed or ARM? What happens if you have more than one lender? I can add another financing option. So if I've got one lender that'll do 8% and another one that wants 10%, I can put them both in the deal, and I can figure out the deal based upon that. Right? Then click next. What are my rehab costs? Import from repair estimator. Boom. We just made a repair estimate. We select the estimate, and now I've got my repair costs, and I could even finance those. Click next. What is my rental information? I can go to rentometer.com. I can get a ballpark from my rental information, right? I can put my assumptions in here. I click next. I put my leasing information and my assumptions for my lease and my closing costs once I buy it as a lease, or once I sell it to them as a lease option. Then I put in my holding costs, my utility costs, my gas and sewer and water, electricity, then my assumptions for my HOA and others, my buy and flip selling costs, my holding time, the sale price of the property. And I put all that information in. When I click next, check this out. I have a buy and flip overview report, a strategy analysis, a monthly cash flow pro forma, buy and hold reports, first year operating projection, future years. So when you're sitting down with your lenders, when you're sitting down with your partners, right, you actually have real reports. You look like a professional real estate investor. You're not fumbling around with a bunch of handwritten things that you're trying to give to people, or fumbling around with spreadsheets, which are really difficult to deal with. You have a real reports that are accurate and professional looking. And that gives you credibility. You know, if I'm going to lend you $200,000, if I see somebody that comes to the table who's got their T's crossed and their I's dotted, and I've got somebody else who doesn't, who am I going to lend the money to? I'm going to lend it to who I think is taking their business seriously. And that's what I love about having a system like this. All right. So now I got my deal analyzer. I want to submit an offer. So here's the old days. I would sit down, I would get my documentations filled out, I would get my estimates of repairs, I'd get my pictures, I'd put my deal together, I'd have everything printed. My 66-page offer now goes into my fax machine, and I wait. And on page 37, the fax machine jams, and I have to unjam it. And then I refax it. And then on page 59, the fax machine jams. Right now, guys, we have a paperless office. This is so cool. This will fax your offers for you. This will generate your offers for you. This will generate your HUD. This will generate your forms. So I click on generate offer package. Boom. I can generate my offer packages. I can have a short sale, probate, wholesale, landlord, residential. So fix and flips or buy and holds, and then commercial. And I can do it right here. All right. And it will pull all my documents together and it will fax them out. The other thing this does is receive faxes. That's another thing I had to have was eFax. eFax was $175 a year for my fax number. Now I have it for free. It's included. And so it's included in the price. It's not free. It's included in my subscription here. And so I have this paperless office. And it will also then allow me to submit my offers. So now I submit my offers. Then I have somebody say, yes, I'd love to sell you my property, and I go to the closing and buy the property. Well, while I'm getting ready for my closing, I can go up here to my rehab planner. This is another one of those. You got to be kidding me. I cannot believe this system does this. And now you can create a rehab plan. All right. So this thing here, this is a huge time saver. And any of you that have done any type of construction or any type of projects know that a significant amount of time is shopping. So check this out. I've got every single thing that most investors use for their projects. I click on bathrooms. I click on accessories. I need some hardware. I select the hardware. I like Chrome. Boom. I got my hardware here. Check this out. I've got my URL to my website. So now it pulls up my website at Home Depot. I got put my name, build a template for all of my construction material I want. Then I could submit them over to the bid room, and I've saved between 10 and 40% on the bid rooms reduction, and then we get an extra 2% off because of using Renatus iOS with Home Depot. Because that was negotiated as part of the deal. So now I can have my materials delivered to my project. I don't have to shop. Or if I want to pick them up, because I do have a trailer, if I just need to stop and pick up something quick, I don't want to wait for delivery, they'll pick it for me. And now I show up and the young guys are loading my trailer while I'm talking to them about why they should be getting into real estate and quitting their trade by time for dollar job as they're loading my trailer. And I've recruited a couple people from Home Depot over the years. And so I absolutely love the system. And they've got bathtubs and countertops and exhaust fans and flooring and lighting and shower doors and sinks and every single thing that you could think of that you need. And if there's something not there, click add item. Boom, you could add an item. Right? Maybe you like to shop at Menards. You could add items from Menards. You can put whatever link that you want, maybe like Lowe's. I like all three. Plus I have some other suppliers that I use. Right. I like Benjamin Moore paint for my higher end properties. I will use Sherwin-Williams if there's not Benjamin Moore nearby. I do not like Behr paint. I don't even like their new paint. Their newest paint that they came out with. I've been painting since I was 19 and I just like Benny Moore. And so I could add that stuff in here in my system if I wanted to do that. And so it allows me to do that. All right, so I did have questions come in. All right, I've used this many systems before. Yeah, it's amazing, Philip. It really is. If an investor already has websites, squeeze pages, landing pages, can those be integrated into the system so that leads are sent straight from those websites? Yes, yes, yes. So in this system, they have a form generator. So I can go to lead flow, I can go to opt-in forms, and I can actually create a form that will allow my current website to then have the leads come into the system. Absolutely thought of that, and it's awesome. Do all these features? Yes, Angela, everything I'm going through, every single thing I'm going through right now is included in the basic system. The only thing that the premium gets you is a couple of premium lead categories for deals. All right, for sellers within this telephone numbers or the phone numbers do not call screened. I'm going to go with Gavin on this. I've never once checked the do not call list for calling someone about their property. I wouldn't cold call somebody to sell them a newspaper subscription or something like that. But if somebody's in foreclosure, I don't care if they're on the do not call list. I'm going to call them. I've never even thought of not even looking at that. I'm trying to buy their house. That's not really solicitation. I don't know. I'm the kind of guy that would ask forgiveness rather than permission. Is the truth around that. So, and if I can find their number online, I'm calling them. I mean, my phone, I'm on I say do not call, and every single person that calls me, my phone rings 30 times a day with people soliciting to me. So, I'm not really worried about that for real estate investing. All right, how do you email documents to people on your team? When I've emailed documents like comps for endpoint repair cost percent has not been able to open the document. That's going to be a customer service for them question, Alvin. I am not sure about that. All right, Bob can take a search of, please look at 1000 Blue Stem Lane in Lester Prairie, Minnesota. I found some systems that don't have correct home details. If the same information are wrong, could really mess up your comp comparison. Property's a 4-bed. All right, so here's the deal. If you're pulling this property up in other systems and that has wrong information, it's because whoever is at the county put wrong information into the system. I mean, computers are only as smart as the person sitting in front of them. And so I'm happy to look it up. Let's go to, we go to properties. But, if it's wrong, I would correct it in the system. And it might have been a 2-bed, 2-bath that somebody remodeled and put an addition on. You never know what it was built as. I mean, I've added bedrooms to properties personally. All right, so 1000 Blue. All right, Blue Lester Prairie. Okay, here's the house. All right. Property, 2 bedrooms. Yeah, 2 beds, 2 bedrooms. So maybe this property was added. You never know. So there's some reason that this was put in here this way. This is the information in the city. So if I was going to pull comps for this, I would change the comps. I would change in the comp system, I can do that. So, right, if I add to my leads, okay. Then I could pull comps in this system. I could actually change that. And so the other thing I would do is I'm going to come over here to flip comp, and I'm going to put it here. See if I can find it here. And this is pulling from the actual MLS, so it doesn't get any more accurate than this. All right, no imagery. All right, it's not available, not listed or sold, built 2004, 2-bed, 2-bath. So this is actual MLS. It's listed in the MLS as 2-bed, 2-baths. So whoever, it was either built this way and then they improved it, or somebody made a mistake. But that's something that would be created by the MLS listing server, because this is MLS source public record. All right. Yeah, I know, Andrew. Listen, I'll put Renatus's $20,000 package up against any of the Guru's $80,000 packages. And I'll put this software system up against a lot of their software systems are charging $15,000 up front for. And, the owner of our company, guys, was wealthy before he built the company. And he didn't build it to make a lot of money. He built it to make a difference. He built it to help people. You cover skip tracing on the system. I use a system outside of this. People search if I need to find information beyond what this has. Yes, there is a fax number that you will get with this system, and that you can have people fax to you. It's also a messaging system that I'm going to cover in a minute. All right, so here's your fax, internal messaging. So there's all kinds of things that you can do within the system. Would you buy a house that's been modified without permits? I would use the lack of permits as a reason to pay a lot less for the property. Because if they've done work without permits, that's illegal. And that would be a fantastic reason for me to get a massive discount. And then I would go to the city. I would tell them I want to buy the house. I would tell them that they did all this work without permits, and I'd have them come in and do an inspection and ask them what they do. I've been made to cut walls and ceilings open so that the inspector can inspect the electric and plumbing on properties. And I'm fine with that, guys. Drywall is cheap. I'll cut drywall out of a house any day of the week to allow an inspector to look at stuff. It's a fantastic reason to get a discount on a property. Could be counting basement rooms. Thank you, Mike. Good answer for that. All right. I'm supposed to be done, and I got a lot more to talk about. So stick with me, guys. I'm willing to hang out. If you guys would like to see this, I'm also going to show you our application system, and I'll share some of my deals with you. I'm sequestered, so I don't got nowhere to go. And my wife made me some coffee. Here I am. All right. Oops, I took the Q&A off. Okay, so let me continue because this gets cooler. Well, I'm not done yet. All right, so let's go back to properties. We're going to go back to we were dealing with my Chicago deal. All right. Okay. So now remember I said that you can do all this stuff. So we pulled comps, we did a repair estimate to rehab planner. I just showed you that. So now check this out. I've got something called power linking. So I can link this property to other people within my team. I can attach lists. I also have a special button for short sales. And I am not happy that our economy is being negatively affected from the coronavirus. And if you are dealing with challenges or friends or family that are dealing with challenges because of this, then my heart goes out to you. And I mean that heart. However, I've been saying for 7 years that if I knew then what I know now in 2009, I would be worth $10 million, probably $20 million today, because I would have known what to do. Today, I know what to do. And guys, if we see this economy falter in anywhere near happened, we're going to have opportunities of an absolute lifetime. And it's not about taking advantage of people. And let me be clear about that. Real estate investing is not about taking advantage of someone's misfortune. The truth is that many people are not financially savvy. They buy homes that are more expensive than they can afford. They live check to check. And 39% of Americans cannot afford a $400 bill beyond their regular expenses. 39%. A lot of these people put 3% down and buy houses, and they live check to check to pay their mortgage. And I did hear this statistic, and I'm not sure it's how accurate it is, because 86% of all statistics are made up on the spot. And I just made that up. 96% of people who do not pay their mortgage for 4 months or longer do not recover. That's what I heard back in my beginning of my real estate career when we were going through our foreclosure crisis. And these loan modifications that banks were making were financial suicide. Somebody bought a house for $400,000. They put $40,000 down. They financed $360,000. The economy tanks. That house is worth $200,000. Then they go in for a loan modification. They haven't paid their mortgage in a year. They take all the arrears and the fees and the interest and they tack it onto that $360,000 mortgage and make that mortgage $390,000 or $400,000. The house is only worth $200,000, but then they amortize it over 40 years and give them a 1% teaser rate enough to keep them in the house. Is it smart to spend $200,000 more for a house than it's worth? No, it's financial suicide. It's ridiculous. But the homeowners were not savvy enough to ask for principal reduction loan modifications as they should have. And that's a lot of the coaching that I did for my short sale customers as I was helping them deal with this crisis. And the financial ignorance of of people of this country is not our fault, but it is our opportunity. And as people get into trouble that they have no other way out of, we actually can create a situation or circumstance where they win. Guys, I've paid people to clean the house. I've put a dumpster in the driveway and given $3,500 to somebody to clean the house because they had no money. I bought people's appliances. I bought furniture. I bought paintings. I overpaid for couches, right? I paid $5,000 for some furniture that was worth $1,000, and I did that to be kind and to be great and to be helpful. And that's the beauty of being a real estate investor. Guys, I've had people break down and weep with gratitude because of being able to save them from getting foreclosures on their records and help them move on with their life after being in trouble. I had a woman that was terminally ill, whose house had mortgages and was $5,000 a month. And the stress of it was what was killing her. And we got her out of that property. She got into a new house that was brand new because a builder had built it and couldn't sell it because of the economy tanking. And so he let her move in for $1,750 a month. And 10 years later, that woman is still alive. And so I share these stories with you because being a real estate investor is about making a difference for somebody. Having a system like this allows you to run a professional real estate investment company. And being a member of Renatus and taking classes helps you be a professional real estate investor. And that is my biggest heart for you, or wish for you, is to take whatever business that you choose, whatever direction that you choose in life, that you become an expert, that you become a professional. There's so many people out there that are trying to, take the path of least resistance, and they're not willing to read, and they're not willing to educate themselves. They're not willing to take classes. Guys, these computers are so amazing today, what we have access to. Your computer will teach you how to use itself if you're willing to learn, right? We will help you, right? I am a mentor and coach and trainer in Renatus. I've been with this company for 14 years, right? If it wasn't for my mentors and my coaches, I never would have built the business that I built. And when this coronavirus hit, 17.7 million people went to collect unemployment. I didn't even for one second worry about my income. In fact, I believe that there are 100 million people right now who are more interested and open-minded about building a home-based business and creating multiple revenue streams today than ever before in history. I've been working from home for 14 years. I can teach you how to work from home and protect yourself and protect your family and protect your income and build real wealth because of the people that have helped me. And it is an honor and a privilege, right, to be a coach in this community. I've been doing noon training calls now for 11 years, and you're welcome to get on my calls. All I ask you to do is be an affiliate. It's $109, and you can get on a call with me 4 days a week. 4 days a week for $200, right? I've made millions and millions and millions of dollars in this business in my lifetime, in my career. And where are CEOs of companies helping their employees become them? They're not. My mentor said to me, he said, Bob, I will help you become me. I will help you become a multimillionaire. You got to come to the 50-yard line. You got to be coachable, and you got to get your butt to work. It's not going to happen by itself. You got to get busy and take action, but I'm willing to help you. And guys, that's what I found in this industry of direct sales and real estate investing and being a part of a community like this. That's not happening out there in the world. These CEOs that are making 360 times their employees are not coaching and mentoring their employees to become multimillionaires like them. They get rich on the backs of people that make between $30,000 and $150,000 a year. And it's sad, right? It's sad that the number, when I look at the lines of people waiting for food, it's my heart. And I know we can help people. And that's why I do this every day. So I did see a question come in here. When you use power matching, does the property have to be under contract first? We just sending the business plan to other investors. Guys, I can go to power matching. I'll talk about that next. So once we have I was showing you the short sale thing. So if you do short sales, you're going to need all this information. So it allows you to create a checklist, and do you have the tax returns, and do you have the pay stubs and all that stuff, so that you can manage your process and your workflows. All right. So the last thing this thing does is market your properties. So I can do power matching. So if I have a buyer's list, remember building a buyer's list is one of the most important things. Guys, check this out. These are all buyers that want to buy houses in Chicago where this house is. So I can contact these people directly. Boom. Send message. So you don't have to you can send a message to somebody and see if you want to have a conversation with them. So you don't have to give the information about the property that you found. You usually send them a message and just say, hey, I'd like to talk. You can do mobile marketing. So the has a text message. If you've ever seen one of those signs in the front of a house that says text this code to this phone number, and then you can hear a voicemail. Hi, thanks for calling. This is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house that was fully rehabbed. We did new kitchen, new updated granite countertops. We did, garbage disposals, dishwasher, whatever. You could leave that message, and now you can have that marketing on your house, and you can use that online. So you could put that on Craigslist or the like. And then you can also publish to a website. So this will publish the house to a website. You can pick the website that you want, and then you could publish the property. You could add some pictures and the marketing contact info, and then it'll actually give you a property listing link that you can then advertise online. I don't have any pictures here, but this should allow you to do that. So, so these are some of those features. What's up, Wilson? Okay. All right. So guys, that's iOS. I do an hour-and-a-half overview of this on Thursday night. So you are welcome to come on Thursday. I get into a little bit more details and a little bit more time. But while we have a little extra time here, here's what I want to do. I want to show you our educational platform. All right. So this is our education platform. This is my dashboard. We have a leaders retreat coming up. I've never missed one. I'm so excited that we're going to Cabo in August, and hopefully the country will be open and we'll be over this Corona situation by August. But I'm already signed up for that, and so there's this is about $3 million in investing that they did to create our education platform. The first thing this does, it's all brand new. So I don't have a lot of progress, but it will track your progress through your classes. It'll track your assessments and your notes, and it'll track your homework. You can create a to-do list here. And there's a course library. It'll allow you to take notes and track where in the video that your notes were taken, which is really cool. In the course library, you can sort by all kinds of things. So I can sort by essentials courses. There's 67 classes here. So every single thing that you could possibly want to know about real estate. It's one of the most comprehensive training systems in the entire marketplace. These are my essentials courses here. So this is the beginning course. And our classes are between 6 to 8 hours. And so I'll click on one of the classes here. So in the classes, I can take notes. I can create action steps. If there's any documents right here, it'll track my assessments. I can download my MP3, so I can download the audios. I can listen to them while I drive. I can download my workbook. They've got beautiful professional workbook. I know we just won another Best in State award because of all of our documentation and works. And these are professionally done. Every single thing that we have access to is first class with this organization. And so this is just one of the workbooks from one of the classes. This is the self-directed IRA 401k class. You can see I'm only about halfway through it by now. And so, all right. And so then I can take a pre-assessment, and then I can click on a class section, and I can watch the class, and it's done in high definition in a professional multi-million-dollar video recording studio that we built. Guys, the reason that Renatus's program is so cheap, and I will tell you, $20,000 compared to our competitors is less than a third of the price of what they charge, is because of our business model. Renatus has 17 full-time employees, and we are a debt-free company. One of our competitors has 400 full-time employees, and they just laid off 300 of them. And so the reason that we are so successful is because I serve the community, right? I volunteer. There's thousands of people like me all across the country that volunteer to support the community. And a company with 400 full-time employees can't compete with that. And we can sell our education for a lot cheaper because we don't have the overhead that our competitors do. So the man that built this was absolutely brilliant in the way that he did. And so I have access to watch my classes. I can full screen it, right? I can change the speed if I'd like to. I can change the quality, right? And so here's how I watch education. I screencast this on one screen to my television in my living room. And I have a 75-inch high definition 4K television. It's 4K. And it upscales it. And then I watch the class on my TV, and I take notes on my laptop. That's the way to learn real estate. Okay. It's, we do need to be going to classes anymore and spending a lot of time in school. I think this pandemic is opening a lot of people's eyes. All right. Where can I find a link to your Thursday at West session? Type in Row, and I'm on Row team, and it's one of the things that is on Thursday nights. Considering the ongoing pandemic and its projected effect on the economy with regards to REI, is this a good time to buy or wait till another couple of months for some price drop? Well, listen, people will trade peace of mind for equity any day of the week. And if you got somebody that is up to be late, this is a good opportunity to get conversations with them going. So if you're in the mood to buy, then you're going to find deals, right? Does that not mean that there's going to be good deals coming? Guys, there's going to be good deals coming. Real estate's like the bus. There's always another deal coming. People need food, water, and shelter. Every day somebody has a baby and needs a bigger house. Every day somebody gets a promotion and can afford a bigger house. Every day somebody gets laid off and can't live in their house. Every day somebody dies and doesn't need their house anymore. Every day somebody gets transferred to another division of a company in a state and they got to move, right? Every day something happens to churn real estate. It's a daily thing. Guys, there's millions and millions of dollars of real estate deals being done. All we got to do is stick our hand out and grab one, right? We just got to be in the flow of the deals because they're out there. We just got to be in the flow of the money because it's out there. And as a real estate investor, you're only going to do so many deals at a time, right? The most projects I ever ran at once was 6. And I'll never do that again. That was insane. 3 or 4, yeah, I'll handle it. But 6 was a little too crazy for me. And I just don't want to work that hard. I'm 50, right? I started working when I was 15. I did 18 years of trading my time for dollars construction. So, when I started this journey, I never imagined I would quit construction or quit my job. And my mentor said something very, very key, very significant, and I'll share it with you. He said, "How much you making a year, Bob?" And I said, "I can pay myself about $75,000 a year." And he said, "How many hours do you work?" I thought about it for a second. I looked at him and I said, "All of them. I'm a contractor. I'm getting up early. I'm shopping. I'm driving. I'm doing estimates. I'm working the weekends. I'm working nights. I'm doing paperwork." And he's like, "Listen, if you want to make," and he was making $500,000 a year. He goes, "If you want to make $500,000 a year, you have to quit making $75,000 a year. The trading your time for dollars is killing you. The trading your time for dollars is taking your time. So replace your income with passive income. Replace your trade your time for dollar income with leveraged income, right? With where you're earning income that you're not trading your time for, like rental properties. That's one of the examples, like short-term rentals, like the affiliate program, the earnings plan that Renatus offers. Because if you just replaced your income, then you could not have to trade your time for dollars anymore. And then you'd have more time to look at houses. You'd have more time to take classes. You'd have more time to become a professional business owner and a professional real estate investor. And it made sense. And he said, "What do you want your life to look like? You got $20,000 a month coming in. Never fight traffic again. Have coffee with my wife every morning, and never wake up to an alarm clock." Those are the first 3 things that came to my head. Guys, it took me 1 year to create that. 1 year after getting started with this organization. And I went from never making $100,000 a year. I had a $108,000 a year job for 7 months, but I never made $100,000 in a year. And I had 2 $500,000 years in a row in 2007 and 2008. And I'm forever grateful. And it was being a part of a community, being around people who are successful, being open-minded and willing to be mentored and coached and follow people who were willing to help me. And guys, that's why I'm here after 14 years. That's why I love this community so much and why I love our business so much. And why I want to help you, right? Somebody help me. And I believe in my heart there should be more organizations like this one in the world. That's why we are building the best real estate investment company and training program for entrepreneurs ever been created in history. And guys, we're not even done yet. And so I'm going to show you the learning paths. All right. So these are the learning paths. So once somebody takes the essentials course. So this is the beginning course. So this is only $2,000, 80 hours of instruction. I'd put our $2,000 course up against any of the gurus' $12 to $15 to $20,000 courses. And we do it for $2,000. We can get started. I don't even care if your credit is 300. You can get finance for $400 down and $116 a month. We have a billing program for $400 down, $116 a month. We don't care what your credit score is. We're the only real estate investment education and training company I've ever heard of in the world that will allow people to make payments regardless of credit. And the reason that we did that was because we felt that because we teach people how to make money, that if we were successful, you'd pay your bill. And if we weren't successful, then you wouldn't pay your bill. And we were willing to take that chance. And I'm very proud of that. We've helped thousands and thousands and thousands of people that got beat up with their credit back in the downturn of the economy over the years. When somebody takes the essentials courses, they have 11 vocational tracks. Buy and hold, if you want to be a landlord. Multifamily, 5 units and above. Fix and flip, if you want to flip houses. And guys, when you talk about credentials, right? I want to introduce you to Heather. Guys, Ben and Heather did 750 deals, and they were trained in our company. They joined in 2005. I joined in 2006. I was in classes with them. They became some of the premier award-winning flippers and home builders in the state of Idaho. And they are divorced now, but they're still both instructors. Brian Sump was another student that became an instructor. Guys, these are people that were trained in our program. Let me ask you a question. Would you be inspired to be an instructor if you made, $10 million in your life and wanted to spend the rest of your life giving back and helping others? That's the people that are involved with this organization, right? They don't make very much money as instructors, right? They did it because they wanted to help as many people as they could. And that was the premise of being an instructor with our company. Business management classes, getting into payroll, cost segregation and financial strategies, commercial real estate investment classes for storage units and strip malls and commercial warehousing and things. Classes about preparing for retiring in real estate. Short sales and foreclosures, which we talked about a lot today, which are going to be coming back here with a vengeance here if we don't turn this around pretty quickly. Classes on becoming a bank and using overfunded life insurance policies to make tax-free property and real estate deals. Seller finance notes and acquiring discounted notes. In fact, one of our community members bought the notes on 49 houses for $135,000. $135,000 for 49 houses in 2009. That opportunity happened because of the crash of the economy. These are the kind of things that happen when an investor buys a portfolio of their properties and they can't afford to rehab them and pay the taxes and might as well get something before he loses them to the tax sale, which is exactly what happened in that case. Wholesaling lease options and auctions, which are other ways to acquire properties at discounts. And then short-term rentals, one of my absolute favorite. Our short-term rental properties are making between 400% to 800% more positive cash flow for short-term rentals. And then we have a brand new course, which we just introduced 3 weeks ago called Profits. And I'm watching the business automation class right now. I'm about halfway through it. Guys, it's fantastic. And this course is only $3,000 for this course. I'm going to make an extra $100,000 a year if I just take the stuff I learned from this one class. And I haven't even taken any of the other classes yet, but I'm super excited about our brand new course. And this is intent. We are taking our company from being a United States based to worldwide. So this is our internet. This is for international sales and United States. We are building a whole curriculum for business owners. Is coming down the pipe eventually. So could be more excited about it. All right. So what does our education cost? Does anybody wonder about that? And how are we doing, guys? You guys enjoying this? All right. I don't have anything on the calendar. I'm on the ROW team, ROWE. So if you search ROW, then you're going to find my event. I'm the Renatus iOS overview guy on Thursday nights. That's my thing. Bob, could I send you an email if you don't have time to answer this question? So for winning comps, you know that I was 4-bed, 3-bath, but 2 beds are in the lower level can you run Compass 4.3? Do you need to run Compass 2.2? I heard someone say that maybe the other bedrooms didn't count because they were basement level bedrooms. They were correct on the lower level. So this was going to run a comp for homes and you only use above level bedrooms. That's a great question. If it's a completely finished basement that has egress windows in it, then I would, as the seller of the property, I would argue that it's a 4-bedroom house because I've got egress windows. It's per code. It's completely finished, blah, blah, blah. But is it going to affect my comps for a real one? Absolutely. And so, I'm going to, as a seller, I'm going to try to include it. Of course, because I want to get my price, and then I would be willing to sell it. Whatever I sell it for is what I sell it for. So, so that is one of those. That's one of those. It depends questions, right? It depends on how well that basement was refinished and if it's professional, and are the ceilings the proper height? Are there egress windows? All that stuff matters. All right, so I want to go over the quick. How we doing, Jay?
We're doing good here, Bob. Do you have a slide for pricing?
I do.
Okay, yeah. Why don't you go through that, and then we'll wrap on this.
Okay, awesome. Okay. So this is all right. So guys, these are the prices. And we also have billings. So these are the different. Beginning course, the essentials is $24.97. This is the billing price. $400 down is the minimum down payment. $116 a month. Profits $37.47. This is $600 down. Or you could buy both of these together. We call that the profits combo. The Extreme Plus is the AIT courses, so all 11 courses is $22,497, and there is a advanced AIT course which is not listed here, which is $7,500. And then our top package, we call it our Epics combo. It stands for Essentials, Profits, and Extreme. $28,741. That is the most money that somebody can spend with us now. And the Profits course is not required for real estate investing, but I am absolutely loving it. So I'm so grateful that we have these new classes. All right, so let me talk about the discounts, right? So we give discounts if you finance on your own, or you use our getfundedonline.com system, which we've gotten over 67 million. They do charge a fee, but that fee is only 9.9%. So you could get $30,000 for $3,000 and buy your Epics combo, and still cheaper than using the billing system. So here's the payments. So it's $400, $116 a month, $600 down, $174, $1,000 down, $291, $3,600 down, $425, and $4,600 down, and $670 is the monthly payment. That's the minimum. Obviously, you put more down, that'll reduce your payments. All right. No, Alvin, glass block windows are not egress windows. You got to be able to get out. Okay, so here's the cash discount. So if you pay for it on your own, or you use getfundedonline.com and get credit cards to buy this, and a lot of our students get zero interest credit. I just got a woman $59,000 at 0% interest. Then the Essentials course is $2,000, $3,000 for Profits, $5,000 for the combo, $18,000 for the Extreme Plus, or $20,000, essentially $23,000 for the Epic combo. These are substantial discounts. And here's another thing is, guys, I don't care where you start. That you start is what's the most important. And get started. We have an opportunity of a lifetime right now. We've got more people in this country that need support and need income streams than ever before. And our affiliate program is my favorite revenue stream. And I'm just under of about $5 million in revenue over 14 years with the affiliate program. And the reason it's my favorite revenue stream is because I can buy and rehab another house. Guys, I've done many in my life. And and I've even won awards from some of the projects. We got a grant on this one, and I could do this, right? I've done over 100 houses, but that does not change someone's life. Bringing somebody into this community and supporting them and learning real estate does. And guys, my life's changed forever because of this education, and I'm so grateful. And somebody asked me if I could go back to the previous screen. Let me show you this one right here. Oh, there we go. Jay Abramovitz, all dirty. We don't get to see that very often.
Yeah, you got it. And you won't ever let me forget it, will you?
I would work on a house with you any day, buddy.
I've got to tell you, Bob, that was a really fun day. I still enjoy getting my hands dirty sometimes on jobs, and it's earthy and it's invigorating, and
yeah,
I enjoyed that.
Okay, so thank you, Stephen. I got one more thing to show him here. Let me show him I forgot this. Thank you, guys. Check this out. Look at all the documents. There are over 103 documents that we have in our system, so that you've got all the documents that are gone over in all the classes. Every single thing that you need, your home inspections and all that stuff. And, because we all work together, we've shared documentation. I have an attorney that I've recommended to people that does my leases and, closes my real estate deals for me and the like. And so all this stuff is right here available to you. You can download it and, and it's yours. And so this is all downloadable. It's yours to keep. It's yours to go over and look at and review, and all that stuff's right here. So thank you for that. All right. I've had Centrals for a month. Is there a discount to get AIT? Stephen, yes. There's a cash discount, right? So if we go back to our slide, here, so the AIT is $22,497, and we give you a $4,500 discount for cash, and so that's the discount. Then you can take. How does Get Funded work? Okay, so Get Funded online. So let's say you get $30,000. Well, it costs you $3,000 to get $30,000, but then you get $5,750 off on your Epix combo, right? So it's actually cheaper to go through GetFundedOnline.com than it is to go directly to here. And I got another person, $95,000 would Get Funded Online, and they only paid $5,000. They capped their fee at $5,000. So you can get $95,000 and your fee's only $5,000. I mean, that's a no-brainer, especially if you can get most of it at 0% interest. All right, the last thing I want to share, guys, is next Saturday we have a Super Saturday Business Development Training. The guy that is training is our grand champion of our 5-star winner circle. He's only been with us for 5 years. I've been doing this for 14 years. My best month of my career is $94,750, and I've had 10 months in my career where I've made over $50,000. I'm really proud of that. But this guy, he had $100,000 plus month. He broke our all-time record. Then he broke his own record with $143,000 month in February of this year. And even more impressive to me than the $143,000 month was that he followed it up with $122,000 month, tack on 10 more days, and he actually earned over $300,000 in 70 days. Blew my mind. Now, he's been working hard at it, and he's going to share with us next weekend of how he's doing it. And we're actually bringing on a surprise guest, another one of our coaches. And these are multi 7-figure earners in our company. So join us next week, next Saturday, guys. It's going to be virtual, just like this, and it's going to blow your mind. And I want to thank all of you for hanging out. I know we went a little longer than we had said, but I thought it was worth the time. And Jay, appreciate you, love you, buddy. I appreciate you being a part of our community. And I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that, and thanks for the great training. I just want to step on what you said, or I should say, add on to what you said about the life-changing aspect of what we do, or the potential for changing lives. And it really is not about the money. The money is a byproduct. We all love money. We get that. But it's about the community. It's about the knowledge. It's about the relationships that you get. And it's so, so true. And I'm very grateful to be a part of it and for everything that you've done to help me along. So I thank you for that.
All right. And so the iOS comes with, you have to be an Essentials course owner to be able to buy iOS.
Essentials or higher.
Essentials are higher. So minimum is Essentials, but Essentials are higher. You can buy iOS.
Okay, well, we're going to wrap for today. We're at 4:35, so we're going to wrap. I hope everyone enjoyed the training and learned lots. I want to thank Gavin McCaleb and Bob Tierney for an incredible day, a powerful first-class training, and thank you to all the people working feverishly behind the scenes to make this broadcast happen. You don't see them, but it wouldn't happen without them, and we so appreciate you. We are 100% volunteer-driven community, and we couldn't deliver the amazing value we do without your dedication and hard work, and we so appreciate all that you do. Quick reminder, I'm going to tack on to what Bob just said. We've got a Super Saturday coming up 1 week from today with Renata superstar Nate Lambert. Same bat time, same bat channel, so get registered right away. Now, Bob just said something. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag because I don't know if I'm allowed to, but he said we have a special guest coming. I was looking at the chat later thinking we might have a special guest coming. I'm just telling you, either way, folks, you want to be there for Nate. No question about that. But if we have this special guest, you do not want to miss this Super Saturday.
Yeah, it's only $50.
If what's going to happen is going to happen, that I think is going to happen, this training will be worth $3,000, Bob.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got that. I'm getting chills as I talk about it. So, everybody, stay plugged in. Be aware of the rapidly changing events. Stay connected through the impact calls, through Bob Tierney's noon calls, the Founders Webinar. Talk to your 5 stars. Work your business. On behalf of Scott Rowe and Nancy Rowe, Bob Tierney, and the entire Chicago executive team, this is Jay Abramovitz concluding another installment of our monthly real estate intensive training series and signing off for the day. Hoping all of you stay safe out there in the world. Have a very good evening, a good weekend, and great good fortune in all your entrepreneurial endeavors. Couldn't get that out. Good night, everybody, and thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Bob, release your screen to me, please.
My friend, still is there appointed today. They keep trying to tell me all you want to do is use me. But my answer, they don't all let you use me stuff. I won't spread the news that if it feels it's good getting used, oh, you just keep on using me till you use me up. Till you use me up. My brother sit me right down and he talked to me. He told me that I ought not to let you just walk on me. And I'm sure he meant well. Yeah, but when I talk was through, I said, brother, if you only knew, you wish that you were in my shoes. You just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. Sometimes that's true, you really do. get me in a crowd of high-class people, and then you act real rude to me. But oh, baby, 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 when you love me, I can't get enough. I want to spread the news that the deal is good getting you. Oh, you just keep on using me till you use me up. Until you use me up. Talking about you, people, it all depends on what you do. It ain't too bad the way you use me, cause I sure am using you to do the things you do. I how to do the thing you do. Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby, just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Remember the day I set you free. I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow I'll be there when you want me some way, somehow. Oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh, no, darling. No way, no way. Oh, with the cold and stop me, baby. No, no, baby. Oh, you ever in trouble, I'll be there on the double. Just send for me, oh, baby. My love is alive, down in my heart, although we are miles apart. If you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double. Just that I can. Don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough. If I'm getting to you, baby, you know that there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough. Ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough.